My name is Gao Hao, and I am a terminally ill patient. I suffer in the hospital bed every day. Even breathing has become a luxury for me as I am dying. Just when I thought I would die silently, I got a chance to be reborn, and unexpectedly came to a magnificent world of beast control. As a newborn, before I had time to adapt to my new body, a giant dragon appeared in the sky of Tianxing City, covering the sky and the sun. People cheered and thought it was a blessing from God. But I realized that the appearance of this dragon was not a blessing from God. Its target was me. Chapter 1. The Zhongyuan Empire, this vast land, carries the memory of ancient wilderness. It was once a world dominated by birds and beasts. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the 8 ancient tribes united to fight against the enemy, laying the foundation of human civilization and enabling mankind to establish a prosperous empire in this wild land. Today, the empire is divided into 6 provinces, governed by meritorious families who protect the peace and prosperity of the human race. Xingnan Province, located in the south of the empire, is adjacent to Modu Province and Black Gold Province, and together they form the indestructible Golden Triangle of Watch. For tens of thousands of years, the clans here have worked together to resist the invasion of barbarians, resist the threat of wild beasts, and build magnificent human cities in this crisis-ridden environment. Tianxing City, one of the 4 major cities in Xingnan Province, is magnificent, with clean streets, splendid palaces, and a population of 70 million living and multiplying here. The patrol soldiers in the city, wearing black and gold armor and holding spears, exude a majesty that no one dared to underestimate. When pedestrians saw them, they all gave way, with some doubt and caution in their hearts. In a corner of the city, a restaurant called Manhwa is very busy. This 7-story restaurant is popular among the people for its cheap and delicious home-cooked dishes and Shadozi wine. Guests crowded every table, lively discussing their recent lives. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from outside, and the customers of the restaurant followed the crowd and ran outside to watch the excitement. Looking up, I saw a huge burning meteorite falling from the sky above Tianxing City, and the entire sky was illuminated with an eerie crimson color. People stopped and looked up at this rare spectacle, with excitement on their faces. Meteorites are a symbol of disaster, but at this moment, they seem to be a blessing from God. A man in black riding a snow frost wolf slowly walked out of the crowd. His beast was tall and mighty, and obviously of a high rank. The man stared at the meteorite and said softly, "I haven't seen this kind of meteorite for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately bowed their heads in greeting, their eyes full of awe. Since he had a beast to control, this man must be a beast master. Suddenly, several blue figures rushed out of the city lord's mansion. They stood in the air, with strange lights surrounding them. The young man in the lead was surrounded by thunder, and accompanied by a dragon's roar. A huge blue dragon appeared from the void. With a light pinch of the dragon's claws, it grasped the burning meteorite in its palm and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if everything was a dream. The young man laughed heartily and turned to his companions and said, "A small meteorite actually alarmed the 5 of us. It seems that we have been too nervous these days. Let's go back, everyone. Today is a double blessing. I will treat you to a drink later." After saying that, the young man turned around and went back to Gao's courtyard, and the other people also left with smiles on their faces. With their departure, the people in the city returned to their own lives and continued to be busy. At this time, the 5,000-meter-high peak of Zhishing Peak was covered with snow, with only 2 or 3 snow-capped trees growing tenaciously from the cracks in the cliff. The man Wu Qifeng was wrapped in a thick snow coat, his eyes revealing surprise and desire. He had just witnessed the blue dragon that covered the sky and the sun disappear into the air. "Is this my brother-in-law's super sacred beast, the Azure Dragon? When will I be able to tame a beast with such power, so that my sister will also look at me with new eyes?" Wu Qifeng muttered to himself, with the light of dreams flashing in his eyes. On the side, a snow-white unicorn cub was rolling on the snow, having a lot of fun, and was not afraid of the blue dragon in the sky at all. Wu Qifeng looked at it and raised his eyebrows. "You only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. How can you grow into a holy beast without practicing hard?" As he spoke, Wu Qifeng took out a fresh antelope leg and fed it to the Qilin cub. The Qilin ate it voraciously, without any worries. Wu Qifeng sighed helplessly, stroked Qilin's head gently, then waved his hand. A space crack appeared and took Qilin away. The eagle flies to the sky, the ice eagle with heavenly pupils. Wu Qifeng chanted in a low voice, opened the beast-controlling space, and a huge ice eagle emerged from the void. Wu Qifeng jumped off the cliff, stood on the back of the ice eagle, and flew towards Tianxing City at a rapid speed. 5,000-year-old snow lotuses should be enough to nourish my sister's body. Wu Qifeng smiled, feeling both expectant and nervous. Wu Qifeng ordered the Tian'ong ice eagle, Xiaobing, speed up, my sister may be about to give birth. The Tian'ong ice eagle cried out, and instantly exceeded the speed of sound, flying towards the Gao family mansion. At this time, the backyard of the Gao family mansion was busy. A ray of light shone through the darkness, and then a strong light came into my eyes. My consciousness gradually became clear in this interweaving of light and shadow. The warm water wrapped around my body, bringing an unprecedented feeling of comfort and cleanliness. Congratulations, ma'am. It's a boy, a little master. I heard a joyful voice in my ears. Then, I was gently washed with warm water, and my little but was patted a few times. Suddenly, crying broke out from my mouth, as loud as a little wolf dog. Wow, Mom, my brother is so cute. A child's voice sounded in my ears. Hearing this voice, I gradually stopped crying and became more conscious. Although my eyes were still closed, after being cleaned and wrapped in a soft blanket, it seemed like half an hour had passed. My eyes gradually adjusted to the light, and what came into view was a warm picture. What a beautiful woman, like a fairy in a painting. A beautiful woman with long purple hair was looking at me lovingly, her sapphire eyes sparkling with gentle light. This is my mother. Suddenly, a young man in his mid-20s came over and made a funny expression. Gao Hao, I'm your dad. The young man was wearing a neat and tidy purple outfit, with a silly look on his face, and it seemed that he had just changed his clothes. I was a little confused and didn't know how to respond to this strange yet close person. Gao Hao, I'm your elder sister. A little girl of 2 or 3 years old wearing a princess dress, looking as cute as a little porcelain doll, reached out and pinched my face and tried to pull the blanket off me. Her actions were stopped in time by the young man beside her. My father. Nian, don't make trouble. Your little brother has just been born and needs to rest. Complaints about homework made her seem a little dissatisfied. The father responded with a smile. I understand. I will go and deal with the reward money. Nian also needs to do her homework. Don't cry out if you fail the assessment. He touched his daughter's head affectionately, then turned and left. My mother and I were the only ones left in the room. I felt my body being gently rocked, and gradually I realized that I had turned into a baby. Looking at my pink little hands, I suddenly realized that my memories of my past life were intact. Perhaps Mengpa soup didn't work on me, or perhaps I was already immune to all poisons. I recalled my experiences in my previous life. I was seriously ill at that time and suffered in bed every day. Even breathing became a luxury. Although I was once addicted to martial arts novels and fantasy works, and fantasized that I could change my body through hard work, the reality made me feel powerless. I am just an ordinary person, not a genius. And now, although I have been reincarnated as a baby, I can't help but feel a little shy when facing such a beautiful mother. Soon, hunger set in. I looked at my mother, feeling both happy and complicated. I had never experienced such a close encounter with this beautiful being before. I just wanted to have a full meal as soon as possible, but my father and sister's occasional teasing made me feel helpless. After that, some elders and cousins came to visit me one after another. It was not until half a month later that my mother took me outside and I saw the 6-meter-tall saber-toothed white tiger. At that moment, my heart suddenly became heavy. The saber-toothed white tiger's fangs are as sharp as sword blades, and its evil eyes make my whole body numb. The white tiger slowly leaned over, as if to lick me. I was frightened by its strong, domineering aura, and tears welled up in my eyes. This extraordinary world made me feel extremely shocked and terrified. Wu Qingyuan didn't expect that I would be so afraid of the saber-toothed white tiger. He immediately took me back to the house, changed me into clean clothes and a blanket, and carefully rocked my body to comfort me. Don't be afraid, baby. The beasts are our good friends. They will protect you and won't hurt you. Although her voice was gentle, I shyly buried my head in the quilt, feeling extremely embarrassed. I was so scared that I wet my clothes. This kind of physiological reaction is even more embarrassing than the diarrhea I had when I had a stomachache in junior high school in my previous life. It is one of the embarrassing things I least want to recall. The next day, Wu Qingyuan carried me out again. After a night's rest, I learned some information about this new world from my mother. When we walked out of the house, we saw a beast that only appeared in mythology, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Although it was smaller than the saber-toothed white tiger yesterday, it was still huge and powerful, 5 meters long, with white silver hair shining in the sun. and the crescent-shaped blade on its forehead made it look more dangerous. The silver wolf lay quietly on the ground, looking at me with a cold and somewhat disdainful gaze. Although I still felt a little scared, I tried to calm myself down. Yesterday's experience made me realize that this new world is full of magical powers beyond imagination. I was surprised to find that I seemed to be able to sense the emotions of the howling moon's silver wolf. It deliberately restrained its breath so as not to scare me. Perhaps because of yesterday's incident, I feel that my mental strength seems to have increased a lot, and there is a wonderful impulse surging in my body. This enlightenment, or the blessing of the sacred beast, is a process that every newborn must go through in this world. My mother was obviously relieved when she saw the curiosity and no longer fearful look in my eyes. Infancy is the easiest stage to feel the aura of the beast. The stronger the beast you come into contact with, the more blessings you will receive, and the greater the improvement in your spirit and temperament. Since I was born, I have never cried, which makes my mother feel very relieved. Xiaoyin, thank you for your hard work. I will bring you 100 kilograms of venison tonight. Mother reached out and stroked the fur of the howling moon's silver wolf, and I actually saw a look of joy on its face. The silver wolf howled softly, and a silver light emanated, enveloping me. I realized that I seemed to have experienced a similar situation yesterday, but I was too unfamiliar with it at the time and wasted a lot of energy. Despite this blessing still made me feel a significant improvement in my mental strength, and my mother also helped me sort out my meridians so that this energy could better integrate into my body. Howling Moon's silver wolf, send your blessings, Mother whispered. Suddenly, I felt a crisp shattering sound in my mind, like the sound of glass breaking. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in front of my eyes, only about 10 centimeters in size, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. My mother was very excited when she saw the surprise on my face. Beast taming space. The spatial ability was awakened by the second blessing. Xiao Hao's mental strength is indeed very strong. A flower-like smile bloomed on the mother's face. Haha, my son has the talent to tame beasts. The father strode over, his face full of pride and joy. In the beast taming continent, having a beast taming space means infinite potential and power. Congratulations, brother-in-law, sister. Wu Qifeng's voice came from a distance. I closed my eyes naturally, feeling my consciousness being drawn by a force and gradually sinking into the darkness. Suddenly, I found myself on a wonderful continent. I seemed to have turned into the wind, floating freely in the air, experiencing the wonderful changes of birds, flowers, and fish. I felt like I was the master of the world, and everything I thought of in my mind came true instantly. I flew higher and higher, and a paradise-like scene appeared before my eyes. Towering mountains, lush flowers and trees, clear lakes, and the vast ocean. Everything was so beautiful. Finally, I flew out of the atmosphere and saw the blue planet, the moon in the distance, and other planets in the solar system. I was shocked. Isn't this just a miniature version of the blue planet? Surrounding it are Mars, Uranus, Mercury, and the orbit of the entire solar system. Countless bright planets rotate like meteors, forming a magical sea of stars, like a treasure house full of energy. My consciousness was immersed in this magical starry sky, and I felt something profound but could not fully understand it. After a few seconds, I returned to my body and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, I was nestled in my mother's arms, eating instinctively, with the blue planet still appearing in my mind. Xiao Hao. My mother called me softly. I closed my eyes shyly, and my body was filled with warmth and strength. I felt as if I had been reborn. My mental and physical strength were increasing rapidly, and even though I was less than 3 weeks old, this rate of growth made me feel that maybe in another 2 or 3 months I would be able to walk independently. The next morning, my mother carried me out of the room, her eyes full of desire and curiosity for exploration. I was no longer afraid, but eager to become stronger and explore this mysterious world of beast control. I had never experienced the freedom of flying in my previous life, and this new world was full of infinite possibilities. This time, we were greeted by a giant earth dragon lizard. It was 13 meters long, huge, and its thick scales glowed yellowish-brown in the sun. Its huge, sharp teeth were half a foot long, and its mouth opened as if it could swallow an elephant. Although its eyes were cunning and ferocious, I couldn't help but reach out and touch its scales. My mother shook her head gently, signaling me not to get close. The earth dragon lizard lowered its head, and I closed my eyes, feeling my mother's guidance. At this moment, I felt that the blue planet in my mind became brighter, and the vitality inside became more vigorous. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much, said the mother softly. I felt the changes in my body carefully and found that the continent in the blue planet became thicker, the peaks became taller and taller, and the vegetation became more lush, as if it had absorbed abundant nutrients. This blessing took me 3 full days to perfectly integrate the energy in my body with my own growth. Now, I can stand on my own, and the joy of growth is beyond words. I was even able to speak a few simple words, which was a huge relief to my parents. When the 4th beast arrived, the atmosphere became even more tense. This is an extremely terrifying white bear, a holy beast. It is 20 meters long and as tall as a 7 or 8-story building. You can barely see the top of its head when you look up. All you can see is furry white. Its huge body is like a huge mountain. Standing in front of it, I feel extremely small. Roar. The white bear let out a deafening roar, but I didn't feel it was harsh. Instead, I felt a pure ice and snow power surging into my body and merging into the blue planet. Whirlwinds instantly blew up at the north and south poles of the planet, and the snowy peaks became more resilient and upright. This blessing power made my body feel an unprecedented increase in strength. After this blessing, I clearly felt that the size of the blue planet has increased a lot. The planet, which was originally only the size of a ping-pong ball, has now become the size of a baseball. The hunger came again, but this time I didn't feel fear, but full of anticipation. I looked at the huge white bear excitedly. It was flying into the sky riding the storm. It had evolved into a storm snow bear and became one of the 7 guardian beasts of the Gao family. It was also the contracted beast of my grandfather Gao Hao. In the past few days, I have also seen many legendary magical beasts, such as unicorn cubs, flying eagles, black tortoises, red birds, hornet birds, green snakes, pandas, and 3-tailed foxes. In the following month, my mother Yuan stayed at home with me, using her qi to help me nourish my 7 meridians and 8 vessels, open up my ren and du meridians, and help me digest the blessing power bestowed by the 4 beasts: the saber-toothed white tiger, the howling moon silver wolf, the earth dragon lizard, and the storm snow bear. Under my mother's guidance, I gradually discovered that I had the ability to see my meridians. I could clearly see the mysterious power flowing in my body, which continuously injected nutrients into the blue planet. This power is called power, which is the source of power for this new world. By practicing the exercises, I can extract the power from food to strengthen myself, or I can extract the power from heaven and earth, although it is more difficult to extract the power from heaven and earth. Over time, the blue planet has grown to the size of a soccer ball and continues to expand. My body also became stronger, and my hands and feet became more powerful. Although I was only a baby less than 2 months old, I could already walk a short distance independently with my legs, which would have taken at least half a year or even longer to achieve in my previous life. The weather is clear and sunny today. There are birds singing on the big willow tree in the yard, and occasionally you can hear the noise of children playing on their way to school. My mother carried me out of the room, through the back room, and came to the training ground for the Gao family children. On the training ground, children aged 1 to 2 to 2 or 3 were practicing, and each child had a young beast beside him. The infancy period is an important stage in the growth of the beast, which usually refers to a cultivation period of less than half a year. During this period, the beast and the host grow and train together, which is more conducive to obtaining talents after the contract. The wide training ground was about 500 to 600 meters square, and there were 2 ants looking after the children. My mother nodded to them and then took me into the training ground. These children are all strong and healthy and look full of vitality, of curiosity and excitement about these magical beasts that I had never seen before. Especially the silly-looking pot-lid panda, which has only one typical panda eye, and the other eye is covered with snow-white fluff, looking very cute. Everyone gave it the nickname Blind Bear. This little guy has his left eye closed, as if he is wearing a black eye patch, which is very funny. At this moment, the pot-lid pandas were chewing bamboo with gusto. I watched them intently. These beasts looked very cute in my eyes, especially the little ones who were in the growth stage, some of whom were just 1 month old. The other 3-leaf green goose walked with a proud look on its face, stretching its neck and making a ya-ya sound. The 3-leaf green goose has 3 green leaves on its head. Sometimes it shakes its neck from side to side, and sometimes it flaps its wings. This is an ambitious green goose. It is not only satisfied with being a medical goose that saves the dying and the wounded, but also learning kung fu. The leaves on the top of the 3-leaf swan's head will fall off over time. This camouflage can help it hide itself and avoid natural enemies until it grows into a mature 4-winged swan. This process takes about 3 years. On the lawn, I saw a diligently trained little black calf, which kept running and sprinting on the track of the training ground, just as diligent and hardworking as its little master. Although it looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, in fact, this child was less than 3 years old. The aloof, saber-toothed white tiger cub seemed somewhat out of place with the other beasts. It turned out that the saber-toothed white tiger cub held down a treasure-hunting rat that was digging a hole with one of its paws and gently licked the poor little guy with its tongue. The treasure-hunting rat was so scared that it trembled and longed for the protection of its little master. 2 little girls were pulling each other's hair and playing with each other. A few little boys were chatting happily nearby and had no intention of intervening to stop the fight. Suddenly, Gao Yu, let go of my hair. Gao Qing cried with tears in her eyes. Her dress had been torn, and she looked very pitiful. I remember that she was the eldest granddaughter of my second uncle's family. I saw her when she was just born. Gao Qing, don't pretend to be aggrieved. Let your stinky tiger let go of my treasure-hunting rat first. Gao Yu's face was ferocious. Although Gao Yu's beast is small, it has very special abilities. The treasure-hunting rat can find treasures, and as it grows it can devour gold and silver treasures to evolve. It is an extremely rare treasure-hunting beast. Gao Qing continued to cry, holding the torn skirt as if helplessly. Little white tiger doesn't listen to me. There's nothing I can do. Gao Yu seemed even angrier. Then why don't you tie the rope? I'm going to go back and tell Grandpa. I watched the quarrel in the corner. Although I didn't quite understand what was going on, I felt helpless. My mother, Wu Qingyuan, walked to the saber-toothed white tiger, gently lifted the white tiger's neck, and rescued the treasure-hunting rat from the white tiger's claws. After being rescued, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately jumped back onto Gao Yu's shoulder and returned to her little pocket. Humph, your beastmaster always bullies other beastmasters. If you don't discipline yourself properly in the future, there'd better not be a next time. I'll let you go this time. Although Gao Yu spoke sternly, she also backed off a little. Afterwards, Gao Yu pushed Gao Qing and touched the treasure-hunting rat in her pocket. Seeing that its little master had been wronged, the saber-toothed white tiger also became ferocious and aggressive. You stinky tiger, don't think I'm afraid of you. Although Gao Yu cursed harshly, she took a step or two back, obviously a little scared. When Gao Yu turned to my mother, her expression immediately softened. She ran to Wu Qingyuan and said with a smile, "Thank you, Aunt Wu. Your baby is so cute. I will protect him from being bullied." The mother responded gently, "You're welcome. Continue your training. It's best to take it to the Beastmaster's medical room for a checkup to avoid any sequelae. After all, the treasure-hunting rat is a timid beastmaster." "Okay, goodbye, Auntie." Gao Yu left quickly, running very fast on her short legs. My mother put me on the ground and let me practice walking. At noon, she took me back to sleep. After this period of adaptation, I have gradually got used to the new living environment and made rapid progress. For the next half-month, everything was peaceful. I was able to walk out the door and play outside. I was also very good at jogging. I was able to do this in less than 3 months. The physical fitness of people in this world was indeed different from that of my previous life. One day, Wu Qifeng pushed the door open, with a smile on his face and a few snow lotuses in his hands. "Sister, have you used up all your snow lotuses? I went to the Tianxing Snow Peak to pick a few more and brought them back specially for you." When I saw Wu Qifeng and the snow lotus he brought, I felt a little dissatisfied. Every time he came, he would bring out some strange things to tease me, but he never let me touch them. And Wu Qifeng's unicorn cub looked very cute, but he never let me touch it. "Look, Xiao Hao, isn't the Qilin cute? This is Uncle's second beast, a legendary cub of the divine beast, very rare," Wu Qifeng said, completely unaware that his mother Wu Qingyuan had returned to the room. "Qifeng, stop teasing my son. You are just as playful and don't work hard at cultivation. Like master, like beast," the mother said softly, with a reproachful tone in her voice. "Sister, there is not much difference between me and my brother-in-law, and I am only 15 years old this year. I still have hope of being admitted to the Magical Beast Taming Academy. You don't have to worry about me. I'm leaving now." Wu Qifeng didn't want to listen to the lecture, so he put away the Qilin and left quickly. Whenever Wu Qifeng mentioned my father, he always felt a little jealous and unhappy, but considering that he specially picked Snow Lotus for my mother, I also felt a little grateful. While my mother was doing the housework, she looked at me with a face full of love and pride, even a little smug. "My son Gao Hao has the qualities to be an emperor," she said proudly. "Now, I have been reborn for 3 months and have gradually adapted to this new world. It is fun to see my mother laughing silly. Her silly look makes me feel natural and comfortable. I like my current home. It was just past noon and I was sound asleep. After dinner, my mother sorted out the housework, including the bills for the cultivation resources that the family had just sent, as well as some learning materials that would be needed soon, all of which had to be reported and recorded. At this time, Father Gao Changxing hurried back home, with a hint of fatigue and a bit of excitement on his face. Yuan, I'm back. He walked to my bed, looked at me sleeping, and reached out to touch my little face. His mother clapped his hands and said, "Go change your clothes first. You look so fierce. I'll prepare some hot water right away. Do you plan to rest for a few days this time?" Gao Changsheng was a little embarrassed. "I'm leaving soon. I was just passing by and came back to see you and your son. Something big happened in Heijin province recently. 4 golden panda cubs were stolen from Zhengzhou City and entered our Tianxing City's jurisdiction from Haikao in the east. The Beast Tamer Association and the law enforcement team asked us in Tianxing City to cooperate in handling the matter." Gao Changsheng raised his lips to smile slyly and said with some pride, "That golden sacred panda has extremely high defense, and its quality is 1 level higher than that of my first beast, the violent heavy bear." After Gao Changsheng's negotiations and efforts, Zhengzhou City was willing to ask our Gao family elders for help in exchange for a panda cub. Although the request was a bit harsh, it was worth Gao Changsheng's risk. He came back this time mainly to ask my grandfather to help him, to ensure that everything would go well. After hearing these words, I knew that the growth level of the beast tamer cub was extremely high, and it might even be a high-quality cub with the ability to evolve into a holy beast, and its growth potential was immeasurable. "I'll go with you. It'll be safer. I'll ask Chiefing to come and look after Xiao Hao." The mother's face looked serious, but the father shook his head and refused. "You've been getting dumber from being busy day by day. You haven't recovered in 3 months. Being stained with blood is not good for your body and mind. Be good and wait for me to come back home." Gao Changsheng held his mother down domineeringly, appearing a little tough. Because I was woken up, I couldn't help but break this sweet scene. "Mom, I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore." I didn't want to experience the feeling of wetting my pants a second time. Chapter 2. In the wasteland forest 500 miles away from Tianxing City, there are dense forests, undulating hills, and huge bushes tens of meters high growing in the bushes. Various ferocious beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards live here. This is the hunter's hunting ground, secretive and full of dangers. A man in black quickly shuttled through the woods, leaving behind a blurry figure, his face full of fear. "It's over. It's all over." The Gao family actually took action personally. Zhengzhou City really spent a lot of money. The man in black kept muttering, but his legs didn't stop running, and his despair was beyond words. Behind the man in black, Gao Changxing and Gao Xiaotian were chasing closely. Gao Changxing held the thunder blade in his hand, with shining golden lightning wrapped around his body. Like a god of war, he easily jumped over a distance of thousands of meters. His speed was amazing. His fearless posture seemed to put the whole world under his feet. Gao Xiaotian showed a gratified smile on his face. Looking at his son's performance, his heart was filled with pride. Although his son had become somewhat unruly, he was an outstanding beastmaster of the Yujun level after all. However, facing this mission, Gao Xiaotian was still a little skeptical, thinking that it was just a small shrimp and not worth making a fuss about. "Imperial skill. Teleport?" Gao Xiaotian shouted softly, and instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the enemy's escape route. Then, Gao Xiaotian stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. The 3 Yuan finger. A golden light penetrated the woods and suddenly hit the enemy. The enemy was pushed back by the huge shock wave and could not move. Su Tianyun's face was filled with fear and despair. His beast control space was blocked, and he couldn't even release his own beasts. He had no intention of resisting. Being caught was his fate, and resistance was meaningless. Gao Changxing looked at the fallen enemy, frowned and said, "The news said that the robbers were extremely brutal, but they were just a small fry?" He doubted the accuracy of Shenzuching's intelligence, picked up the enemy's head to read his memory, and only felt relieved after confirming that it was correct. Gao Xiaotian was calming down on the side. He and his son had easily captured the enemy and were very happy. However, Gao Changxing was unhappy about this. It turned out that Gao Changxing wanted an appearance fee of 100,000 yuan for inviting Gao Xiaotian to sell. Gao Changxing felt it wasn't worth it, so they argued about the cost and finally reached a compromise. Then, "Hurry up and send Gao Hao to the family academy." Gao Xiaotian mentioned that Gao Hao was almost 3 months old and needed to receive the last blessing and start studying. At the same time, a letter of support came from Xingyue Bay, alerting them to the abnormalities in Jiaxing Peak and Death Star Valley. Gao Changxing smiled and agreed when his father mentioned these things. The two also discussed other family affairs. Facing these trivial matters, They could not help but have more understanding and tolerance for each other, and gradually found the spiritual fit in mutual communication. You taught me to have the bearing of a real man back then. How come you have become so petty now? Gao Changsheng teased. Gao Shaotian smiled and replied with a bit of embarrassment. Times have changed, and I have to learn to adapt. The two smiled at each other. Although they were trivial things, they witnessed the growth and changes between them. Dad, you must be careful when you go to the Death Star Valley. If things cannot be resolved, retreat in time and ask uncle and second uncle for help. The Qin family has had 5 heads in the past 30 years, and I have great doubts about their power dispute. He did not die from the attack of the fallen beasts, but was plotted against. Gao Changsheng carried the half-dead enemy and flew towards the Beastmaster Association with Gao Shaotian. The Beastmaster Association is one of the 3 important institutions in the Zhongyuan Empire, responsible for intelligence gathering, mission issuance, and nationwide news liaison. The Beastmaster Association plays a particularly important role in Xingnan Province, maintaining social stability and performing supervisory and management duties. It has a long history, strong strength, and has made great contributions to the development of mankind. Outside the Holy Beast Village, a team of law enforcers had just arrived. The 4 members of the team were all at the level of Yuzong, and the captain had reached the level of Yujiang, with strong strength. The team entered an abandoned blacksmith shop. The basement was filled with flickering formations, and the surrounding closed formations effectively blocked outside detection. In the basement, 4 young men in their 20s were waiting anxiously. The pale-faced young man asked, "Lord Saint, how long do we have to wait? Can we really get a top-quality beast cub and become a noble beast master? Don't worry, the leader will not give up on you. You are still young. As long as you work hard, you will be rich and powerful and become a king or a prime minister in the near future." An encouraging voice came from a hexagonal mirror. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the room. "Brother Jiang, let me do it." A group of 5 people wearing dark blue uniforms and the Peace Dove logo of the Beastmaster Association hanging on their chests came quickly. "Zitan, be careful," Jiang Qi warned. Zitan nodded, her eyes flashing purple light, able to see through formations and illusions, and improve mental strength, which is very practical. Her 3-tailed fox beast gave her this ability, making her particularly effective when facing difficulties. "Xiaofan, how is it?" Zitan asked. A 3-tailed pink fox emerged from the ground. After confirming that the people around had been evacuated, Zitan nodded and said, "Brother Jiang, it's okay. We can move now." Jiang Qi waved his hand, and the team members moved quickly. Several people in the room tried to open the door, but found themselves trapped. "We are trapped. The formation is about to be broken," one of them shouted. At this moment, a silver battle axe as tall as a person appeared in front of them, and the axe head emitted a silver flame-like light. Jiang Qi swung the axe, and the blacksmith shop collapsed instantly. The formation was destroyed, and the people in the room instantly fell into a state of dizziness. Jiang Qi quickly entered the ruins to guard, while the 4 people in the house had fainted due to the backlash of the formation. The other law enforcers tied them up with diamond chains, which were so tough that even the Imperial Master could not break free. Zitan looked strange after checking. The strongest one is only a 9-star Earth control. How could he cross the Haikao defense line and come to Tianxing City? Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, then responded, "Top-grade beast cubs are expensive, so it's understandable that some people would take risks. However, they are just discarded pawns who are not presentable." He put away his battle axe and discovered that the contract formation in the basement had been destroyed, but no trace of the sacred beast cub was found. At this time, the badge on Jiang Qi's chest sounded, "Jiang Qi team, come back. The holy beast cub has been found." "Got it." Jiang Qi responded and turned to the team members. "Return to the team. I will treat everyone to roast lamb tonight." "Captain, does this operation count as field work?" Zitan asked excitedly. "Of course. This mission is issued by Shinju City, and each person will receive 200 to 500 yuan in attendance fees. Considering the situation at the Gao family, they should not be stingy," Jiang Qi said as he escorted the 4 people out of the village. One of the team members summoned a 1-horned rhino and dragged the 4 of them back to the Beast Tamer Association, and the journey was safe. This made Gao Changsheng, who was hiding in the dark, feel relieved. Although he knew from the Beastmaster's memory that Yujun had narrowly escaped death, he still remained hidden for the sake of safety, just in case. Now, all 4 holy beast cubs have been found, and a huge sum of 4 million has been recovered, part of which belongs to the Gao family, with a commission return of about 10%. This has been a long-standing tacit understanding between the 2 parties. The Beast Tamer Association received 5%, and the rest was handed over to the Lord of Tianxing City. This operation and mission took less than half a day. The Gao family's father and son's salary was paid by the family. With a basic monthly fee of 40,000 yuan and the royal-level training resources, the treatment was quite generous. As for living expenses, such as food, clothing, and housing, they were all covered by the family. In addition, there may be additional rewards depending on the difficulty of the task and the field situation. After a year, with a little effort, you can accumulate millions of savings. These funds were originally used for going out for fun, but now they are used for Gao Hao's milk powder money, nutrition fees, and tuition fees. As for the matter of the first beast, the family generally does not interfere. There will be special treatment only if the parents died in the family war. Under normal circumstances, a child's first beast is either purchased by the parents themselves or arranged through connections. At this time, in the top-floor living room of the Beastmaster Association, the room was large and magnificent. The chairs were all made of pure gold, and there were defensive formations engraved inside. It was exquisite and gorgeous, and was specially used to receive distinguished guests. For important figures of the royal lord level in the conference room, each of them is an important figure and is rarely seen in normal times. The guests of honor were Jiang Yishan, the president of the Beastmaster Association, Zhu Wanru, the deputy clan leader of the Black Gold Province, and the Gao family father and son. Jiang Yishan is over 60 years old, but looks like he is about 30 years old. He has short black hair tied behind his head, wears smart clothes, and has a friendly smile on his face. Zhu Wanru is as beautiful as a blooming flower, with a cool temperament. She possesses a storm space, and among the 4 flying beasts around her are a fire dragon with fire attributes and Fengjulan with wind attributes, who have extremely strong combat power. Deputy City Lord Zhu, according to the mission requirements, the Gao family father and son have captured the criminals, and the 4 cubs have also been safely found. According to the contract, you need to give one of them to the Gao family. Jiang Yishan said gently. Zhu Wanru stood up and bowed to Gao Shaotian. With a smile on her face, she replied, "Thank you both for your help. I have checked the 4 cubs. One of them has blurry eyes. I will give it to your Gao family." After hearing this, Gao's father and son frowned slightly. Something wrong with his eyes? Could he be blind? Gao Changsheng stood up immediately, feeling that he had been deceived. Gao Shaotian pulled his son, turned to Zhu Wanru and said, "Can you take me to see the situation? If the problem is not serious, my Gao family can take a step back." Zhu Wanru nodded and said, "Of course." The 4 of them then went to the nursing room. The 4 cubs were less than 3 months old. Their fur had just grown, and after the bumps, they looked a little thin. One of the panda cubs in particular had blurry eyes and a trembling body. The maintenance staff fed it tiger milk before it fell asleep peacefully. "That's the one." Zhu Wanru pointed at the smallest panda cub. It lay motionless on the ground, drooling, and looked weak. Gao Changsheng was a little angry when he saw this scene. "Can this cub survive? I wanted to give my son a surprise, not a shock. If the first beast he raised died, it would be too cruel for the child." Gao Shaotian did not speak, his eyes flashing with golden light, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He stood up and said, "The holy beast cub is indeed precious, but can you tell me what kind of elixir you used on this cub?" Zhu Wanru was stunned for a moment, then said frankly, "We used 3 golden eye pills, 2 bloodline pills, 1 holy beast pill, and 2 awakening pills." Gao Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. Each of these pills was a priceless treasure, but they were actually used on a cub. He had obtained 3 holy pills before, and now it seemed that the total value of these pills exceeded his imagination. Gao Shaotian nodded and said, "I see. This is indeed precious. I agree to the deal." Gao Shaotian and Gao Changsheng both nodded in agreement. They returned to the conference room and signed the agreement. The employment relationship was officially ended. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Several people shook hands and said goodbye. Gao Shaotian took the cage from the staff. Although the red panda inside was only 20 centimeters in size, its golden pupils were shining. It is indeed a precious panda with double pupils. If this little guy is the mother of a fairy beast, it should have caused a sensation as soon as it was born. Gao Shaotian looked at the little panda. Although he felt a little sorry, he also knew that this cub with incomplete bloodline was a cheap benefit for their Gao family. Gao Changxing asked doubtfully, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Gao Shaotian shook his head and smiled. "You'll understand when we get back. We found a treasure this time. If we cultivate it well, it may become a super fairy beast in the future, even stronger than your peerless blue dragon." Gao Changxing followed his father all the way back to the Gao family mansion. After returning home, he poured himself a glass of water and drank it gurglingly. Gao Shaotian opened the cage. held the red panda in his hands, and used his fingers to pry open its eyelids and said, "Look, this little guy still has a silver pupil hidden. Its true blood awakening should be a golden and silver pupil. Although the Zhu family has given up investing in it, it would be lucky for it if the Gao family can cure its eyes." Gao Changxing listened, and although he was a little confused, he also understood that this was an unexpected gain. It seems that this little guy is indeed a treasure. Gao Xiaotian nodded. Yes, there are some congenital defects, but if you cultivate it well, it is possible to achieve extraordinary results. Chapter 3. Gao Changxing gently closed the door. Gao Xiaotian suddenly remembered something. He stroked the little panda's head and whispered, "Don't forget what we agreed to do. Send the money as soon as possible." "Don't worry, it's not the first time. How could I forget?" Gao Changxing responded, walked out of the door briskly, and touched his hair in self-mockery. In the courtyard, the huge lotus pond and the rockery are integrated into one, and the statue of 8 gods of fortune in the center of the water is lifelike and intoxicating. A few little guys were feeding the lively fish by the pond. These low-flying fish had sparkling silvery white scales and were flying and jumping on the water. "Uncle San, you're back?" Sisters Gao Yu and Gao Qing were playing by the water with a few friends, their wet calves glistening in the water. Gao Changxing smiled, blamed himself for not bringing any candy, and hurriedly reported his safety to Zhongyuan. Then he ran all the way to the family library, a book tower built of black gold stone, which remained majestic after 7,000 years of wind and frost. This library is not only an architectural wonder, but also the incarnation of the Beastmaster of the Gao family's ancestor. It houses 4 million volumes of books, recording the wisdom and secrets of countless Beastmasters. The plaque on the library reads, "Learning in the right way will lead to endless practice," symbolizing the infinite breadth of knowledge. Some people believe that this is the starting point of the road to becoming strong, while others believe that this road of learning will never end. Gao Changxing came to the 3rd floor of the library, where many rare secrets and strange books were hidden. In a corner, he found the true explanation of double pupils, which recorded the legend of people with double pupils in ancient times. They were gifted with extraordinary talents and boundless power. People with double pupils often have 2 pupils of different colors hidden in their eyes. Those with red pupils are as warlike as tigers, those with gold pupils seek good fortune and avoid danger, and those with silver pupils are gifted and have the potential to become immortals. Gao Changxing realized that the reason why the little guy was able to survive all kinds of dangers was probably related to his silver pupils. Gao Changxing had a plan in mind. Perhaps with the help of Tianxing City's god of medicine inheritance, he could find a suitable elixir for the red panda and stimulate its potential. Among the 2 major families of the ancient medicine god, the Sima family and the Shao family, they may have suitable elixirs. Thinking of this, Gao Changxing's heart was filled with hope. He returned to his warm home before sunset. Looking at little Gao Hao who was learning to walk, he felt more and more relieved. "My dear, the future is yours," he whispered. In the room, Gao Hao was suddenly picked up by his father Gao Changxing, and his body instantly flew into the air. For the first time, he felt the thrill and excitement of flying. Although he was a little scared, after several throws and catches, he began to enjoy this moment of freedom. When Gao Hao landed steadily, his father looked around and asked, "Where's your mother?" Gao Hao's gaze turned to the kitchen in the outer courtyard. Today, Mother Wu Qing Yuan specially bought some precious supplements to reward father for his hard work all day. A 60-centimeter long giant shrimp was brought home by his mother. The claws were even bigger than the shrimp head, which surprised Gao Hao. He thought to himself that he might not even be able to deal with this shrimp now. This world is really mysterious. Not only did the mother prepare a sumptuous dinner, she also picked the smallest lobster to avoid waste. Gao Hao could only stare at these delicacies, because he had to wait another 5 months before he could start eating soft food. The upcoming sacred beast blessing ceremony filled Gao Hao's heart with anticipation. Every family member is eligible to receive the blessing of the sacred beast, while the common people rely on the staff of the Beast Tamer Association for blessings, which makes the Beast Tamer Association highly respected among the common people. In the hundreds of thousands of villages surrounding Tianxing City, only less than 10,000 children awaken their beast taming space every year, which makes the status of beast tamers even more honorable. In this fantasy world, owning a beast taming space means endless wealth and power. The Gao family's current majesty and strength are also the result of the hard work of several generations. Gao Hao was born very lucky in this life. He has 2 parents who are at the level of a royal lord, and they love and care about him very much. His family is also developing well and is very powerful. Both parents are healthy, and there are no particularly powerful enemies. There are even grandparents and two great-grandfathers who are the highest authority in the family. Great-grandfather Gao Tianxing is the head of the Gao family. He is responsible for all the large-scale businesses of the family, as well as training rewards and the allocation of important resources between the various families. During this time, Gao Hao also sorted out the relationships near and far and made plans for his future. After all, this is an extraordinary and magical world of taming beasts. In his previous life, Gao Hao didn't study hard when he was a child, so he didn't find a good and stable job until he was in his 20s and almost 30. Now I have to start all over again, and I dare not slack off. We must live a wonderful life without regrets in this life. My second grandfather Gao Yuan was rather idle. I heard that he was a famous playboy when he was young. He was good at eating, drinking, and having fun. He learned mixed doubles from his parents and broke his legs several times, but he never changed. He has married several wives who were willing to marry him, but his health has not been able to take it in recent years. More than a dozen children in the family have grown up, and there are more family affairs in his family, and he is often criticized by his great-grandfather. However, Gao Hao still felt envious after hearing this, because those grandmother-level elders were really beautiful. Although she only has 80% of her mother's appearance, in her previous life, she was an unattainable goddess who was also very generous in giving gifts. Gao Hao wore 2 gold bracelets on his hands, a round warm jade around his waist, a gold lock necklace around his neck, and silver rings on his feet. It was given by my second grandfather's great-grandmother. Her name was Shuebing. She was very beautiful and gentle. She seemed to have the secret of eternal youth and looked only in her 20s. The great-grandmother of the second grandfather is also Gao Yu's biological grandmother. His son Gao Shueming is only half a month older than his father Gao Changsha. He is also the son of my great-grandfather and a defeated general of Gao Qiqiang. The two have had a good relationship since childhood, and there has never been much conflict. My father's generation, from Gao Qiqiang, Gao Shueming, and Gao Changsheng, are the 3 direct descendants of the Gao family, and they will also be the successors of the next generation of senior management of the Gao family. In terms of ranking in the family, my grandfather is the 3rd child, and of course his son Gao Changsheng is also the 3rd child. He is about 3 months younger than my great-grandfather's son, Gao Qiqiang. Then I was often bullied when I was a child, but later I worked hard to study and passed the exam after a period of time. In the end, my father was still a little short and lost the duel to Gao Qiqiang, and the holy beast pill was also taken away. Afterwards, he suspected that my great-grandfather had given him some special treatment. I have been holding a grudge for more than 15 years. 90% of the conflicts within the family are due to the gap in resource allocation. Gao Changsheng is now almost 30 years old and has reached the age of grandchildren. Gao Qiqiang's son Gao Zhen, and his second grandfather's 2 direct granddaughters, Gao Yu and Gao Qing. Then there is the second grandmother, Guo Yao, who had a quarrel and took her son Gao Youfu and grandson Gao Chen with her and ran back to her mother's home. These are the 4 direct descendants of the Gao family. Their generation is very lively. Finally, there are Gao Changsheng's daughter and son, Gao Ninian, and Gao Hao himself. The family relationships are rather complicated. Of course, this is just a kinship network of 3 generations with relatively deep blood ties. The issue with the most conflicts was that my second grandfather married 6 wives, and then they divided resources between the direct and collateral branches. Each of them is a powerful person above the level of royal king, which causes more conflicts within the family. So sometimes, if there are too many daughters-in-law and not enough resources, even a big family cannot afford to support them. Of course, the most important thing is that my second grandfather was so handsome when he was young, as handsome as Panin, which made people envy and hate him. Girls always scream when they see him. Plus, he has an outstanding family background, and he is definitely tall, rich, and handsome, so it is impossible to refuse him. There are all kinds of irresponsible children from wealthy families, and adding me won't change anything. Gao Changsheng was also handsome when he was young, but he was not smart at all. He only wanted to kill Gao Qiqiang, and he has become the representative of the strongest generation of the Gao family. He even thought about going to the imperial capital to practice and improve himself. In the end, despite his efforts, he was not selected. He lacked talent and understanding, and was impulsive. His student days were not particularly glorious. He was better than the average person. In the magical beast taming school, he is very wild and offends people. In beast taming duels, regardless of gender, he treats everyone equally and never lets anyone win. This is true gender equality, and he has no worldly manners at all. And every time my father fought with other beastmen, he would beat the other beastmen half to death. He could be described as lawless. It wasn't until I met my mother, Yuan, that I calmed down. My mother is the second daughter of the Wu family in Heijin province. Gao Hao guessed that it was probably because he couldn't win. Then I did the tasks assigned by the college. In the past, when I encountered problems, I was very impulsive and would just knock people down before asking questions. Now he wouldn't knock someone down first and then ask the reason. He gradually accepted the fact that he was not as talented as Gao Qiqiang. After all, it is difficult to be in the top 50 every year in the same school. Gao Qiqiang was always among the top 10 in annual assessments, and even ranked among the top 3 in the school before graduation, thus never bringing shame to the Gao family. Although in the eyes of many ordinary people, being able to enter the Magical Beast Taming Academy is already the pinnacle of life. However, only those who have entered the academy understand that this is just the starting point for beast tamers learning. The fierce competition can be described as like the rolling Yangtze River flowing eastward, its waves washing away all heroes. All kinds of talents and abilities are amazing. The ability to remember everything at a glance is just a natural ability. Even the genius who is ranked first in the academy is of common origin, but he always has opportunities. No matter how dangerous the situation is, he can always turn danger into safety, turn misfortune into fortune, and overcome all obstacles. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the darling of the gods in heaven. God is really feeding him. Later, I encountered many setbacks in my practice. Gao Chongqing discovered that he was only alive because of his strong parents. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up by the students of the academy or expelled from the school. How could he have cultivated to the respected level of Yujun and lived to this day? His mother's identity as a royal princess was really useful in the past. Now, Gao Chongqing is doing some transportation work in a peaceful manner. For example, tasks such as escorting food and precious elixirs, as well as mining resources, will all be done automatically. My grandfather Gao Xiaotian has another daughter who is much stronger than my father Gao Chongqing. That is, his father's biological sister, 3 years younger than his father, and it seemed that they were not born from the same parents. She went to the northern college that his father had always dreamed of, the Royal Beast Taming Academy. It is known as the best beast taming academy in the world. The disciples of the 8 ancient tribes are all practicing in it. There are only 100 places for the other 5 provinces to enter every year. It's like a huge army trying to cross a single plank bridge. Even a single point difference can squeeze out hundreds of thousands of people. At that time, the top 10 representatives of the Magical Beast Taming Academy went to the north to participate in the Beast Taming Exchange competition. Although Gao Chongqing was not qualified to go with them, he later learned about the situation from the records of the photo stone. Except for the Academy's top genius, the others were beaten to a pulp, and it could be described as horrible. There was no way they could compete with the disciples of the 8 ancient clans. They are the same age, both under 18 years old, but they are actually one major realm higher than them in cultivation. If there is one more beast tamer, don't think about challenging higher-level enemies. Escaping is the most important thing. This is a warning and also a fact. The chance of winning a challenge against a higher-level opponent is only 1 in 10,000. After the competition, the first-place winner chose to stay in the north. The territory there is more vast and colorful. The East Province is larger than 20-star South provinces and is the basic foundation for the development of the Zhongyuan Empire. Wu Qingyuan listened and nodded. Gao Chongqing was still very reliable at the critical moment. At this moment, Gao Hao was still immersed in the joy of his body's sudden surge of strength. Mystical power surged throughout the body, and this power flowed through the internal organs, as if there were a pair of gentle hands caressing them. Every time the imperial qi circulated through the internal organs, the body's imperial qi grew stronger. He felt that he now had enough strength to kill a calf with one punch, but he wondered if it was an illusion. This is a feeling that comes from the heart, and he can now more intuitively feel the imperial energy drifting in the heaven and earth. I also have a deeper understanding of the magic of Dragon Secret. The sky returned to its original clearness, and the sun was now hanging high in the sky. Before they knew it, more than 4 hours had passed. It's almost 10:30. Gao Chongqing has taken back the Songlong beast, and the flowers, plants and trees in the courtyard have returned to their original state, but their colors have become much brighter, obviously having received a lot of water from the energy bath just now. Wu Qingyuan carried Gao Hao back to the house to practice. Gao Chongqing touched the hot sweat on his forehead. His face looked a little pale, as if he was anemic. Using the blessing of the super holy beast took a lot of toll on him. Because the violent energy needs to be filtered and concentrated to leave only the most original and easily absorb life energy. This is also a huge loss for the Beastmaster at the Yujun realm. Fortunately, this is his son, so it is worth it even if he has to pay 10 times more. Touching the remaining 1,500 yuan in his pocket, a look of joy appeared on his face. Yuan, I'm going to the fish and shrimp market to buy some big crabs so we can have rice for lunch. Gao Changxing asked. Yuan listened and replied, go ahead, and buy a few pounds of brown sugar. Understood. Gao Changxing replied. Gao Hao was lying on his bed in the room. Looking inside his body, he could see a lot of energy, which was continuously transformed into imperial qi and flowed into the blue space in his mind. It was not until after 11 o'clock that the door was pushed open. Gao Changsheng was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, which was a fragrant stewed rice with crab roe. Gao Ninian walked in carrying her small school bag and looked at the fat child on the bed with a puzzled expression on her face. Mom, who is he? He's so fat. He looks so funny, like a ball. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Gao Ninian's ruthless ridicule, Gao Hao didn't know how fat he was, but he felt that his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Gao Ninian looked around as she spoke, as if looking for something. Ninian, stop talking nonsense. He looks much cuter when he's a little fatter. He's your brother, Wu Qingyuan said seriously, but when she saw Gao Hao's appearance, she still had a smile on her face. Fat and plump, especially the belly and face, but the limbs appear very short, which looks very uncoordinated. Gao Ninian couldn't believe what she heard, and immediately ran forward to take a look, with a look of disgust on her face. What a fat little brother. I don't like him. Mom, look, his belly is bigger than that of a pig. Gao Hao stopped practicing, turned over and stood up, touched his round belly, snorted, glanced at Gao Ninian, then clenched his fists with a look of joy on his face. The most important part of practicing the first level of dragon art is to turn practice into an instinct, just like human breathing, and bring practice and breathing rhythm into one's own body instincts. With every breath you take, every minute and every second, you are breathing and practicing naturally, which subtly strengthens your physical fitness. Let cultivation become a physical instinct. At this moment, Gao Hao can feel that he has already mastered the basics of dragon art and resonates with his heartbeat and breathing. Coordinate your breathing with your heartbeat to allow the qi in the 7 meridians and 8 vessels to flow to the internal organs. Although each cycle takes more than an hour and only a tiny bit of qi is increased, it is still a considerable number every day, every month, and every year. Cultivation is a process of accumulation over time. Moreover, as long as one works hard to improve physical fitness, high-intensity qi control training every day can also increase the time. For example, Gao Ninian can now practice for 2 hours in the practice room. And these 2 hours of practice can allow the qi to circulate back and forth hundreds of times. After the physical fitness is improved, the meridians, heart, and breathing rhythm can all undergo tremendous changes. By constantly strengthening the internal organs and the functions of every part of the body, food digestion will be accelerated and exercise will become very easy. A light jump will take you 2 or 3 meters. This is the change brought about by controlling qi, which naturally and imperceptibly improves all the skills of the body. And at this moment Gao Hao has completed a transformation. He became a glorious 1-star earthbender, and even the cells in his body were strengthened by his energy control. There was still some unused energy stored in his belly. Now you can choose a beast tamer that suits you, cultivate feelings with it, sign a harmonious contract for mutual growth, and have your first beast tamer partner. However, his first beast is already ready. Ordinary people have to look at their own circumstances. Those with better conditions can go to the beast market, while those with worse conditions have to go to the surrounding forests to look for one with their families. It is very dangerous to capture beast tamer cubs, especially those that have not received professional training. The chance of a successful contract will be very small, so beast tamer training and education is an unavoidable expense. Hearing his father's words, he knew that his golden panda beast would not be available until a week later, so he was naturally looking forward to it. He also tolerated his sister saying that he was fat. After all, he is only 3 months old and doesn't care much about his appearance. Just looking at his parents' appearance, you can tell that he will definitely be a handsome little boy in 10 years. At noon, Gao Hao was sitting in a baby chair, and Gao Ninian was holding a thick crab leg, sucking the tender meat, her mouth full of oil and her face full of happiness. Dad, the crabs you cooked are so delicious. The meat is so tender and smooth. If it tastes good, eat more. I bought 340 gene crabs, which is more than enough for you. Gao Changsheng said. Gao Hao didn't take it seriously at first, but as he watched Gao Ninian eat and drink, he became stunned. It was hard to tell that Gao Ninian was a child less than 2 years old. He actually ate half a big crab and 3 big bowls of golden rice. His appetite is really huge. The rice looked full of grains, and had a golden sheen due to the addition of crab roe. Gao Hao was drooling and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty. Brother, you are so fat now. I will let you smell it and see how good I am to you. When you have nice toys in the future, remember to give them to me first. Gao Nianyan had an instructive expression on her face. Gao Hao listened and turned away. The three of them finished all the food on the table. Gao Changsheng slumped in the chair, touching his stomach. Yuan, I'll leave the dishes to you to wash. I'll take Nianyan out for a walk to help digest the food. Yeah. Yuan nodded and carried Gao Hao back to the inner room. It was finally his turn to eat. The day passed quietly. The next morning, Gao Hao opened his eyes and found Gao Nianyan had already drunk the meat porridge. Yuan was holding one in each hand and heading towards Gao's school. Gao Nianyan is currently attending the intermediate earth control class. Gao Hao is a beginner. The Gao family's main residence occupies the largest area in the entire Tianxing City, and the school is located in the family's central courtyard. Among them are not only children from the Gao family, but also many civilian children who are dependent on the Gao family. Children who have awakened the talent for beast taming space, their families will be eligible to move into the Gao family's outer courtyard. The family will arrange food, clothing, and housing for the children who have awakened their talent for the beast taming space, and will also invest 20 million yuan in the future and give rewards based on their growth and training progress. Hello, third auntie. A 3-year-old girl greeted. Aunt. The little girl with twin ponytails called out as she watched Yuan walking out holding Gao Hao's arm. Third sister, where is your Changsheng? Many people greeted him along the way, and Yuan responded one by one with a serious and slight smile on his face. Still asleep? Who is this? Yuan said as he looked at a child about the same age as Gao Hao. Gao Hao also looked over. It was a girl with short emerald green hair. She was biting her fingers and looked quite cute. The second young lady of the Xiao family, Xiaomi. I have been working at the Xiao family during this period, taking care of the second young lady's daily life. Today, I will come to the Gao Family Academy for classes. The two women were walking and talking. Gao Hao felt bored and looked around. There were willow trees on the main road, with larks perching on the branches. In addition to them, there were some beautiful women holding children. They were dressed very elegantly, and the different costumes could be seen at a glance. Most of the Gao family members wear blue clothes, while the other ethnic groups wear red and yellow, and ordinary civilians wear green. Each has its own characteristics and circles. There is a plaque with the words Gao Family Academy hanging at the door. Entering the house was a spacious classroom. There were already more than a dozen beautiful women, each of them quietly waiting with their children in their arms. Yuan found an empty seat and sat down. Her sister, who was called Yuan's third sister, had a job similar to that of a nanny. The little girl didn't cry or make a fuss. She blinked her bright big eyes and kept observing her surroundings. Occasionally, she would take a sip of the bottle hanging on her chest. She was so adorable. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, the door of the classroom opened and an aunt in her 40s came in, dressed in professional teacher's attire. He glanced at the number of people in the classroom. A slight smile appeared on his face, and then he walked quickly to the podium. Dear parents, my name is Zhenwu. I am a first-level teacher hired by the Gao family. I am mainly responsible for explaining the levels of beast masters, the experience of primary cultivation, the precautions in the earth control stage, and the basic pinyin for reading and writing. Zhenwu said this and left the blackboard. Gao Hao looked at it carefully and found that what was described here was actually the pinyin of Chinese characters and slightly changed radicals of the characters. After about half an hour of explanation, Gao Hao had understood that this beast taming world used Chinese characters, but some of the characters were different from what he had learned and had changed. Gao Hao took a 20-minute break, drank a few sips of milk, and went to the toilet. The knowledge he learned in the next 5 days was the same. The most basic numbers, pinyin, radicals, and some very simple games. Although very childish, Gao Hao did not miss any class. He studies very seriously. Now he doesn't dare to look at the world with the eyes of his previous life. The meanings of some words are completely different when expressed differently. Even though he had some basics, he still had to learn again and again, and his learning progress was the fastest among his peers in the class. Next week, we will talk about the levels of beast tamers. Gao Hao lay on the table, writing the Chinese characters he learned today carefully, not daring to be careless in the slightest. After finishing his homework, he lay on his small bed and practiced meditation on dragon art. Yes, he practiced while lying flat on his back, not sitting cross-legged. To practice, one needs to relax the whole body and let the qi flow naturally along with the blood to every part of the body. After a week of digestion and absorption, the fat on the cheeks and stomach has disappeared by half. If he continues to practice like this, at most a month, he will become a handsome boy again. In the afternoon, Gao Changsheng came back from work. There are no classes at junior college on Sundays, so Gao Hao studies and reviews his lessons at home. He finds that his memory is really strong, almost to the point of being able to remember everything he sees. The other children are basically not bad either. This is probably the difference of awakening the beast taming space. Their memory and learning speed are very fast. This is his most intuitive feeling. He himself seemed to be just an ordinary member of the group. Xiao Hao, Daddy has brought you a beast. Gao Changsheng pushed open the door and held in his hand a small cage with a furry panda in it, looking very cute and chewing on bamboo. Gao Hao heard the sound in the room, immediately put down his book and ran to the door. Dad, give it to me quickly. After waiting for a long time, it is finally here, Gao Hao's first beast. Gao Hao noticed at first glance that this panda was different from others, as it had two pupils in one eye, one silver and one gold. It looked very mysterious, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. The panda with double pupils actually has double pupils. Gao Hao was stunned at first, but then he was ecstatic in his heart. He had read many novels in his previous life, and people with double pupils were invincible. He never thought that he could actually obtain a panda beast with double pupils. Ha 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 ha, could it be that I am the lucky one? Gao Hao's mouth curled up almost to his ears. The happiness and joy on his face could not be concealed at all. For a moment, he rushed forward without caring about anything else. It turned out that I was only as tall as Gao Changsheng's calf. Gao Changsheng squatted down, put the cage on the ground, and opened the door. The panda in the cage glanced at Gao Hao, yawned lazily, then turned over comfortably and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Lying on its back, fearless, it was obvious that the panda had lived too comfortably this week. It basically just ate, drank, slept, played, and slept, with no exercise at all. Gao Hao stretched out his hand to touch it, and the panda with double pupils immediately kicked its short legs with its teeth and claws bared. Dad, I want to touch it, Gao Hao said. Gao Changsheng looked at him and shook his head. Xiao Hao, you can't be too gentle when dealing with the beast master, or he will think you are weak. You can't be too tough, or he will be afraid of you. The best way is to tempt him with food, while carefully pinching the back of his neck to subdue him. Only when you become strong will the beast master be willing to recognize you as its master, make a contract with you, and obey your orders. As Gao Changsheng spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the panda with double pupils out of the cage. No matter how the panda resisted and bit, it couldn't even break his skin. Instead, the back of his neck was restrained, and he curled up into a ball. Let me go, you bad guy. The red panda howled. Gao Hao felt that he said this. He felt that since he awakened the beast taming space, he could understand some of the beast tamer's words and emotions. I don't know if other people have this talent. Chapter 5 Food Bracelet. The panda with double pupils struggled for less than a minute, and when it found that its struggle was futile, it simply lay down in Gao Changsheng's hands, not moving at all, but it did not let go of the bamboo in its hands. It looked like it was sulking, and was very adorable. Gao Hao immediately stepped forward and stroked it with his hand. The motionless little panda suddenly turned over and turned its butt towards Gao Hao. It was simply in its rebellious period. The little boy was still very stubborn. He turned his head to observe with a look of doubt and disdain in his eyes. He immediately resisted when he felt the touch on his back. Little guy, I can't beat him, so how can I let you bully me? Then the ferocious panda with double pupils had its vital points and neck controlled by Gao Changsheng. Gao Hao continued to touch the bear's soft fur and simply ignored the red panda's disdainful look. He scratched the soft belly with his little hands, feeling very comfortable, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Little panda, he will be your master from now on. He will feed you everything you eat and drink. If you offend him, will you still want to eat fresh bamboo? Gao Changsheng gently laid the little panda on the ground, but there was a threatening smile on his face, as if whether it could have food in the future depended on Gao Hao's words. The panda with double pupils looked at the bamboo in his hand, then at the tiny Gao Hao behind him, with a look of pain and struggle on his face. Thinking of how he was, a dignified panda with double pupils, he was the supreme overlord in the ancient times, commanding hundreds of thousands of mountains and millions of subordinates. How majestic he was. Now he actually wants to recognize a little kid as his master. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, he finally turned around with a smile on his face and walked reluctantly towards Gao Hao step by step, twisting his body. The closer the red panda got to Gao Hao, the brighter its eyes flickered. There was a look of shock on its face, and its double pupils seemed to see through Gao Hao. Could this little brat also be an ancient powerful being who has reincarnated with his memories? The panda with double pupils had a look of deep shock on his face, because in his eyes Gao Hao's soul was extremely tough, more than 100 times that of an ordinary child, and his aptitude for taming beasts was top-notch. A strong soul means strong perseverance, and one can contract more powerful and ferocious beast types. The strength of the beast taming space is also related to the tenacity of one's own soul. This was obviously abnormal and unusual, and there was a smell on its body that was very tempting to it. This smell was not detectable by ordinary beast masters. It was as if it had encountered its favorite food, the purple gold divine bamboo. Her face couldn't help but become gentle and intoxicated. Gao Hao stood and observed the panda with double pupils. The little guy had quite a lot of expressions, from disdain at the beginning to observation after approaching him. There was a thoughtful look on his face. If it were Gao Hao in his previous life, he would definitely shout out loud. This panda must have become a spirit. It could actually smile and think. The beast men in this world are very spiritual creatures. They have essentially transcended the scope of primitive wild beasts. They have the ability to think independently and know how to learn and observe. Moreover, a beast master can clearly feel whether his master is good to him. When a beast master is young, he cannot speak human language and can only rely on telepathic understanding. Only when the beast master grows to a complete form can he speak human language. These basic knowledge will be taught one by one in Gao Family Academy. Gao Hao stretched out his arm to touch it. This time the panda with double pupils did not resist or dodge. Instead, a smile of recognition appeared on its face. If it was the reincarnation of an ancient powerful man, if you recognize him as your master, it will actually take advantage of you. After all, that was an era full of immortal skills. If I could learn a few of them, I might even have a chance to become a super immortal beast in this life. To put it another way, Gao Hao's beast taming space is definitely very powerful, just like his double pupils, which help him avoid crises time and time again. Now maybe it is fate's arrangement. The panda with double pupils slowly lay down and chewed on the bamboo. In addition, the Gao family was really good to him. Not only did they help him awaken his double pupil bloodline, they also gave him very fresh golden bamboo to eat. One of these bamboos is worth more than 10,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a senior technician's monthly income. So whether out of gratitude or out of his own speculation about Gao Hao's abnormal soul, the panda with double pupils chose the simplest way at this moment. He just lay on the ground and let Gao Hao touch his body. It's definitely not that they are afraid of starving. I heard that some human beast masters know how to starve an eagle, where they starve the beast to death by not eating or drinking for a month, and then force it into a contract. This is the type of getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. He doesn't want this to happen. Being able to stay alive and even grow into a super fairy beast is his new goal in this life. Gao Hao reached out and picked up the panda with double pupils and found that the panda that had been resisting just now had become docile. Could it be that this little guy could already understand human language? What a little foodie. Gao Hao complained in his heart. At this moment, Gao Changxing took out a white jade bracelet, looked at Gao Hao and said seriously, "This is a food storage space. There are 100 golden bamboos stored in it. They will not wither with the flow of the outside world and will always maintain their original state." Then he stretched out his hand and stayed on Gao Hao's arm and said, "This is the food for the panda with double pupils for 3 months. From now on, you have to feed it yourself every day. Don't be lazy and rely on your mother. Cultivate your feelings and tacit understanding." Gao Changsheng continued to explain. The method of use is very simple. Use your spiritual power to collide with the white jade bracelet in your azure space, and it will open. You can decide how many golden bamboos you want to take out according to your will. Gao Hao's eyes lit up as he listened. This must be the kind of treasure that can store things. He immediately explored it with his mental power, and his consciousness immediately entered a snow-white space. There are many golden bamboos inside, each of which is 3 feet long, about 10 meters, but only as thick as 3 fingers, feeling so thin. Gao Hao used his mental power to break off a piece from a used golden bamboo, very easily. Then he withdrew his mental power from the storage space and took out a small piece. The golden bamboo immediately appeared in his hand. It felt cool to the touch, with a metallic texture, and Gao Hao couldn't help but want to put it in his mouth to taste it. Gao Changsheng watched as the corner of his mouth moved closer, but didn't stop him. When Gao Hao bit down on it, his baby teeth immediately felt the toughness of iron. He stretched out his hand and tried to pry it apart, but found that the golden bamboo was really hard and did not move at all. Also about 3 months old, this red panda actually feeds on iron-containing substances such as golden bamboo. It can be said that it is worthy of being the cub of the golden sacred beast, the panda. The growth progress is encouraging and the potential is huge. Gao Hao gave up and stuck out his tongue to lick the broken part of the golden bamboo. There was a little emerald green liquid there, and then Gao Hao's expression was stunned. It tastes so sweet, like the concentrated essence of sugar, and it also has the unique fragrance of bamboo. If we can use this kind of bamboo to make wine, it will definitely be a top-notch wine. Gao Hao was thinking in his mind. The panda with double pupils looked at his master with shining eyes, with a serious expression and hesitation about his decision. Could it be that this master also liked to eat golden bamboo? As the ancient overlord of the 10,000 mountains, he always ate alone and had no habit of sharing. Although he later encountered danger and fled in all directions, he was attacked and devoured by a giant ghost-headed lion beast. With a start in his heart, the panda with double pupils looked at his new life again. Now he was just a panda with double pupils who had not grown up yet and had experienced several life and death crises. After hesitating for a moment, I finally lay down. If it was just a small part, it was still acceptable. Gao Hao squatted down, looked at the panda with double pupils not far away and said, "Come here quickly. I'll give you something to eat." The panda with double pupils immediately straightened its lazy body, looked at the dried golden bamboo in its hand, and a happy, carefree expression immediately appeared on its face. Running towards Gao Hao happily, this panda with double pupils really is a mother who only cares about whoever feeds him. No matter if it is an ancient overlord or an immortal, none of them are as important as eating. He immediately rubbed Gao Hao's calf affectionately, and Gao Hao did not hesitate to put the golden bamboo in the hands of the panda with double pupils. This small piece is 10 centimeters long, and based on the red panda's chewing speed, it will take more than half an hour to eat. Each of those golden bamboos is about 10 meters long. I feel like it won't be a problem to hold on for a year, Gao Hao thought to himself, with a bit of doubt on his face. Chapter 6. Is this a panda or a kitten? Sunday. Gao Hao played with the panda with double pupils for the morning. I was reluctant to let go at noon. I loved it so much. This lovely look will belong to him from now on. I distanced myself from it and took out the golden bamboo to tempt it. The panda with double pupils just shook its body and ran over reluctantly. It was so much fun. I wonder if I can use food to tempt my Uncle Wu Chifeng's Qilin to touch it. After all, the Qilin is a legendary lucky beast. Touch it. Maybe you can get some blessings. Gao Ninian came back at noon and saw the cute panda with double pupils and wanted to play with it, but was sternly stopped by Wu Qingyuan. The contract has not been signed yet. This is the initial stage of cultivating tacit understanding and feelings. Being contaminated by too many people's sense will not be conducive to the future contract recognition. During the rest time after dinner, there was a little nest for the red panda next to his bed. It was made by Gao Changsheng. Feeding the panda with double pupils is really a job of neither small nor large. Gao Hao tried hard to adapt. Every half hour or 40 minutes, he would take out a piece of golden bamboo for the panda with double pupils to eat, and also give it a bottle of milk. He could only rest when the panda fell asleep. Maybe it was because of the protective energy, I was able to adapt to the day and rest for the night. When I woke up in the morning, I was still energetic and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, I felt very comfortable. Gao Ninian went to practice early in the morning and went out before the sun came out. Gao Changsheng and Wu Qingyuan also wanted to practice. Cultivation is a persistent thing. We should do morning exercise every day because purple air comes from the east. At that moment, a special air will appear in the air. This air has the unique effect of activating blood circulation and nourishing the body. It also has an auxiliary effect on some exercises and can also make the qi in the body boil. These few minutes of exercise are equivalent to a whole hour of hard training in using the exercises. This is a special gift given to humans by the sun god between heaven and earth. It is very important for those who practice martial arts and cultivate spiritual cultivation. A day's plan begins in the morning. A year's plan begins in spring. This is the experience gained over hundreds of thousands of years. When Gao Hao got up, the panda with double pupils was stretching its short legs, opening its mouth and stretching lazily. Ah! Gao Hao immediately channeled his mental power into the white jade bracelet, took out a piece of golden bamboo, got out of bed, walked more than 10 meters, and then shook it at the panda with double pupils. The red panda immediately turned over, jumped to the ground, and ran towards Gao Hao. Gao Hao suddenly felt like he had a pet dog and a very precious panda with double pupils. He threw the food to the panda with double pupils, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, Wu Qingyuan came back from training and went to the room to take a shower. He also took him to wash his face and hands and changed into a blue uniform. After drinking milk in the morning, Wu Qingyuan took him and the panda with double pupils to the Gao family academy, which Gao Hao had observed in the junior academy. There were only 3 children with beasts. One of them was Xiaomi, the princess of the Xiao family, and the other was from a vassal village of the Gao family, whose father died in order to capture the criminal. His name is Zhang Xiao. He awakened the river's space. The Gao family rewarded him with a water-type beast, the blue-eyed water python. He has been in the junior college for half a year and has the strength of a 2-star earth beast. Just last week I heard that the contract was successful and that he was about to transfer to the intermediate earth control class. Although becoming a 1-star earth controller allows one to perform a contract beast control, there is a possibility of failure. For example, if one's mental strength is not enough, physical fitness is not good enough, or other unexpected situations occur, and the contract fails, one will need to break through again and become a 2-star earthbender to get another chance. There are a total of 9 opportunities to make a contract until one becomes a 10-star Beastmaster. 89% of Beastmasters will succeed in making a contract when they become a 3-star Beastmaster. Very few people can successfully make a contract with the 5-star Earth Control. And the 10-star Earth Taming contract was 100% successful, which was recorded in the history books, but it also proved that this person's talent for beast taming was very low. The other child who could tamed beasts was a descendant of the Gao family's side branch. He was an illegitimate child, but he awakened the beast taming space and thus became qualified to return to the Gao family. In addition, the Gao family compensated with a beast. It was not clear who it belonged to, but most people privately said it belonged to my second grandfather. There is yellow mud in the crotch. It is either shit or it is shit. In this situation, if Gao Hao's father saw him, would he also call him cousin, and he would have to call him uncle? Fortunately, it was just a rumor. Gao Hao found it really difficult to call a half-year-old child uncle. His beast was a very precious bull elephant. I don't know if the elephant cheated or the old cow had a split leg. It has a long nose, golden horns, and limbs that are thicker than those of an average old cow. Every time he makes everyone envious, Gao Hao is of course one of them. It seems that while others drive Ferraris to school, he rides an electric bike to school. It feels completely different. When the panda with double pupils grows up a little, he can ride to school. By then, he will definitely be the most handsome cub in the Gao family's junior class. Entering Gao Family Academy again, I felt familiar with the place. There were already a few children in the classroom, surrounding her and praising her, with smug and joyful looks on their faces. Wow, wow. There was a sudden exclamation. Wow, kitten. This is a kitten. What a cute kitten. This is not a kitten. This is a panda. It's a kitten. If I say it is, then it is. Xiaomi held her own tamer flame cat and stood in her seat, looking at the boy who refuted her, with an unhappy look on her face. Gao Hao looked at the little panda in his arms, then looked at the 2 quarreling friends, with a serious look on his face. Xiaomi looked at Gao Hao seriously, and another friend also looked at Gao Hao seriously. Han Ping, if you admit your mistake, it is indeed a kitten. Gao Hao was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. Xiaomi laughed immediately after hearing this, and her expression became somewhat arrogant when she looked at Han Ping. I'll just say he's a little kitty. Wu Qingyuan looked at Gao Hao in silence for a while. Kids nowadays are still thinking of riddles, and they only listen to half of what people say. Han Ping glanced at Gao Hao, then glanced at Xiaomi, then sat back in his seat in silence. Wu Qingyuan glanced at Han Ping. The kid was only about half a year old, but he could actually react. He saw that Gao Hao didn't want to argue with Xiaomi, so he chose to give in. This is what it means to be precocious. The other children ran over to look at Gao Hao's panda with excitement on their faces. What a cute kitten, but its eyes are both black, just like a panda. Xiaomi was feeling very proud. She walked over and saw that the little panda's cheeks instantly turned red. Its ears turned red, and it looked at Gao Hao with red eyes. Snort. She turned around with a proud look on her face, ran to her nanny, and stuck out her tongue at Gao Hao. She knew she had seen it wrong, but she just didn't want to admit it. And he was a little angry. After all, as soon as he entered the door, the red panda curled up into a ball and looked like a sleeping kitten. Han Ping had sharp eyes and noticed the red panda's short, round tail. The friendship between his friends was broken in an instant. Xiaomi didn't say a word to him during the entire day's recess. Gao Hao was also happy to have some free time and would feed the double-pupil panda some food from time to time. Students, after a week of study, we have learned about numbers, words, and pinyin. Today, I will explain to you the Earth control stage of the Beastmaster and the many small problems encountered in it. Teacher Zhenwu wore glasses and his usual professional attire, long pants, black high heels, and long sleeves. His teaching style was meticulous and his attitude was focused and serious. Beast masters are great beings. In ancient times, they helped humans to reclaim wasteland, build cities, discover edible and planted food, and find suitable and very rare metal materials. All of this was inseparable from the efforts of beast masters. Among them, earth control is the first level of a beast tamer's training. In order to allow beast tamers to better identify their own physical conditions, earth control is divided into 10 stages, and each stage is called 1 star. You have opened up the 8 extraordinary meridians in your body. This stage is a 1-star earth control. Congratulations! You can go find your first beast to make a contract with. After the contract is successful, you will gain a very magical ability, as if it is an innate talent, such as being able to become invisible, swallow some metal, run faster than others, or increase your physical strength. For example, the arm strength is strong, or the eyes become different from others and can see through things and go through walls. There are also many physical talents, such as flying, not afraid of ice, and all kinds of abilities are countless. As teacher Jinwu was speaking, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. He immediately sorted out the textbooks and suddenly looked at Gao Hao. Teacher Jinwu said to everyone, "Our beginner class monitor Zhang Xiao will be transferred to the intermediate earth control class next week. Next week, Gao Hao will be the class monitor. Also, everyone, remember to review your lessons. If you feel pain during the contract process, don't panic. You can immediately practice the exercises to relieve the pain." The teacher will continue to explain the various situations in the earth control stage in the next class. I hope everyone will study hard. Teacher Jinwu left the classroom. Gao Hao heard that he had become the class monitor. Although he was only a kindergarten class monitor, the feeling of being a leader was different. Even Xiaomi's eyes when she looked at him changed, from a smug and cold look to a look of entanglement. Her mother told her to learn from the class monitor. Should we make peace now? Will he forgive me if I give him a candy? Chapter 7 Introduction to the 4 Growth Stages of Beast Tamers. Xiaomi occasionally glanced at Gao Hao, and then found that this little fat boy didn't even look at her. He was either feeding his own beasts, taking a break, reading a book, or going to the toilet. Even if they were playing, he would just stand aside and watch, not participating. As a result, the whole day, Xiaomi didn't find a suitable opportunity, but Han Ping was different. He had long forgotten what happened in the morning and came to talk to her in the afternoon. Look at her beast-taming flame cat. The flame cat is a fire-type beast that has a very strong fire resistance. When it reaches adulthood, its tail will burn with a ball of blue flame. It now looks similar to a cat, but it is ferocious enough to hunt some large creatures. Crocodiles, dinosaurs, lions, and tigers are all within its food range. The fire cat is a carnivorous beast. When it grows up, its size can be comparable to that of a calf. It can swim in magma and even prey on fire dragon cubs. Legend has it that the ultimate fire cat has 9 lives. This brings us to the growth stage of the Beastmaster. A week passed quietly. Teacher Jinwu explains every day some precautions in the earth control stage, such as not being able to make a contract when having a cold, fever, or when the beast is sick. A physical examination should be done before the contract is signed to confirm that both the beast and the owner are in good health. Gao Hao originally thought that he would be able to make a contract with the panda with double pupils soon, but a week passed and his parents still had no preparation. I couldn't help feeling a little anxious. My parents came back from practicing in the early morning. Gao Hao sat up from his crib, and after finishing his feeding, he followed his mother to the Gao Family Academy. Today, teacher Jinwu will talk about the growth levels of beast taming, and finally will not talk about the dangerous conditions in the earth taming stage. After listening to the same class for several days, he feels like his head is about to explode. But I always remind myself to stay calm and be serious. When he arrived in the classroom, he collected homework as the class monitor. Although it was a very simple math problem below 10, there were still several students who made mistakes, such as the famous and arrogant student Xiaomi. Her math grades have always been terrible. You would never tell from her appearance that she is a stupid girl. In order to get along well with Xiaomi, he took 2 pieces of paper and made a simple cylinder arithmetic machine on the weekend, intending to give it to Xiaomi as proof of their reconciliation. Xiaomi, I have a gift for you. Gao Hao looked at the man scratching his head and cheek, sitting alone with a painful expression on his face. Xiaomi pouted unhappily, with an expression that said, "If you dare to laugh, I'll cry." Gao Hao walked over with a sigh and taught Xiaomi how to use the arithmetic device. In just a few minutes, the 10 arithmetic problems that had stumped her all day were completed. After Gao Hao collected the homework, he placed it on the podium. After teacher Jinwu came in, he pulled open the blackboard, on which was a drawing of the growth process of a puppy. Students, today we are learning about the growth of beasts. Look at this newborn puppy. Isn't it very small and its eyes haven't opened yet? Yes, it's very small. Everyone said in unison. Students, these puppies will live under their mother's breastfeeding for a month. We call this period of time the full moon period, which is also the most dangerous stage for them to die prematurely. Teacher Wu Zhen looked at the audience and continued. After this dangerous stage, the puppy has opened its eyes and can walk, trot, and exercise. In the next 6 months, it will change and grow rapidly. We call this stage the infancy period. During this period, the puppy will recognize its owner and know its home. This is an important period for the puppy to get familiar with its living environment and family. Then the dog enters the next stage, which is a slow growth period. He will fight according to his instincts. If an enemy enters his kennel or snatches his dog bowl, he will be very angry. The dog in the growth period will become taller. Teacher Jinwu pointed at the blackboard, on which was a huge black dog that was over 1 meter tall and looked extremely ferocious. Students, the aggressiveness and defensiveness of the growing beasts are the strongest. They like to fight, are sensitive to changes in their surroundings, and hate others touching their food because their appetites increase greatly during this stage. Gao Hao's eyes lit up when he listened, and he looked at the sleeping panda with a look of understanding on his face. The red panda should be in its infancy now, but it grows faster than a dog, so its appetite must be getting higher every month. His father was indeed experienced, and had prepared 3 months of food for him in advance. His father was working away from home these days, and when he thought about it in class now, he felt embarrassed, as if he had treated his father as a tool. Students, the growth period of a beast is 1 year. You must remember this. This stage of cultivation is very important because different beasts eat different foods at different stages. You must prepare enough food. Teacher Jinwu looked at the adults who were taking notes, nodded slightly, and then said, the last part is about the long 3-year maturity period. The dog will gradually become mature and stable, no longer barking at passers-by, and will also know how to tell people apart and understand the ways of the world. Of course, there are some exceptions with some IQ deficiencies. They treat their owners and others equally, and even bite their own brothers and parents to death. In this case, they must be sent to the hospital for examination, because such dogs are likely fallen beasts. They are the enemy of humans and all living things. They are absolutely unforgivable. Teacher Jinwu gritted his teeth as he spoke, and the expression on his face scared the usually flamboyant Xiaomi so much that she sat up straight. The other parents also watched in silence. Fallen beasts are the natural enemies of beastmasters. Many excellent beastmasters have been attacked and killed by fallen beasts, and their deaths were horrific, making all humans hate them. Including the beastmasters, they all hate the fallen beasts as carnivores. The fallen beasts are natural destroyers. Rather than saying that these beings have no emotions, it is better to say that they are terrifying creatures that devour the world. Secretly living in the bodies of all things, the world is born. It has been fighting against all things for tens of millions of years. Over time, its name has changed. The end of the world, the deformed monster, the devourer, the monster of destruction, and the symbol of terror. The fallen beasts have various forms, and can even parasitize human bodies and devour children in their stomachs to replace them. They will devour their parents as soon as they are born, and can even disguise themselves. They have extraordinary growth. In the eyes of fallen beasts, the world is undoubtedly delicious. Not only humans, but also land, rocks, trees, flowers, and even volcanoes and magma are the targets of the fallen beasts. Everything can be devoured and grow. The most terrifying thing is not these. The most terrifying thing is that the fallen beasts have no growth limit. As long as they keep devouring, they can continue to grow and even devour each other to grow. They are also extremely intelligent. They will first eat up all the trees on a mountain, then starve the animals to death and eat the carrion. They eat everything and are not picky at all. Therefore, once a fallen beast is discovered, humans will destroy it at all costs. As long as a clue about a fallen beast is found and confirmed to be true, a reward of 100 million yuan may be obtained. The Beastmaster Association provides great assistance in this regard. Teacher Jinwu talked about the harm and danger of fallen beasts, and then returned to the starting point and continued his story. The first 4 stages of beast control are 1 month for the full moon period, half a year for the juvenile period, 1 year for the growth period, and 3 years for the mature period. Today's class ends here. Everyone go back and review. In addition, I would like to praise classmate Xiaomi. She got all the math homework right today. Very good. She has made great progress. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of me. Xiaomi looked at her homework with full marks, a proud look on her face. Gao Hao looked at Xiaomi with some sympathy, a typical example of being carried away by success. This girl had such a silly personality that her future was really worrying. Chapter 8, Going to the Beastmaster for a Physical Examination. Xiaomi looked at Gao Hao proudly, then took the report card and showed off in front of the nanny. Mother, you see my math is all correct. Zhangzi had a smile on her face. Xiaomi was not that big now, only about 4 months old, less than a month older than Gao Hao. Gao Hao is the youngest in the class. After class, children under 1 year old all ran to the yard to play games, such as hide and seek, throwing sandbags, and eagle-catching chickens. Although they looked very small, they ran very fast. Xiaomi likes to play eagle catches chicken, and Gao Hao usually sits under the eaves of the classroom and watches, or takes out half a golden bamboo and teases the double-pupiled panda in lazy sheep mode. When I was having fun, I stared at the sky in a daze. Gao Hao, do you want to play too? I'll let you grab my skirt, but I won't let you be caught by the eagle. Xiaomi sometimes stutters when speaking, but she is the most energetic when playing games, 100 times more energetic than studying beast taming knowledge in class. As the bell rang, self-study mode began, which meant reviewing the knowledge we had learned, and then learning a few unfamiliar Chinese characters, and then school was over. Learning is quite easy. Gao Hao can even learn some Chinese characters at home. A normal life is the norm. A month passed quietly, and all the energy in Gao Hao's body was consumed. His internal organs emitted a faint glow, as if he was bathing in a glowing galaxy. The whole body seems as dazzling as the Milky Way, and the internal organs emit brilliant and beautiful various strange colors, such as the red heart, green liver, orange spleen, golden lungs, and blue kidneys. The 5 internal organs were like a treasure house, continuously transforming the qi to supply the growth of the blue space in his mind. At this moment, he felt as if his body was filled up. He encountered a thin film that prevented him from moving forward. He lay on his own little bed with a look of confusion on his face, because the imperial qi no longer entered his mind, but kept flowing into other parts of his body. When I woke up early in the morning, my father Gao Changsheng had returned from work. Yuan was preparing hot water. It was really uncomfortable not to take a shower for a month, especially when escorting large quantities of supplies into the Death Star Valley. It was easy to encounter the territory of ferocious wild beasts. Gao Changsheng took off the armor and cloak he was wearing, and found that there was a dent on his chest. He washed for more than an hour before he walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Then he lay down on the grand chair with a lazy look on his face, making comfortable sounds like Guyu, and Wu Qingyuan sent the armor to the maintenance department. By the way, I spent 2 contribution points to get 2 bottles of spiritual wine from the family pharmacy, and then went to the breakfast shop to buy more than 20 steamed buns made of yalong meat. This kind of meat is very chewy and delicious, and it tastes very fresh. 2 side dishes, and broth. The total cost was more than 260 yuan, mainly because the buns were more expensive at 10 yuan each. Gao Hao was doing his homework and finished it in a minute or two. Wu Qingyuan went home and put the dishes and chopsticks for Gao Changsheng. As always, he carried Gao Hao to bed and fed him. Along the way, he touched his hands, feet, heart, and belly, and a smile appeared on his face from time to time. Changsheng, Xiao Hao's energy has been digested. You can prepare the Liangyi contract formation for the contract. I'm going to take a leave in the morning and go for a checkup, Wu Qingyuan said, and wanted to kiss Gao Hao's face again. Gao Hao looked away unnaturally. Wu Qingyuan looked at him with a sad expression and shouted unhappily, "Xiao Hao." Gao Hao was silent for a moment, then stretched his face forward again. Wu Qingyuan was happy to have gotten what he wanted. "You are such a good boy, mommy's good son." Gao Changsheng looked at the food and said, "Where's mine? I've worked hard for a month, so a kiss isn't too much of a reward, right? You annoying guy. Why are you jealous of your son?" Wu Qingyuan let go of Gao Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, feed the little panda now. When dad finishes his meal, he will take you to do a health test. Eat golden bamboo for a month." It looks like the panda with double pupils has fully recovered. After a month of feeding, the weakness is gone. You can go to the training ground after signing the contract. Gao Hao listened and nodded seriously. It turned out that a month was for the red panda to recover and also for him to absorb the remaining energy. He is now 55 centimeters tall, and the red panda is now more than half his height and has grown to the level of his belly. It is really cause for celebration. The body is fully stretched out, the belly is round and feels smoother and softer, and the appetite of the double-pupiled panda is getting bigger day by day. Gao Hao was a little worried as to whether the remaining golden bamboo could last for 2 months, so he took out a piece of golden bamboo about 30 centimeters long and fed it to the lazy sheep-mode panda. The sleeping panda with double pupils raised its little head when it smelled the scent, opened its double pupils in confusion, then revealed an anthropomorphic, flattering smile on its face, and quickly took the golden bamboo with its paws. There was a bit of confusion on his face. Why hadn't he gotten up to go to school today? He looked around at Gao Changxing, who was eating, and his face immediately became restrained. He had not forgotten how terrifying this human was. It only took 2 fingers to subdue him, and he was even threatened with food to make him surrender. Although he felt very comfortable now and the hidden dangers in his body had disappeared, he still instinctively had some aversion to Gao Changxing. Gao Changxing ate a big bun in 2 bites, a side dish and a sip of soup, with a smile on his face, and ate, relishing it deliberately in front of the little panda. "Hey, come here." Gao Changxing didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of provocation. "I won't go over." The panda with double pupils held the golden bamboo and refused to be fooled. Although he also ate meat, seeing the way Gao Changxing was guarding his food, he didn't believe that he would get a big bargain. More likely it's a trap. When it was the overlord, it encountered a scene where a tiger was tempted by food and fell into a hunter's trap. How similar this is. It is more clear to please the master. After eating and drinking his fill, Gao Changxing went into the inner room and changed into a set of elegant attire, including a blue shirt, jade pendants, hairpins and hairbands, an agate belt, and a folding fan. What a handsome and elegant young man. For a moment, Gao Hao had to admit that Gao Changxing was really handsome, but he was not bad either. A handsome young man wearing gold, silver, and blue clothes, holding a panda with double pupils in his hands. He is definitely a rich young man. This is not an ordinary pet chain. It is a fine iron chain forged with true fire for 49 days. It can tie up a large tiger. Gao Changxing washed the dishes and set off for the health checkup center with Gao Hao, who was ready. Gao Changxing charmed many girls along the way, and he also showed a kind smile. He felt good to have his looks recognized. Wow, what a cute little brother. This young man looks a little unfamiliar. I wonder which family he belongs to. This is because my son is handsome. As for me, haha, I am the man you will never get. Gao Changxing laughed, but what he said made Gao Hao break down. Gao Hao has become super handsome now, with rosy cheeks and a cool look. Narcissism. Chapter 9, Contract with the Double-Pupiled Panda. Gao Family Health Checkup Center, next to the training ground. There is a doctor on duty 24 hours a day. The sun is rising. The warmth of the sun shines on my face. The furnishings in the health examination hall are neat and clean. Gao Changxing and Gao Hao entered the museum, where there were already 5 or 6 children waiting in line. Most of them were children from the intermediate earth control class. They were a little taller than Gao Hao, and the beasts they controlled were of different sizes. I wonder if they were injured during training. The most eye-catching one is the calf, which has golden horns, is about 1.2 meters tall, has orange-yellow hair, and a bloated belly. Obviously, it has eaten something wrong. There was a large amount of gas in the stomach that could not be discharged, and the golden-horned bull fell to the ground half lying in pain. A doctor came forward and touched his stomach with a somewhat indifferent look on his face. It's a minor problem. Put it away and take it to the treatment room. Remember not to feed him so many golden bloodhorns in the future. Try to feed him chopped grass for the next month. There was also a white bird with an injured wing. These were all minor problems, and the doctor treated them one by one. 20 minutes later, it was Gao Hao's turn. The doctor glanced at Gao Changxing and then at Gao Hao. Your son? Yes, my son. Good boy. You have good mental strength. The animal doctor said as he changed into a pair of gloves, touched the red panda's bones, belly, and claws, then nodded to Gao Changxing. The beast is very healthy. We can prepare the contract formation. It is best to prepare 3 iron bone pills. The golden panda's bones develop relatively slowly, so a little more iron will be beneficial to its next stage of growth. The doctor then touched it again to confirm, then picked up the list and began to record it, saying, 1 iron bone pill a month is enough. Stop feeding him after he finishes 3. Prepare some more golden bamboo and iron bamboo for him to eat alternately. Don't just eat one kind of bamboo. If you have time, you can go to Tianxing City to buy a batch of purple bamboo. It's better to eat more purple bamboo during the growth and maturity period. Gao Changxing took the list from the doctor and finished examining the Beastmaster Panda with double pupils. It was Gao Hao's turn then, and he went for a human health checkup. It took half an hour to confirm that the body development was great. His current physical fitness is comparable to that of a child who has practiced for a year. It can be said that he is gifted. Although he is not 1 in a million, he is also a 1,000-mile horse. Very good. You have already perfected the first star earth control. As long as you use the chi to temper your body once, you will naturally break through to the second star earth control. Cultivation is a two-way process. The physical fitness and the blue space grow together, and the mental power he mentioned can be said to be super powerful in this regard. He is invincible at the same age. After the health checkup, Gao Changxing received a small white candy from the infirmary and immediately fed it to Gao Hao. It tasted a little bitter, but felt a little sweet after swallowing. And then nothing happened. Gao Hao felt very sleepy. He went home, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep without much movement. Yuan came back from Gao's academy and saw her son sleeping on the bed, while Gao Changxing was setting up the REI contract formation in the training room. Did you feed him a sleeping pill? Yuan asked. Well, let him recover his spirit and physical strength. After checking that everything is fine, we can make the contract when he wakes up. Gao Changxing carefully cleaned the grooves of the formation and filled them up with various raw materials. A secret room of more than 10 square meters, with a circular formation in the center, containing various strange-looking runes. As Gao Changxing poured the potion in, the characters began to sway crookedly as if they were alive. It took 2 hours to complete the arrangement. As the light of the formation was reflected on the ceiling, a metallic REI contract formation was completed. In the center of the formation, the image of a panda with double pupils was formally engraved. It cannot be said to be similar, but it is exactly the same. Even the double pupils were depicted in great detail, 1 gold and 1 silver. Gao Hao slept until 5 in the afternoon. When he opened his eyes, his mother held him in her arms and washed his body. Even the panda with double pupils was no exception and was carried by Gao Changxing to wash. The first beast taming contract seemed to be very ceremonial, and the emphasis was on becoming an instant success. 20 minutes to get ready. The panda with double pupils was arranged to stand in the center of the yin-yang contract formation, on a pattern carved with its own image. Gao Hao was arranged at the edge of the formation, although he had been taught several times. He carefully pierced his middle finger, and 2 drops of blood dripped onto the formation. The moment the blood touched the yin-yang contract formation, the formation shone brightly and the entire secret room became snow white, pure white, without any other color. Gao Hao immediately stretched out his hand, and a half-meter large azure sphere appeared in the pure white space. According to what was said in class, this was his spiritual space. A line stretches out from the blue space, extending infinitely until it disappears at the end of the white space. The yin-yang contract formation outside continued to shrink and merge into the side of the panda with double pupils, and was connected to the yin-yang contract formation by a line. The panda with double pupils also had a serious look on his face at this moment. He tried his best to relax and stay still. The next moment, he felt a wonderful spiritual power constantly flowing into his mind. The yin-yang contract formation was slowly disappearing. Gao Hao also felt a sense of spiritual connection at this moment. The qi in his body began to boil, which lasted for only a few seconds, or a very long time. It seems like time doesn't flow here. The imperial qi flowed through his body, breaking through the restrictions, and he also felt his body lighten. Is this a breakthrough? Gao Hao was delighted and used his powerful mental strength to complete the training of his body. Moreover, when making a contract to tame the beast, the mental power is very active and easier to control. Everything happens so naturally and effortlessly. At this moment, a very small golden formation appeared and floated between the eyebrows of the panda with double pupils. It was the contract formation that would appear after the beast taming contract was successful. When the panda with double pupils opened its eyes, the formation slowly merged into its brows. At this moment, it felt that its spirit was connected to a space. Gao Hao, who was standing nearby, felt a burning sensation in his eyes and throughout his body, including his own mental power in the blue space. There was originally a large qi gathering formation in the secret training room. The qi inside was more than 10 times that of the outside. At this moment, his body was like a terrifying vacuum pump. In just a few tens of seconds, all the qi in the secret room was sucked away. Gao Changxing and Yuan, who were watching outside, had already been prepared. They immediately opened the spare qi control training room in the advanced qi control formation. This relieved Gao Hao's pain. All the qi in his body, including the feedback qi from the beast controlling space, was completely sucked away by his eyes. Gao Hao curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth. Although the pain only lasted for a dozen seconds, it took more than 10 minutes before he felt that his body could move again. The panda with double pupils ran over and licked his face. His opened eyes emitted a blue light, and the scenery around him looked a little different. Is this the magical talent that one will gain after contracting a beast tamer? Did my eyes gain a talent? Gao Hao felt the changes in his body. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes just now and thought his eyes had been gouged out. Just during these few seconds, he began to doubt his life. He really didn't know how those people in novels could endure for hours. Gao Hao supported himself with his left hand and sat up, but the pain in an instant made him fall to the ground, and he was unable to get up. Eyes of truth. Gao Hao muttered to himself, and a magical information naturally appeared in his mind. The gift of eyes he obtained was called the Eyes of Truth. Chapter 10 Dragon and Phoenix 8 Treasure Porridge. Before Gao Hao could comprehend the power of the Eye of Truth, the door of the secret room was opened by his mother. Yuan rushed in and hugged him, checking his body and eyes, and found that he had no injuries. He also felt that Gao Hao's natural absorption speed of the qi had doubled. He's made a breakthrough, 2-star Earth Control, genius. My son is a genius. Yuan hugged him and kissed him on both cheeks and forehead, feeling extremely excited. He couldn't stop smiling, and Gao Changxing became a little more steady as he stood at the door, whereas he was clearly a childish guy who could make faces just a few months ago. At this moment, he had a calm expression, looking at Gao Hao and teaching him seriously, "Don't be proud and complacent, you still have a long way to go. Although you have good talent, you have just started your journey of taming beasts. Any 4- or 5-star Earth Tamer can seriously injure you. You still need to hone your skills." Gao Changxing said, turned around and left, without making a fuss like he did before. It seemed that the moment he successfully signed the contract to tame the beast, Gao Changxing no longer regarded him as a child, but rather trained him as a beast master. Yuan glanced at Gao Changxing in reproach. It was obvious that the successful contract to tame the beast was a happy event for everyone. Moreover, his son had acquired a talent, but he didn't even come to ask out of curiosity. After Yuan was excited, he slowly calmed down. When Gao Ninian's contract failed, Gao Changxing cried all night out of heartache. Now that his son's contract has been successful, he doesn't even come to congratulate them. Is he trying to maintain his father's dignity? Is this my father's stubbornness? Yuan understood the man's thoughts and happily hugged Gao Hao to express her joy. It was as if she was the one who succeeded in the contract. You are now a 2-star Earthbender. The beast taming contract you just made consumed most of your energy and blood. You should practice in the training room for a while to recover the energy and blood you have consumed. Mom will make you Dragon and Phoenix 8 treasures to replenish your body today. Yuan had a cat-like smile on his face. He gave Gao Hao some instructions and then ran out in a hurry. He came and went in a hurry and was an impatient person. Gao Hao calmed himself down, lay on the bed in the training room, steadied his breathing, and then practiced the dragon art, which went from his internal organs all the way to the soles of his feet, then went upstream back to his heart and into his mind. The speed of movement was very fast. After about half an hour, he felt that his body had reached its limit. He stopped running the dragon technique quickly and let his body move naturally to absorb the imperial qi. After breaking through to the 2-star Earth control level, his breathing became longer and deeper, and his breathing rhythm, heartbeat, and pulse became much more stable than when he was at the 1-star Earth control level. My mentality seems to have improved as well. Gao Hao felt that his mind was exceptionally clear, and he even remembered some things he had forgotten, or a song he liked and a classmate whose memory he had vaguely. An outstanding person like me should have had a brilliant life. Gao Hao hummed, resting his head on his arms, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The panda with double pupils listened to Gao Hao's narcissistic humming, and its double pupils rolled up, as if it wanted to give him a roll of the eyes. Having successfully contracted to tame a beast at just 4 months old, Gao Hao is already considered the #1 beast taming prodigy in Tianxing City. He recalled the past 4 months of his new life. Gao Hao felt satisfied. It was different from the previous world where he spent every day looking at his phone to relieve his boredom. He could never get ahead after failing the exam. It was as if he could see himself getting old at a glance. He shook his head and threw away the memories of the past. After taking a look at the panda with double pupils circling on the ground, his physical strength and spirit recovered. He stretched out his arm and waved it lightly. A space wave appeared and wrapped around the panda with double pupils. The panda in front of him immediately disappeared without a trace. Gao Hao felt the connection with his mental power and looked inward. On a vast piece of land in the blue space, a panda with double pupils looked around with a bit of confusion on its face. This is the master's beast taming space. The panda with double pupils thought in his mind as he moved around cautiously. Compared with the outside world, his movement speed was as fast as a flash of lightning and as fast as the wind. In the beast-controlling space, the panda with double pupils seemed to be half the owner, observing its new home. Looking around, the environment is very good. After searching for a long time, the panda with double pupils did not find any natural treasures that could nourish the body. There were only green bushes and towering trees everywhere. Gao Hao used his mental power to observe the blue space for a while, and finally found a green bamboo forest on a mountain. He immediately led the panda with double pupils towards it. Run forward, yes, don't stop, keep going. The panda with double pupils looked at the green bamboo with a puzzled look on his face. He had seen purple bamboo, golden bamboo, and iron bamboo, but had never seen green bamboo. Could it be that the fragrance I smell on my master is emitted by these green bamboos? The panda with double pupils was curious. Gao Hao no longer observed the panda eating green bamboo. He returned to the room to continue other experiments that interested him. He tried to absorb other things in the room into the blue space. The result was of course failure, just as Master Zhenwu said. The beast taming space can only hold the beast tamings that you have contracted with, and other items cannot be absorbed into the beast taming space. Of course, this is only possible during the earth taming stage. I heard from my mother that after reaching a new height and obtaining a magical profession, the rules of the beast taming space can be changed. He has not yet learned this part of knowledge. Gao Hao walked out of the training room and released the panda with double pupils again. At this moment, the panda with double pupils looked disappointed. It originally thought that the green bamboo was some good thing, but after eating a few bites, it found that it did not have any magical power. It can only maintain natural consumption of the body. The panda with double pupils also ignored the fact that Gao Hao is only a 2-star earth control expert now, and the plants in the beast control space are all in the initial growth stage. In the evening, Zhongyuan really made Dragon and Phoenix ate treasure porridge. Gao Hao sat aside and drank a small bowl of soup. His teeth had not grown fully yet, so he could only drink some nutritious soup. Seeing my parents and sister eating meat with big mouthfuls, I felt a little anxious, hoping to grow all my teeth soon so that I could taste the delicious meat. The soup had a flavor of red dates. After drinking just a small bowl, he felt his blood boiling. Gao Ninian practiced in the practice room for an extra hour today. I just found out from my mother that my sister had a breakthrough today. It can be said that it was a double blessing. He became a 7-star Earthmaster and broke through 4-star levels in 1 year. He could also tell others about it. Dragon Son and Phoenix Daughter, great blessings from heaven. Every time a Beastmaster breaks through a realm, his body needs nutrition to meet the physical needs after the breakthrough. So the Gao family has its own secret pharmacy that can enhance blood and nourish the body. There are 3 nourishing methods to choose from: medicinal bath, elixir, and massage. Among them, medicinal bath uses spiritual materials between heaven and earth to replenish oneself, such as 1,000-year-old snow lotus and 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. The elixir requires the essence and blood of tamed beasts, and is refined using special techniques and secret skills. This technology is a secret known only to the 8 ancient tribes. Then comes massage, muscle relaxation and blood circulation, and the use of acupuncture to stimulate one's own acupuncture points and potential, thereby achieving the effect of restoring one's own blood and qi, of course without any side effects. Finally, the most common method among the people is food supplement. Big fish and meat, chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and all kinds of jackals, tigers, and leopards are all nourishing foods, which can achieve the effect of quickly restoring qi and blood. Yuan uses food supplements. What Gao Hao drank was not an ordinary soup. It was dragon liver and phoenix gall. If ordinary people drank it, their blood pressure would rise, and it could even crush their heart. For a Beastmaster, drinking the porridge would only cause his blood to surge. However, for some young people, drinking the Dragon and Phoenix 8 treasure porridge would double their fighting power at night, and they would become braver and braver as they fought. Chapter 11: The 3 Abilities of the Eye of Truth. At night, the moon is exceptionally round today, and the evening breeze blowing across my cheeks brings a sense of coolness, coziness, and comfort. The sky is full of stars, which are like gems, emitting colorful colors. The starry sky in this world is colorful, and even the moon has a hint of blue. Gao Hao was sitting in a small pavilion on the west side of the yard. There were common morning glories on the corner of the wall, and insects were chirping. A panda with double pupils was squatting on a stone bench with a cushion on it like a cat. A bear and a human were both quietly appreciating the view of the sky. I slept too much yesterday and today, and couldn't fall asleep at all. It was also his free time. In the past month, Gao Hao studied seriously every day and was a little nervous. Sometimes, I would think of my parents and friends in another world, and my expression would become so awkward that I wouldn't be like a child. Gao Changxing and Yuan had already discovered the abnormality and asked their uncle, second uncle, and father to come and check the situation after a professional examination. The result given is that Gao Hao's mental power is as great as that of an adult, more than 100 times that of a normal child. So it is normal for him to behave differently from other children. It is not a fallen beast disguised as a human. This also made Gao Changxing feel relieved. Gao Changxing couldn't see what Gao Hao was thinking. As a father, he had clearly spent the past 4 months with Gao Hao. There are less than 5 days left, and Gao Hao will have to go on a long journey again next month. Gao Hao's double-pupil panda needs a lot of iron bamboo, even purple bamboo, as it enters its growth stage. Families will not devote more resources to children who are already raised by their parents, and will instead focus on raising orphans or single parents who have lost their parents. Strengthen the sense of belonging to the family and retain talents. Let the outside world see the treatment of being affiliated with the Gao family, and do not do things that will make people forget about you, so as to unite people's hearts. Gao Changsheng walked slowly to the pavilion, leaned against a pillar, and asked casually, "Xiao Hao, do you like the sword? You are now a 2-star earthbender and have a contract with a beastbender. From now on, you don't have to go to the Gao Family Academy's beginner class in the afternoon. You can go to the training ground to practice with the beastbenders. The primary class mainly studies Chinese characters, and the cycle of Chinese characters is 3 months, so Gao Hao will have to stay in the primary class for another 2 months. In order not to delay the growth of geniuses, students do not have to go to school in the afternoon to learn repetitive knowledge, and the system is often adjusted according to the individual. Even after tens of thousands of years, the Gao Family Academy is still changing itself, trying its best to learn and grow from the families in the eastern province, which are more prosperous. This has been the Gao family's educational policy for tens of thousands of years. If you learn in a proper way, you will never stop practicing. Gao Hao nodded slightly after listening to his father's words. He himself had not learned any martial arts, but he had watched quite a few martial arts videos on the internet. They all had to lay a solid foundation since childhood, requiring a solid lower body, a strong body, and unparalleled horizontal training. Even if he was learning to use a sword now, Gao Changsheng would probably only give him a wooden sword to practice with. "Dad, I want to learn kung fu first." Gao Changsheng laughed loudly after hearing this, and patted his head with a proud look on his face. "When it comes to martial arts, your father is the best in the family. Tomorrow, your father will personally teach you a set of boxing techniques. Now, tell me about your natural abilities." Gao Hao listened to his father's words and nodded. "The innate ability I obtained is called the Eye of Truth. First, my eyes can see the scenery behind me, whether it is front, back, left, right, up, down, etc. All are within my field of vision, without any blind spots. Secondly, I can clearly see ants hundreds of meters away, and my mental strength has been increased tenfold again. I will not be easily affected by charms, phantom pupils, formations, etc. The last ability is that I can slow down the movements of other creatures without being sensed by people with lower mental power than me. I can slow down the speed by up to 10 times. The first 2 abilities hardly consume my mental power, but the last one consumes a lot of it. With my current mental power, I can only control the panda with double pupils for about 5 minutes at most. The more targets I control, the more it will consume." Gao Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head away in shock, and his breathing quickened slightly. 5 minutes. This kind of mental ability is extremely strange and difficult to deal with. Normal children are very talented if they can last for 30 seconds. This special ability is a bit like the law of time that only a powerful person at the level of a royal master can obtain. Gao Changsheng was deeply shocked. His son's talent was beyond his imagination. He used to be very envious of those geniuses. He worked hard but found that the gap between him and those geniuses was getting bigger and bigger. His mentality even collapsed time and time again, but now he felt more relaxed and happy than ever before. He wanted to run away with all his cheers, but he tried his best to restrain himself and not lose his composure. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Gao Changsheng's facial expression returned to normal, and he took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Hao, your ability is not bad, but you must not be proud and complacent. Father knows a person who has obtained a talent 100 times stronger than you. The number 1 Beastmaster is the legendary Azure Sea Sky Dragon. His talent has even obtained immortal divine power. He cultivated to the 9-star Earth control at the age of 1 and defeated a Master Earthmaster." Gao Hao's expression also became silent after listening to this. He was also very excited after obtaining the talent. He spent almost the entire night experimenting with the Eye of Truth. "As an adult, I also like to have fun. Whether it is online games or reading anime novels, it is all to satisfy my own sense of entertainment. What's more, his innate ability is so amazing that he can see ants hundreds of meters away so clearly. If he had such eyesight in his previous life, he would definitely be a good sniper. It seems very cool to take the enemy's life from 2,000 meters away, but of course it's just a thought. What's even more interesting is that when observing passersby from 2 kilometers away, it's like having a natural high-definition camera. Of course, it's not for any bad purpose, It's mainly for testing capabilities. And this feeling is as if one has one's own defense circle, which can sense danger in advance. The situation within a few hundred meters was all in his mind. Father, I understand. I will work hard to improve myself and be strict with myself in the future. Gao Hao expressed his attitude. Gao Changxing nodded and said, okay, then you watch for a while. Remember to rest early and go to class tomorrow. In the afternoon, go to the training ground and Dad will teach you a set of Gao family ancestral boxing techniques to increase blood and qi and expand meridians. After you learn the basics for another 2 months and advance to the intermediate earth control class, you can go to the family to get a free earth control technique that suits you. Gao Hao's eyes lit up as he listened. The word free made him feel that the family benefits were pretty good. After all, he heard from his mother that feeding the pandas with double pupils was very expensive. Only when he becomes a 5-star Earthmaster, the plants in the blue space will transform, and some rare treasures that are more suitable for the double-pupil panda to eat will appear. To upgrade 3-star levels, it would take at least half a year, or even 80 or 90 months. A panda with double pupils would consume hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold bamboo and iron bamboo every month. An average family would probably not be able to afford this with a loan. Foodie, you're too expensive. Gao Hao looked at the cute panda with double pupils and wondered whether he should give him a suitable name. After all, this is his comrade in arms for life. What would be a better name? Tuan Tuan? Nuo Nuo? Gao Hao waved at the panda with double pupils, put the panda away, put it back into the beast taming space, and returned to his own bed while thinking. Chapter 12 Dreams and Evil Talent. At around 11 o'clock at night, Gao Hao fell asleep with his eyes closed and his breathing steady. After becoming a 2-star earthbender, Gao Hao had stronger control over his body and was even able to control some of the conditions inside his body. Whether it is breathing, blood flow, or even the speed of heartbeat, they are all under his control. He could even temporarily stop his heart. This incredible ability made his eyes and mental power seem to see through him. With his own body structure diagram in his mind, he also conducted an experiment on his sister Gao Nian and found that his own mental power was not enough to construct a body model diagram of Gao Nian. You can come up with your own ideas because you are more familiar with the inside of your body. Gao Hao had a rare dream tonight. He dreamed of a terrifying panda that was 100 feet tall, moving freely in the jungle and patrolling its territory majestically. There were many bears of 10 or dozens of feet tall following behind it. One of the black bear's subordinates, who was over 30 feet tall and had a somewhat old voice, spoke. Boss Panda, I heard that a fully grown 6-winged golden-winged queen bee has come to the western hilltop. The honey it produces is extremely sweet and delicious. It has been half a year, and they still haven't come to offer it as tribute. Do they look down on you, boss? The panda frowned slightly and said, then you take the 300 bear tribesmen to check the situation. The territory in the south has been a little uneasy recently. More than 10 mature polar bears have gone missing. I'm going to patrol there, so you guys should be more careful. The next day, the black bear brought back a large jar of honey. The panda looked very happy when he saw it. He took half of it and gave the rest to his tribesmen. Lying comfortably in the nest, holding the purple bamboo in one hand and smearing honey on the other hand, taking a bite. It is so sweet that my taste buds feel the happiness. Purple bamboo and honey are so delicious. This thing only exists in heaven, and you can't see it often in the world. This life is not lived in vain. The panda with double pupils sighed, and suddenly seemed to sense something, looking around in confusion. Who? How dare you, who is already seeking death, peek into the memory of this bear king? In Gao Hao's beast-controlling space, the panda with double pupils opened its eyes in confusion and looked around angrily. When he realized where he was, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. His most beautiful memories in the past turned into dreams and entered the owner's mind. At this moment, Gao Hao in the outside world had a lot of saliva secreted from his mouth, as if he had eaten the purple bamboo and honey himself. There was a sweet smile of joy on her face. I want more. It's so sweet. The honey and purple bamboo smell so good. After the beast master signs the contract, there will be a mental link between him and the beast, and they can see each other's memories. The impact will not be great, except that occasionally memories will turn into dreams and nightmares. Beast taming still has an impact on the beast tamer. This is also caused by the weak mental strength of the beast tamers when they were young, or their own lack of security. When you are weak, you should try your best to build up your confidence and fight less with those bloody and powerful beast tamers. Otherwise, it will easily cause your beast tamers to feel inferior. It is not conducive to its growth. Although the panda with double pupils has experienced several dangerous situations, it is the reincarnation of the Panda King of the 10,000 Mountains in ancient times. In addition to his strong mental strength and a month of rest to restore his spirit, Gao Hao had a sweet dream. If the contract had been successful a month ago, Gao Hao would have definitely experienced a horrifying nightmare. Even children with insufficient mental strength would have developed fear and disgust towards their own beasts. This will lead to disharmony with the beast tamer, which will not allow one to go far on the path of a beast tamer. So health checks are set up within the family to ensure a stable mental state for both parties. Gao Hao slept very comfortably that night. He felt like he had turned into a 100-meter-tall panda and became the overlord of the 10,000 mountains. His life was really good, especially the honey-purple bamboo. It was so delicious, and it felt 1,000 times more delicious than the sugarcane he had chewed in his previous life. Even when I wake up from a dream, I still have endless memories. He released the panda with double pupils with a wave of his hand and took out a 30-centimeter golden bamboo to feed it. The panda with double pupils had already eaten an iron bone pill yesterday after the contract was successfully completed. Today, he needed to increase the amount of food he ate because he had training in the afternoon. Zhongyuan came back from outside at this moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead after training and said, "I will make porridge for you right away. You can pack your school bag now." My elder sister Gao Nyenyen had already gone to practice. The intermediate earth control class had much more homework, so the day felt fully scheduled. Over the past 4 months, Gao Hao only saw his sister Gao Nyenyen returning home from school in the afternoon and never met her in the morning. It seemed that he had to go out for early morning practice at 5 in the morning. It was already 7 o'clock when he woke up. After breakfast, his mother took him to Gao's academy. There were 2 new students in the class today. One of them started crying during class, and the child's mother immediately took the baby to the nursing room to feed him. He has been in the beginner class for a month, and I didn't know there was such a room. After I finally coaxed him into coming back for class. The baby also feels about 4 months old, but is in the state of a normal baby. Perhaps it is normal for him to awaken the beast taming space around 4 months old. Gao Hao awakened 1 month after he was born, entirely due to his strong mental strength. If a child could cultivate to 5-star earth control before he was 1 year old, he would be a super genius. Gao Hao now understood that the monstrous talent his father had mentioned had already cultivated to the 9-star earth controlling skill at the age of 1. Was this really something a human could do? Could it be that the old monster had reincarnated and cultivated again, with all kinds of secret techniques and skills? He had no idea what the blue sea dragon was, but after dreaming of becoming a 100-foot panda, he really felt a huge pressure in his heart. This was even more shocking than the novels he had read in his previous life. The monster his father described was exactly the template for the protagonist of a novel. Moreover, he had seen many templates of genius protagonists, such as the mainstream of cool novels. He established his foundation at the age of 3, formed the elixir at the age of 5, the golden elixir at the age of 7, the nascent soul at the age of 12, and ascended to heaven at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he became the immortal emperor and founded the Xia dynasty. At the age of 30, he became the immortal emperor and led the Xia dynasty to war. All the world feared him and submitted to him. Afterwards, he taught the Xia dynasty to future generations and ascended to the primitive time and space with his 3,000 wives. When he was 500 years old, he was chased by someone and fell into the abyss. After many adventures, he achieved the golden immortal and an immortal body. The saints were amazed when they saw this. They thought that this man was so terrifying that he must not be allowed to live. However, the protagonist became a saint after 1,000 years, and his immortal family that had existed for billions of years was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The protagonist once again established his own family, ruled over thousands of planes, became the ancestor of eternity, and entered the Hongming time and space in order to become stronger. In this plane, the family enjoyed eternal life and everything between heaven and earth, becoming an unparalleled overlord. When Gao Hao first read it, he was also very excited and couldn't stop reading for months. However, the author left the story unfinished. I heard that the author went abroad to make money. Hongming space and time has become a puzzle. Later, I published 9 out of 10 novels and gradually lost my passion for reading. Gao Hao suppressed all the thoughts in his heart and returned to the classroom mentally. Xiaomi was also a rare person who did not run out to play after class, but was reviewing her homework. Gao Hao, I heard that your contract to control the beast was successful? Xiaomi came over and asked. Gao Hao raised his head in confusion and replied, yes, now the double-eyed panda is kept in the beast control space by me. Xiaomi hugged Yanmao and bit her lip as she listened. I won't lose to you. Oh. Gao Hao didn't take it to heart at all. Most children had to stay in the junior class for half a year, or even 9 months. Xiaomi seems to have good talent, but she is still a little behind him. Unless this little girl has done something wrong, it will be difficult to surpass him. After all, he has a father who is a royal lord, and a grandmother who is a royal master. He has also read some books at home and learned some things that are not taught in the elementary class. Chapter 13. The Master of the Masters, named Xiong Dundun. For example, the realm above the Earth Tamer is the Master Tamer. If you contract a beast at the Master Tamer realm, you will also gain an incredibly magical talent. Second Beast Tamer, second talent. At this time, you need to think about your first Beast Tamer advantage. Should you choose to continue to strengthen the first talent advantage or to obtain a new talent ability? Gao Hao is also thinking in his heart, this is the advantage of being in a big family, one step ahead of everything else. Many times, poor grades are not caused by your lack of intelligence or effort in studying. But others know the standard answer from the beginning. He also knows which one to choose that will give him the advantage of becoming a powerful Beastmaster. In this regard, Gao Hao still has to listen to the opinions of his mother and father. After all, both his parents, including his grandparents, are extremely powerful Beastmasters. As experienced people, they must know more than him, a novice. The second Beast Tamer can rely on the power of the family, or he can find it independently. Every year in the Death Star Valley, a large number of Beast Tamers breed. In spring, all things come back to life. It is the season when flowers bloom and animals compete to show off their beauty. During this period, the family would organize people to explore the depths of the Death Star Valley, looking for suitable beast tamers to target the cubs, and bring some of the beast cubs back to the family, assigning them to suitable beast tamers for training and removing the wild parts to tame them. Then, over a period of time, the money was distributed among the clan members who had made contributions to the family and traded between the small families affiliated with the Gao family, or the children who changed their names and married into the Gao family, and marriage contracts were arranged at a very young age. In his previous life, Gao Hao would be so envious that he would be a single dog until his death. But now he feels unrestrained and free, which is quite good. My mentality is different now. I am positive and optimistic. Gao Changsheng has participated in it many times. Deep in the Death Star Valley, there are sacred beasts that guard the forest, and the cubs of these sacred beasts are extremely popular. You will be rewarded with 100,000 contribution points for each one you get. The more money you exchange it for, the more you lose. The treasures in the family treasury are hard to come by, and they all require contribution points to exchange. For example, elixirs, even iron bone pills, are auction items on the market. Without some power to protect oneself, an individual who wants to get a high-level elixir will have to pay at least 10 times the price, and there is no demand for it. Basically, the price is decided by others. If they say it's 1 million, then it's 1 million. Only basic recovery medicines and physical strength medicines are circulated on the market. Without the support of family, it is difficult for an individual to make a living. Gao Hao listened to the class carefully. He needed to read and write some of the texts several times more. Some of the texts were really difficult to write. However, the joy of learning would often explode after decades of accumulation and turn into a huge sum of money to give back to himself. It doesn't take 1 or 2 days, or even 10 or 20 years, to think that you have learned something. It means that you have achieved something and succeeded in some aspect. This can prove that you have learned something. Otherwise, if you are only half-baked, it means that your accumulated knowledge is not enough for success, and you need to continue learning. Keep improving yourself until the day of success comes. This is the origin of learning never ends. Gao Hao is now accumulating knowledge in order to survive in this magical world. The survival challenges he faces are even more critical than in his previous life. After finishing his studies seriously in the morning, Gao Hao packed his textbooks and carried his small school bag and went home with his mother at noon. After drinking porridge and milk at noon, the father lay in a rocking old chair reading a book. When he saw the mother and son come back, he immediately put down the book and stood up. Yuan, I stewed the golden turtle and made rice. I'll serve them out soon. I went to the finance office this morning and reported Gao Hao's earth control level. You can also receive Xiao Hao's training subsidy in the future. Gao Changxing glanced at Gao Hao and said, Xiao Hao, I have tidied up the west room this morning. You will live in that room from now on. I also found a few books for you. Read them when you have time and learn more. Dad, I got it. I've had some porridge at the academy and am going back to my room to do my homework. Call me when we go to the training ground this afternoon. Gao Hao immediately ran to his new room. The room was about 30 square meters, quite large, with a separate wardrobe, bookcase, a big bed and bottles. The bedding was also new. When I opened the wardrobe, I found 2 identical school uniforms and a blue suit that looked very similar to a Zhongshan suit. It should be a formal dress worn when attending family gatherings. Although I have never attended it, I can still guess what it was like. I spent more than 10 minutes admiring the room. There was a window diagonally opposite the desk. It is made of glass, and you can see the flower bed outside. The room was decorated quite comfortably. When sitting on the chair, his legs could not touch the ground, nor could they reach the table. Gao Hao could only jump down and adjust the height of the chair to make it fit. It took me 10 minutes to finish my homework. Then I opened the bookcase and took out a book to read. Basic Notes on Taming Beasts, Yi Huang's Observation Diary, First Edition, Classic. All living things are alive, and they are moved by emotions. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the beginning of all things. Gao Hao opened the first page and started reading. For the beast cubs, special attention needs to be paid to hygiene. The color of their stool and the development of their teeth should be checked every day, and attention should be paid to the combination of their diet. Gao Hao looked at them with a serious look on his face. Tips for surviving in the wilderness. Prepare a bottle of detoxification pills, 2 bottles of stamina pills, and most importantly, learn at least one escape technique. Don't aim to defeat your opponent, just try to escape decisively and protect your own life. Gao Hao read the first and second articles carefully, and half an hour passed. Then he waved his hand and released the panda with double pupils, with a look of observation on his face. Now he only has one beast to control, the panda with double pupils, so he can only conduct experiments on it. Gao Hao's eyes flashed, and the movement speed of the panda with double pupils immediately slowed down by 5 times. Gao Hao went forward to observe, touched it, looked around, and then confirmed that the panda with double pupils was a male. I've been thinking about it all night, and it's decided. From now on, your name will be Xiong Dun Dun. You see, you are more than twice as fat as other pandas. I'll take you to take a bath later. You must pay attention to hygiene in the future. Do you understand? The panda with double pupils didn't know why his owner was crazy. He started to control his hygiene for no reason and gave him a strange name. Xiong Dun Dun, that sounds good. Gao Hao looked at Xiong Dun Dun and nodded. Good habits must be developed from an early age. The red panda had only taken a bath twice in the past 2 months. From now on, it should be bathed at least once every 3 days. After all, when practicing in the future, it is bound to get dirty or even injured easily. So the earlier the problem is discovered, the easier it will be to treat yourself without affecting subsequent practice. Gao Hao gave Xiong Dun Dun a lecture, which was probably similar to ideological transformation. If he had time every day, he could even brainwash Xiong Dun Dun. Chapter 14, Learning to Control the Air. Xiong Dun Dun shook his head, feeling that his master's attitude towards him had changed and that his master loved him less. Was the carefree life of the past month going to be gone forever? You study for your own good, not for me? Don't you think about how expensive your food is? If you don't work hard and have no money in the future, you will starve. Gao Hao lectured Xiong Dun Dun for a while, making Xiong Dun Dun begin to doubt his life. He opened his big round eyes and reflected on his attitude towards life in the past month. Then he lowered his head in shame. Gao Hao thought it was almost time and gently touched Xiong Dun Dun's head. Dun Dun, you have to remember that nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to climb. Besides, you are not an ordinary panda. You are a panda who is determined to become a fairy beast, unlike those lazy pandas who sleep around. Gao Hao had a smile on his face and said with a serious look as if he hoped his pet would become a dragon and his bear would become an immortal. Xiong Dun Dun didn't understand what was going on, but he felt his blood boiling. Could this be the passionate youth that he had not had in his previous life? Roar. Xiong Dun Dun suddenly stood up from his squatting position with his hands raised high. Gao Hao stepped back instantly, obviously frightened. When Xiong Dun Dun stood up, he was a little taller than him. The man and the bear are full of fighting spirit and spirit. In the afternoon, at 2:30, the sun sets in the west. Gao Changsheng took the man and the bear and walked towards the Gao family training ground, looking around along the way. Not finding his eldest uncle's son Gao Qiqiang, he arrived at the training ground with a look of disappointment on his face, and met his second uncle who was practicing with his 2 granddaughters. The last time we met was a few months ago. Gao Qing and Gao Yu, 2 little girls, looked at each other with displeasure on their faces, and their relationship seemed to have deteriorated even more than a few months ago. Grandpa, saber-toothed tigers are so annoying. How about we have tiger meat hot pot tonight? Gao Yu had a coquettish expression on her face and looked fiercely at the trembling saber-toothed tiger. Gao Qing's face was somewhat weak, but he looked at Gao Yu fearlessly and snorted, "Your treasure-hunting rat is too weak. It has nothing to do with my saber-toothed white tiger. Besides, it just licked it a few times. It didn't hurt it." Gao Changsheng walked over with a barely perceptible smugness on his face and said politely, "Uncle, bring your granddaughter out for training." "Yeah." The middle-aged man glanced at Gao Changsheng and then at his 2 granddaughters who were still quarreling, with a suppressed anger on his face. Suddenly looking at Gao Hao, he asked in surprise, "Your son is already at 2-star earthbending?" Ha ha ha. Gao Changsheng smiled widely, unable to hide his excitement, and said, "He made a breakthrough yesterday. I came to the training ground today to teach him the family boxing method." Gao Qing, Gao Yu, stop arguing. Look at your brother who is a year younger than you. He has already reached the level of 2-star earth control. If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed. Gao Hao immediately received 2 pairs of gazes. Xiong Dundun looked at the saber-toothed white tiger that was also looking at him, and they stared at each other without fear on their faces. For a moment, the conflict seemed to be diverted. Gao Changsheng looked at his second uncle holding his son, attracting hatred, and immediately came to the rescue and said, "Gao Qing, Gao Yu, you two have been learning imperial skills for more than a year, and third uncle still doesn't know which of you has learned better. How about a competition?" "Aye," the 2 sisters said in unison. "You, go away, and don't make any trouble." "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll beat you up when my son comes back." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and left, pulling his granddaughters in each hand. Gao Changsheng touched his nose and retorted, "Second uncle, don't be too partial. Who made you have so many wives? You have many sons, but I still have my mother, who is a powerful imperial master." "Get lost." The middle-aged man became furious upon hearing this. Gao Hao looked around and wanted to hide, but Gao Changsheng didn't care and took his son into the training field. In addition to the spacious free square, there were also training rooms. Each room has a name. The one on the far left is Dragon Steps. The plaque on the right has 2 characters, Dragon Fist. And then there are dozens of rooms in sequence, Dragon Shadow Kick, 3 Yuan Finger, Heaven Frost Fist, Clouds and Flowing Water, Locking Heart Strike, Selfless Sword Chi, 8 Extreme Lotus, Black Wind Wave Dragon Descent, World Red Flame Arc, Ice Fire Cloud Sword, Heaven Heart Calling Star Technique, Arhat Iron Cloth Shirt, Locking Eagle Wing Hand. Gao Changsheng asked Gao Hao to wait outside. During the break, Gao Hao checked the names on the rooms. He didn't notice them the last time he came. Gao Changsheng went to the minter guarding the gate and received the key to the Dragon Fist training room. After a while, he called Gao Hao into the room. Entering the room, there are numerous large bells of different lengths and sizes hanging from the ceiling. The ground under your feet is actually a large piece of complete jade that covers the entire room. Gao Changsheng pointed at the big clock and said, "Xiao Hao, practice the dragon art. Watch me use the air control posture. My first beast is a violent heavy bear, with the innate power of the abyss. After practicing the dragon art, it has transformed into a plant-type air control. The dragon fist can quickly condense and control the chi, and boost and explode my own spiritual energy in an instant. My fist wind can even make the bell at the farthest distance from me ring." Gao Hao listened and looked towards the farthest part of the room, which was 50 meters away. The clock hanging with an iron chain weighed 10 tons in midair and was about 10 meters from the ground. Because of this weight and height, Gao Hao was silent for a moment. He looked again at the small clock closest to him, which was only 2 meters away and had a weight of 1,000 kilograms written on it. Then his attention returned to his father. Gao Changsheng was seen circulating his qi, and a stream of green energy emanated from his body. In just a moment, he threw a punch at the farthest bell with his left hand. The terrifying imperial energy turned into wind power, and Gao Hao, who was standing nearby, felt that his face was blown crooked. His eyes closed instantly and could not be opened at all. Then he heard the sound of a bell. If he had not practiced the dragon technique, he would have been blown away by the wind. He opened his arms to resist the wind and saw a 50-meter-long green air-protecting line quickly dissipating. The bell rang 3 times and then stopped. "Xiao Hao, condense the qi and release it. This is the most basic way to control the qi. A battle based on the qi will inevitably involve the use of qi control skills." "Dad, don't we use beast taming to fight?" Gao Hao asked and immediately came to his senses. Why did he ask such a stupid question? "Xiao Hao, beast masters also have their weak moments. What if they are injured in battle and need your help? The relationship between beast masters and beast masters is fair. You must work together and grow together to defeat the strong with the weak." Gao Changsheng answered carefully, saying that sometimes Gao Hao would also have a childish side, confused and ignorant, as if he didn't understand the evil hearts of others. Gao Changsheng was very experienced in this area. He then asked his son to stand in front of the line and practice the dragon art. He placed his hand on Gao Hao's back and felt it, saying, "Practice the dragon art to mobilize the blood and qi of the whole body. Use your calves to exert force, squat and twist your waist, and let the power rise to the heart. Control the qi quickly, and don't relax your waist. Try again. Don't be anxious. Gao Hao tried to use the dragon technique to control the qi to his heart for the first time, but he failed because his heartbeat was too fast. Gao Changxing guided carefully, keep a steady mind and don't panic. Controlling the qi is as natural as breathing. You have to imagine it is a river, flowing from the sea into streams, and then flowing back to the sea from the streams. Yes, use your shoulders, clench your fists, and attack. Gao Hao felt his arm go numb, and a force instantly rushed out of his arm. It was golden imperial energy. Then a thrust burst out from his body instantly, pushing his body backwards. Fortunately, Gao Changxing behind him steadied him, but the golden imperial energy lost its strength after flying 1 meter, and then slowly merged into the air. Only a little bit of the internal energy was consumed, about 1,000th. Gao Changxing looked at him and smiled. Not bad. You comprehended it quickly. I originally thought it would take you at least 3 days to achieve this step. Now it seems that your mental strength is stronger than I thought. Mental strength is of great help in controlling qi. Gao Hao was also a little excited at this moment, and then he started using his strength from his calves again, twisting his waist to drive his torso, and then his arms, forearms, and fists. Boom! Gao Hao's body shook violently, and a small bell weighing 1,000 kilograms 2 meters away from him rang, and then there was only one ring, and nothing happened. He looked at his father in confusion. Gao Changxing smiled and said, "You have only used the most brutal brute force. You have not yet reached the range of air control skills. Now remember this feeling and practice every day. When you can make a bell 20 meters away ring, you can learn the air control technique." Okay. Gao Hao listened and nodded. Chapter 15, a new record for the Gao family. It starts at 2:30 in the afternoon and ends around 5:30. In 3 hours, more than half of Gao Hao's internal energy was consumed, and he became a little weak. At the beginning, Xiong Dundun next to him also imitated Gao Hao's movements and learned the Dragon Fist. At present, Gao Hao and Xiong Dundun are unable to communicate with each other's minds. Otherwise, they can make up for each other's shortcomings in practice and make faster progress. Beastmasters can also practice beastmastering skills, but the speed of practice is often slow. So beastmasters will choose to learn beastmastering skills that are more suitable for beastmastering. Gao Changxing had also thought it over carefully. The panda with double pupils is still in its infancy. Learning Dragon Fist can improve its qi and blood on the one hand, and speed up the digestion of the medicinal power of the iron bone pill on the other. On the other hand, Dragon Fist is an all-attribute boxing technique that can be used for long-range and close combat, and is very suitable for practice by the Golden Panda Sacred Beast Cub. An excellent beast taming skill will never become obsolete and will evolve as the beast tamer becomes stronger. Even at his level as a beast tamer, it can still be used. The Dragon Fists used by different tribesmen are often completely different. Gao Changxing used the Dragon Fist, and the power could be adjusted at will as he controlled his qi. Gao Hao, who had been practicing for 3 hours, was now lying on the ground in a humiliating state, unable to get up. He felt a tingling sensation in all his meridians. It was as if he had done 500 frog jumps in a day. His legs were shaking when he woke up the next day. The continuous burst of qi for 3 hours made his 8 extraordinary meridians burn with pain. At the beginning, I felt it was very easy, but the more I used the qi, the more I felt my body getting tired and weak. For the first 100 times, 90% of the time I used the qi, I could ring a 1,000 small bell 2 meters away, but for the next 100 times, that became about half. Afterwards, they became less and less likely to hit Xiaozhong, and finally he couldn't hit Xiaozhong at all. He became a little unbalanced, and although the imperial qi in his body was still emitted, it was totally uncontrollable and flew everywhere, either upwards or downwards. Even when he brushed past the Tianjin Xiaozhong, he felt as if his body was very empty. About 60% of the body's energy was consumed. Dad, I'm so tired and my body feels numb. I can't control my qi now, and I can't gather it at all. Gao Hao's forehead was covered in sweat, and he gritted his teeth and persevered for the last 100 times. In the end, he didn't hit the target once, and it was his mental strength that kept him from falling down the last 100 times. Gao Changxing glanced at the small 1,000 bell, on which a string of numbers were recorded, and a look of joy appeared on his face. 216 times. You feel your limit now, right? Your body can exert 2 levels of qi control. This is your current strength level. Gao Changxing squatted down and said, "Let's stop here for today. Now go home and take you to the training room to practice for half an hour to restore your own qi." Gao Hao stretched out his arms and tried hard to stand up, but his feet felt very light, as if they did not exist, and he took 2 unsteady steps. His toes were out of control, and he finally climbed onto his father's back with great difficulty. Xiong Dundun was so tired after practicing for an hour that he could not move. Gao Hao could only put him in the beast taming space to rest. Xiao Hao, you have felt it now, right? Although there are a lot of qi in the human body, it is not easy to control them. You can only exert 20% of it. Although the remaining 40% can be launched, it also wastes your own physical strength. Tomorrow afternoon, you will practice controlling your qi. You must try to control the amount of qi you increase each time, and only consume half of the qi in your body. Try to hit the Qinjin small bell 250 times. Only hit the little bell 34 more times than today. Gao Hao listened and nodded. He didn't have the strength to speak loudly at the moment. He felt like a ball of slime lying flat on the ground, as if his body was about to melt into a pool of water. Gao Changsheng locked the door, returned the key to the instructor at the training ground, and carried him on his back on the way home. At this moment, Gao Qing and Gao Yu were also being taken home by their grandfather, one under his armpit each. Gao Qing, I walked 10 more steps than you, and my dragon step is twice as strong as yours. Gao Yu, are you stupid? You only walked 10 more steps than me. How can you be twice as strong as me? Have you just finished training too? The middle-aged man asked in disbelief as he looked at Gao Hao, who was limp on Gao Changsheng's back. Gao Changsheng immediately smiled and replied, Second uncle, my son hit the Qinjin bell 216 times. If I report it, it can be regarded as the latest record of the family. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth when he heard this. He couldn't stand Gao Changsheng's cocky look. He glanced at Gao Hao again and said with a smile, Xiao Hao, come and play at second grandpa's house when you have time. Your father has become a bad person in recent years and is always annoying. Well, thank you, second grandpa. Gao Hao replied politely. After all, Xuebing was very kind to him. She had even held him in her arms a few months ago, and she liked children very much. Look, how polite your son is. Gao Fuyan looked at Gao Changsheng seriously and said with a hint of teasing in his words, Of course, this is my son. Gao Changsheng said proudly, then turned around and said, Go home and eat the meat buns made by my wife. Gao Fuyan looked unhappy after hearing this. He now had 5 wives in his family. It seemed prosperous, but the relationships between them had been getting worse and worse in recent years. There is a faint sense of rupture, and there is anxiety in my heart. The main reason was that he had always been a peacemaker, and the uneven distribution of resources within the clan led to this. In addition, he also had a lot of selfish desires and wanted more resources for his son Gao Xueming. So the second grandmother was angry and ran away, taking away his only grandson Gao Chun. Although the child's father was not included in the direct line, the grandson was included in the direct line family tree. The main thing is that the awakened beast taming space is good. It is a very rare Songlong space, which is very compatible with the dragon art. The first beast tamed was contracted with the white-scale dragon emperor, who was gifted with dragon breath and had unique advantages in digesting food and breathing air. He became a 6-star earth tamer when he was just over 1 year old. This is also one of the reasons why Gao Chun was able to enter the direct lineage. Second uncle, we are leaving, Gao Changsheng said, and left with Gao Hao on his back. After returning home, he carried him into the training room. The abundant imperial energy inside poured into Gao Hao's body. Gao Changsheng put him on the bed, then went out and closed the door. Gao Hao tried hard to relax his body and practiced the dragon technique without being anxious. He started practicing the dragon technique only after the pain disappeared. I immediately felt something different. The 8 extraordinary meridians in my body seemed to have expanded a little, and the meridians became tougher and more elastic. In my previous life, there was a stretching program, which allowed me to train my meridians since childhood to make them more elastic and stretchable, so that I could achieve difficult movements such as high kicks and splits. Gao Hao now clearly feels that the strength of the meridians in his arms has become stronger. Without using the Qi control, he can lift objects weighing less than 50 kilograms. After using the Qi control, it is easy to lift less than 200 pounds with one arm, and then relax the body and practice the dragon technique. The imperial Qi in the secret room is like a whirlpool, entering the body through countless pores. The imperial Qi in the body leads the newly entered imperial Qi to gallop through the meridians. 31 minutes. This is the limit of Gao Hao's practice today. A full minute longer than yesterday. 60 seconds, 20 more cycles of controlling the Qi were performed. Chapter 16. The Imperial Clan and the Imperial General. Gao Hao stayed in the practice room for about an hour before Gao Ninian came back from school. As soon as he saw his younger brother lying on the training bed, he immediately took off his shoes and crawled next to him. He watched his younger brother grow from a little fat boy into a handsome boy. Gao Ninian also became closer to him. When she grew up, she would definitely be a handsome guy. She looked at the white-hot steam coming out of Gao Hao's head. He started laughing. Brother, listen to me. Starting today, I will be heading to the advanced earth control class. Haha, aren't you envious? Gao Ninian supported herself on her arms and looked at her brother. However, Gao Hao had just finished his repair and didn't want to speak. But suddenly she stretched out her mouth and bit Gao Hao's cheek and pecked him. Brother, please speak up. Don't you listen to your sister? Gao Hao immediately reached out to wipe the saliva off his face and gave Gao Ninian a speechless look. This sister was really domineering. Congratulations, sister, Gao Hao said in a low voice. Gao Ninian then said proudly, hee hee, today my mother made big meat buns for me to celebrate. I also need to practice quickly. You can go out now. Gao Hao got up, put on his shoes, and left the training room with an expressionless face. He walked out of the door, closed it, and stretched lazily. After moving around for a while, I found that it didn't hurt at all. The body recovers quickly in this world. He clenched his fist and felt that one punch from him should be enough to make Gao Ninian cry. However, if he could not suppress her completely, what would come next was a rebound of revenge. Just set a small goal and surpass Gao Ninian. Gao Hao determined the goal in his mind, and he seemed to have the motivation to work hard. When Gao Ninian just entered the practice, her stomach was already filled with big meat buns. When she came out after 3 hours of practice, Gao Hao was already sleeping on the bed in his room. After all the food in her body was consumed, Gao Ninian ate 3 meat buns in the kitchen before going back to her room to sleep. In her parents' room, Gao Changsheng talked about what happened today with an indescribable joy on his face. Yuan, Xiao Hao's talent is really strong. The first time he practiced controlling his qi, he was able to hit the Qinjin small bell 216 times. I remember that my uncle's grandson Gaozhen only rang it 127 times before he blew it everywhere, and he was rewarded with an extra free qi control skill. Gao Changsheng spoke excitedly while resting his head on his arm and holding Wu Qingyuan in his arms. Then he calculated the money he had saved these days and asked, how much money is left at home? The deposit is less than 200 million. Wu Qingyuan raised her head and thought about Gao Ninian's further studies. At the latest, we will have to prepare a second beast for Ninian next year. It would be best if we could find a beast that is immune to all poisons. Her beast control space is auxiliary, and she is developing into a doctor. Gao Changsheng listened and nodded. Gao Ninian is now in the advanced earth control class. If she can improve 1 star in 3 months, she will become an earth control master by next summer. It's time to choose the second beast. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. It is not so easy to obtain the beast tamer cub. Taking this factor into consideration, it is better for him to go to the Death Star Valley by himself. The sons of aristocratic families often look down upon the ordinary beast tamers on the market. Only those that are not put on the market are truly good things. Gao Changsheng finally came back to the starting point and nodded, saying, next week I will go to Tianxing City in the Black Gold Province and take out 20 million to buy food for Xiao Hao's Double-Pupiled Panda all at once. It will be enough for Gao Hao's beast control space to grow. In the early spring of next year, I will join the family hunting group. In the Death Star Valley, there are many plant-based beasts. Among them, the 7 fragrance netherworld beast, the purple cloud spirit beast, the white ginseng spirit beast, and the 9th rank red lotus beast all have the innate ability to restrain all kinds of poisons. Wu Qingyuan listened and nodded, then said, Xiao Hao's talent is the strongest in the Gao family in the past 100 years. I will report the results tomorrow. I estimate that there will be a lot of talent subsidies. By the way, I will also check Xiao Hao's beast control space. It would be better to determine the attributes of the second beast as soon as possible. Wu Qingyuan discussed with Gao Changsheng for an entire night and went to bed in the early morning. Get up at 5 in the morning. Wu Qingyuan woke up Gao Ninian, who was still sleeping, put on clothes and washed up, then went to the Gao family training ground to practice imperial skills. In the early morning dew, the first ray of sunshine shines down. Gao Ninian exhaled in ecstasy, and the peony beast beside her also exhaled, looking very similar to its master. I practiced for a whole day just for this. The purple energy coming from the east was a very huge amount of energy, which felt much more powerful than the green energy she possessed. In an instant, Gao Ninian felt that the energy in her body had evolved. The energy becomes purer and much more pure. After finishing the training and having breakfast, Gao Ninian went to the Advanced Earth Control Academy alone with her school bag on her back. Gao Changsheng jumped down from the roof, spewing out a foul air from his mouth, with a look of holiness. The whole body was wrapped in a rich breath of life. Wu Qingyuan looked at Gao Changsheng's condition and smiled. It seems that you are in a good mood these days, and your cultivation progress has accelerated a bit. Well, These 2 days have been very happy. Gao Changsheng said with a smile on his face. With my current progress in cultivation, I hope to become a royal lord before I am 50 years old. Taking other special circumstances into consideration, I feel that my father and I have similar talents. Wu Qingyuan listened and smiled. It's not that easy to cultivate. When we were young, our parents took care of us. When we grow up, we have to take care of our children and be kind to our parents. We need to spend a lot of time working to make money, and we don't have that much time to cultivate new knowledge, so understanding is very important. We are relatively lucky. Among those children of commoners, less than 1 in a million can make it, and only a handful can become beast masters. I guess they are all the romantic debts of the children of the big families, or the children of the poor families who have fallen on hard times. Gao Changsheng listened to the dispersing of the energy, put his arm around Wu Qingyuan and said, "Don't think too much. There are too many things in life that go wrong. The greatest happiness for me is to have you by my side in this life." Gao Hao was peeking out the door. After becoming a 2-star earthbender, his mental strength recovered faster. As soon as he went out, he saw the sweet words between his parents. "Xiao Hao, you woke up early today. Do you want milk?" Wu Qingyuan smiled and glanced at Gao Changsheng charmingly, and immediately resumed her virtuous demeanor. Gao Hao blushed instantly after hearing this and ran back to his room, still feeling ashamed. "Ha ha ha, what's there to be shy about? You'll be 5 months old next month, so you don't have to avoid any food." Wu Qingyuan looked at Gao Hao's fleeing appearance and smiled without any image. Gao Changsheng also felt that his son was very cute sometimes. After Gao Hao returned to his room, he tried hard to empty his mind. I'm a baby. His brainwashing was indeed effective. After reading and studying at home for half an hour and having his own meal, Wu Qingyuan took him to the Gao Family Academy. Half a month ago, someone from Xingyue Bay came again to ask for help. Gao Xiaotian led the team, with Gao Shuiming and Gao Qiqiang as deputies. They led 40 Beastmasters at the clan's master level and 10 Beastmasters at the general level to the Death Star Valley for inspection and exploration, as well as other tasks. It has been half a month now. Gao Changsheng, the head of the Gao family, has also been collecting information about abnormal conditions in the Death Star Valley these days. In 3 or 4 months, it will be the season for Beastmasters to fall in love. The 3 giants of Xingnan Province, the Gao family, the Mao family, and the Qin family, are all observing in secret, hoping that their families will be able to harvest 1 more sacred beast cub next year. Gao Xiaotian served as the advance team, and Gao Changsheng had already prepared 3 capture teams behind him, just waiting for the follow-up news to be conveyed back. The first team was led by Gao Fuyun, with the addition of his 4 wives, Shui Bing, Lu Furong, Shui Qianjiao, and Hong Shuang. All of them were Beastmasters at the king level, as well as a 100-man Beastmaster search team. The lineup was very luxurious and powerful. It would take less than 3 days for this lineup to annihilate a small country. The second team was led by Xiao Yin, the head of the Xiao family. The Xiao family had been dependent on the Gao family for many generations and had now developed into a large family with tens of thousands of members. Of course, this is not the Xiao family of East Province. The two cannot be confused. Their strength and status are very different, but they are also among the 3 giants of Nanxing Province. Several of the top family forces have been intermarried with the Gao family for generations. They own many businesses in Tianxing City and even have family branches in Sioux City. He has a good business mind and has made hundreds of billions of dollars from reselling black gold or from the Black Gold Province in the past 10 years, becoming extremely wealthy. This time, 200 Beastmasters were sent into the Death Star Valley for the 2 daughters of clan leader Xiao Yin and the 3rd Beastmaster of his eldest son Xiao Yin. Chapter 17 5 Elements Planning, Endless Life. The last team was naturally led by Gao Changsheng himself into the Death Star Valley. As the head of the Gao family, he would hold a large-scale event every year. Show the Gao family's strength and prosperity to the public. Among them, members of the Gao family's side branches and children of civilians will also be brought in for training. The last group is basically volunteering. Wu Qifeng, who is preparing to take the assessment to enter the Magical Beast Taming Academy next year, also plans to enter the Death Star Valley. Experience is the only way for a Beastmaster. Gao Changsheng was about to join the last group. Every year's beast catching could not be considered 100% successful. It was inevitable that some beast taming teams were unlucky and encountered the invincible holy beasts, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team. Every year, the exploration team has a death rate of about 5%, a disability rate of 30%, and a survival rate of half, which puts a great test on the Beastmaster's vigilance. After the morning class, Wu Qingyuan took Gao Hao to the record room in the middle courtyard of Gao's family. All the big and small events in the family Personal achievements and date of birth had to be recorded in the record room. The record room belongs to a branch of the Gao family and is managed by a 40-year-old middle-aged deacon. He is not a beastmaster himself, but a warrior who has practiced martial arts for many years. He has lived in the barracks since he was about 10 years old. He retired after serving for 15 years and found a simple job in the family. He has worked his way up to his current position as a deacon. Wu Qingyuan stepped forward and said Gao Xiaotian's name. Gao Xiaotian, Gao Changsheng, Gao Hao, found them. The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Qingyuan, then at Gao Hao beside him, with a smile on his face. 4 months old, 2-star earth control, practiced and controlled the air control and hit the Qinjin bell 216 times. The middle-aged man stood up from his chair, walked up to Gao Hao and said gently, "Stretch out your hand." Gao Hao glanced at his mother, and when he saw her nod, he stretched out his hand. The middle-aged man walked over and touched his arm, nodding from time to time. He glanced at the record again before speaking. Top A qualification is rare. Gao Wu has been keeping records here for 10 years and has issued less than 10 Top A certificates. This is the only Top A certificate in the past 10 years. 3 Class A resources. The Gao family's Dragon Fist record will be replaced in the early spring of next year. At that time, the reward will be given personally by the head of the Gao family. Gao Wu said again, "I will give you a certificate of Grade A qualification right away. When your child is promoted to the intermediate Earth Control class, he can go to the training room to get a free Earth Control skill. In addition, when he reaches the advanced Earth Control class, he can get another free Earth Control skill without consuming any contribution points. From today on, Gao Hao can receive a monthly subsidy of 500,000 yuan to support his cultivation, 3 servings of medicinal bath ingredients, and 1 red blood fruit each month. The resources can be received until he is 15 years old. There are 12 levels in the Gao family qualification assessment, from the highest level A, B, C, D in descending order, which are further divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Over the past decade, there is only one person in the Gao family who has the qualification of first class A, Gao Zhen. The 4 people who have the qualification of lower class A are Gao Chun, Gao Yu, Gao Qing, Gao Nianyan, and now Gao Hao, who has the qualification of upper class A. The new generation has good qualifications, with resources ranging from 100,000 to 1 million for Class A and 10,000 to 100,000 for Class B. Both Bing and Ding can receive a subsidy of 10,000 yuan and a free Earth Control skill, but the Earth Control class you attend after upgrading will be different. Class C is easier to be assigned to a good place. 500,000 yuan. Gao Hao listened and never thought that his qualifications were so valuable. 500,000 yuan a month, and the annual subsidy for training alone was 6 million yuan. The last time my mother bought a half-meter large shrimp, she only spent 700 yuan. Her purchasing power is not low. However, if it is a treasure related to taming beasts, such as golden bamboo, it will be very expensive. 1 golden bamboo costs 10,000 yuan, and I wonder how much the iron bamboo and purple bamboo that the doctor mentioned last time will cost. Gao Hao calmed down the turmoil in his heart. He had never seen such a large sum of money. 500,000 was enough for him to work hard for 10 years in the past. Excluding the expenses, it was a very hard-earned sum of money to save in 10 years. Wu Qingyuan took the certificate, checked it carefully, nodded, signed and fingerprinted the note, and Gao Hao himself had to press a fingerprint. Later, Gao Wu also signed his name on the qualification certificate, so if problems were found, Gao Wu would also be punished. No one dares to fool around with this. Signing the signature can directly trace the person. After all, they have received professional training for many years. Gao Hao raised his head and glanced at Gao Wu, and then noticed the work ID on Gao Wu's chest. It even had his wife's name written on it. Unexpectedly, this was actually the husband of the Zhenwu teacher in class. The child is a royal sect-level beastmaster. He is even in the same school and grade as his uncle Wu Qifeng. He will take the exam for the Magical Beastmaster Academy this year. Comparable to the college entrance examination in the previous life, being able to enter the Magic Beast Control Academy means a minimum achievement. You will not be lower than the Royal King, and there is even a high chance of becoming a Royal King before the age of 25. This is already the case for ordinary people, and it will take countless generations of hard work to be able to see the height of the tail. Wu Qingyuan collected the qualification certificate and took Gao Hao to the courtyard west of the Gao family. The road is lined with green trees and blooming flowers. There were students everywhere who were going home from school. Some of the children were squatting and waiting for their mothers to pick them up, so they were observing the little bees collecting nectar on the flowers. There's one here too, look. Be careful, the sting hurts. Several children playing happily. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the monitoring room. Miyu was resting in her office. Just as she was about to get off work, Wu Qingyuan pushed the door open. Mom, I brought Gao Hao to check the beast taming space to understand his recent growth in the beast taming space. When Miyu saw Gao Hao, she immediately stood up, ran over, picked up Gao Hao, and asked with a smile, Xiao Hao, do you miss Grandma? I do. I really want to. Gao Hao said with a smile. Miyu's face immediately lit up with joy, and she carried him to a large monitoring instrument. Xiao Hao, listen to Grandma, lie down and relax, and practice the dragon skill slowly. Yeah, Gao Hao said. Various formations were engraved on the instrument. As Gao Hao lay on it, the machine started to operate. Rays of light shone on Gao Hao's body, and he could not open his eyes at all. Judicial Miyu watched for about 5 minutes, and a clear human figure emerged, as if printed, and as if with a transparent light, but clearer than those. Meridians, blood, large arteries, including some tiny capillaries, internal organs, and various organs are all presented in one picture. Gold attribute, wood attribute, water attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute, wind attribute, thunder attribute, light attribute, dark attribute. The more Miyu looked, the more surprised she was, because the blue space in Gao Hao's mind was actually a very rare beast taming space with all attributes, which was one of the beast taming space symbols recorded very perfectly in ancient books. Xiao Hao's beast taming space has a solid foundation of the 5 elements. The panda with double pupils that he contracted is a gold-attributed beast. It would be best to choose a wood-attributed beast for the next contract. The beasts that he contracts should be tamed according to the operation rules of the 5 elements of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth. This will make Xiao Hao's beast taming space complete in the 5 elements. By developing a beast tamer on this solid foundation, there will be greater room for growth in the future. Justice Miyu turned and looked at Wu Qingyuan, took out a complicated formation book from the bookshelf, and flipped through it while speaking. Xiao Hao's beast-controlling space has volcanoes, rivers, seas, deserts, tornadoes, oceans, and land. He is growing very healthily. As for his future education and development direction, I suggest you go back and read this book. Although the 5 elements formation is a very basic thing, the basic formation that has been handed down from ancient times to this day, the 5 elements cycle, is endless, and it is innately invincible. If the 5 elements can be perfected, his future achievements will not be weaker than that of the monster with the ancient space. Chapter 18 Daily Reading and Practice Experiments. Wu Qingyuan took the book handed over by Judy Miyu. The book read, The Complete Formation of 5 Elements of Heaven and Earth. Now is not the time to read it. The examination instrument slowly stopped, and Gao Hao continued to run the dragon art. Judicial Miyu hugged him down. The light just now was too dazzling, and he felt that his entire body was penetrated and unobstructed. Xiao Hao, are you feeling a little dizzy? Let's take a rest on Grandma's bed first. Your mother and I will talk about some things. Gao Hao felt his eyes dazzling. After half an hour, Wu Qingyuan came closer and looked at Gao Hao, who was in a daze, and smiled. Wu Qingyuan picked up Gao Hao and hurried home. Gao Hao had just opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye he was back home, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Is this teleportation? Teleportation? Gao Hao looked at his mother and wanted to learn very much. Wu Qingyuan seemed to see what he was thinking and replied calmly, when you become a Yuzong, you will be able to learn this teleportation technique. Your current physical fitness is not good enough. Wu Qingyuan put him down. Gao Nianyan had returned to do her homework, and the arrogance from yesterday was no longer on her face. Ah, why is there so much homework again? Gao Nianyan was full of complaints. She had never expected that the homework of the advanced Earth Control class was more than twice that of the intermediate Earth Control class. Not only was there more knowledge about taming beasts, but there were also some ancient Chinese texts that she couldn't understand, and she had to write essays of several hundred words, which was very harmful to a 2-year-old child. At this moment, he is being guided by Gao Changsheng to complete his homework. It's easy to write a composition. Just think about happy things, think about your parents, and think about your brother, and you can finish writing a few hundred words. Dad, why don't you help me write it? Gao Nianyan said coquettishly while hugging Gao Changsheng's legs. Before Gao Changsheng could say anything, Gao Nianyan already felt a chill coming from behind him. Wu Qingyuan suddenly said, Gao Nianyan, I think you are a jerk. Hurry up and finish your homework. You are not allowed to eat if you don't finish it. I will check it later. Gao Hao also shuddered at this moment. This was the first time he saw Wu Qingyuan get angry since he was born. Gao Changsheng immediately ran to Wu Qingyuan. Don't be angry, Nian Nian is a good student, but she has a little problem with her attitude. It takes a few days to adapt to a new learning environment. Zhongyuan was silent for a few seconds and said, "Write quickly. If you can't overcome such a small difficulty and want to become a healing beast master in the future, then who dares to ask you to treat the disease?" Gao Hao quietly slipped back to the room. He didn't know why, but when he saw Gao Ninian being scolded, he actually felt a little gloating. He continued to read the books his father had prepared for him, among which was a book called Basics of Beast Taming Classification. Human beast tamers summarized and planned beast taming into 3 major categories: the sky, the earth, the ocean. At this moment, Gao Hao is using the Eye of Truth to accelerate his thinking and memory. His mind seems to become active in an instant, and his reading speed becomes very fast. Almost reached the point where I could read 10 lines at a glance. He felt a headache after just a few minutes, and his thinking could not keep up with the speed of reading. After adjusting it several times, he found that doubling the speed was the most suitable for his current condition. After trying for half an hour, his doubled reading speed allowed him to make rapid progress. Compared to the 10-fold slowing skill, the speed he was trying to achieve could only increase 5-fold at best, which was only about half of the slowing effect. There is still a lot of room for development of the Eye of Truth. At this moment, Gao Hao is also trying to split his thoughts to see if he can use one brain for 2 purposes. After all, humans have a left brain and a right brain, although few people can think about several things at the same time. Try to draw Mickey Mouse with your left hand and Erlang Shun with your right hand. In my previous life, I have seen various painting masters on many websites and videos. They could paint 4 different paintings with their hands and feet at the same time. When I watched them at that time, I felt that my brain had not evolved. Good for nothing, and prone to wild thoughts. I even feel like I can do it. It's typical that I can learn it once I see it, but I lose it after I learn it. Now he tried to draw, and he was really able to do it. He drew Mickey Mouse with his left hand and a 3-eyed Erlang Shun with his right hand. To be able to use eyes, hands, heart, and brain, this should be called multitasking in the past life. However, various video websites say that less than 10% of the human brain is developed and used. The dragon art that I am practicing now, with its strong mental power, is it a method to develop the potential of the brain? Just as Gao Hao was about to try something else, Gao Changxing knocked on the door. "Xiao Hao, go to the training room in half an hour and prepare yourself." "Got it, Dad." Gao Hao put away the book and put it back where it was, and did more experiments every day to develop the potential of his Eye of Truth. After yesterday's failure, he had his own ideas in mind that he wanted to try one by one today. The eyesight of the Eye of Truth is so strong that if you cannot hit the target every time, it would be a waste of the ability of your eyes. He took out a golden bamboo from the white jade bracelet, released Xiong Dundun from the beast taming space, and fed it food. "Dundun, get ready. Continue practicing today. You have to work harder. Don't give up halfway like you did yesterday. You must persevere until the last moment today." Xiong Dundun was wolfing down the golden bamboo. His owner was really cruel. He didn't even give him any golden bamboo to eat all night. He had to rely on the green bamboo to survive until now. After preparing the small school bag and taking the bottle, Gao Changsheng took Gao Hao to the practice room again, while Wu Qingyuan stayed at home and watched Gao Ninian do her homework. Sent her to school in the afternoon. Before Gao Hao left, Gao Ninian actually stuck out her tongue at him. Enter the dragon fist room again. Gao Hao lowered his waist and knees to stand firmly. He opened the Eye of Truth to slow down his movements, and used the Eye of Truth to control his chi to move left and right. After slowing down his chi control speed, Gao Hao was able to smoothly get rid of his unnecessary movements, and his body movements became more coherent. Most of the time, people only need a little understanding. Some flying skills do not require fast speed, but require precision and control. Gao Hao had a smile on his face. He swung out with his left arm and punched the Qinjin Xiaozhong accurately. He swung out a punch with his right arm and hit the target instantly. Gao Changxing watched his son's slow movements, but he used both strength and skills, and naturally used the power of his legs to dissipate the aftereffects of the control of Qi. Gao Hao launched the Imperial Qi 100 times, and hit the target every time. He only used 50,000th of the Imperial Qi in his body, which was half less than the amount consumed yesterday. Control the Qi. Gao Hao had already grasped the key points, and then slowly weakened the slow skill to 5 times, hitting the Qinjin Xiaozhong 85 times out of 100. Slowing down the speed increases the hit rate. The sound of the bell is clear and pleasant. Different sounds are produced depending on the force used, as if it can play a beautiful piece of music. During the same 3 hours, Gao Hao used 20% of his own qi, emitted qi 400 times, and hit the 1000 Jin small bell 348 times. Although not as many as the 600 times yesterday, it improved his accuracy and control. Gao Changsheng was very shocked by his son's growth rate and understanding. Baji, use slowness to control movement and start later but arrive first. Gao Changsheng was shocked by the understanding shown by Gao Hao. Gao Hao's action of slowing down the circulation of his own qi by 10 times made him see the prototype of Baji in his son. Although it is very slow, the efficiency is higher than before. Being anxious is sometimes useless, and you need to stay calm. Gao Hao himself was just standing on the shoulders of the wisdom of giants, so he was able to experiment and thus improve his own shortcomings step by step. It is precisely because of the memories of his previous life that Gao Hao now has so many wonderful ideas in his mind. After the training, Xiong Dundun obtained a half-meter golden bamboo. Gao Hao touched Xiong Dundun and praised him. Not bad. You persevered today. Let's work hard together. Xiong Dundun lay there limply, opened his mouth, bit the golden bamboo and started eating it happily. After 10 minutes, he finally recovered some strength and sat up. Today, I am really exhausted. Xiong Dundun gritted his teeth and persevered. This is the biggest progress, as long as he changes a little bit every day. You can become a panda that exceeds your limits. Chapter 19 Conceiving Martial Arts and Going to Tianxing City. Around 5 in the afternoon, Gao Hao wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and rested in the training room for 10 minutes, waiting for his body to cool down. I drank half a bottle of milk to restore my strength. After his mental strength increased tenfold, Gao Hao woke up at around 5:30 every morning, and his sleeping time was reduced from more than 10 hours before to about 9 hours. In order to maintain sufficient mental strength and for subsequent practice, this is necessary rest time. Xiao Hao, do you want to play with the other kids at the training ground before going home? Your mom will get your homework for you. Gao Hao originally wanted to shake his head, as it felt a bit awkward to play with a group of kids. But when he went out, he saw a few kids playing kuju, a sport in which the player dribbles the ball with their feet and shoots it into a hole. It is extremely challenging to one's body coordination, leg strength, and eyesight. 6 people form a group and are divided into 2 teams, red and blue. Gao Yu is on the red team and Gao Qing is on the blue team. There are still dozens of cheerleaders, and Gao Qing and Gao Yu are still competing against each other. Gao Hao immediately nodded to his father and chose to stay. The second grandfather, Gao Fuyun, has been taking care of the children these days and has been cheering for his 2 granddaughters from the side, with a red flag in his left hand and a blue flag in his right hand, highlighting the left-right symmetry. HD's appearance is a bit delicate, and her face is a bit stunning, so boys also look at her appearance. The blue team clearly took the lead due to the support from the audience. Han Ping was also standing in the crowd at this moment. His eyes were always fixed on the ball. After several exchanges with Xiaomi, he was no longer interested in little girls. They are all pigs, and they fall in love with someone else faster than a thief. They said he was handsome and a male god before, but they said he was too ugly and not suitable for them in just 1 month. Gao Hao could also sense the attitudes of those around him. He changed from a little fat boy to a handsome boy. Girls who originally disdained him now came to discuss beast taming with him and wanted to play with him. But he has seen through everything, and everyone is envious of his good looks. At this moment, Gao Qing passed the ball with his calf, took the basic steps of the dragon step, raised his leg, did an inverted hook move, supported himself with both hands on the ground, raised his leg, and kicked the ball more than 20 meters away. Unfortunately, the ball was just a few centimeters away from scoring a goal, but it hit the net and fell to the ground. Everyone present has learned some form of body control, or some form of physical strength control technique, but they are all stipulated not to use chi control, so it is still possible to have fun. The strength of the players on both sides is about the same, so it can be said that it was a strategy of general against general, soldier against soldier. Gao Yu seized the opportunity and rushed forward, knocking a player away. He used a lot of strength and took control of the ball. He used the simplest dribble technique and shot the ball immediately from about 10 meters away from the net, which went in smoothly, then looked at HD provocatively. Gao Qing likes long shots and has a high scoring rate, but the chance of scoring is pitifully small. The two are the main players of the team. Gao Yu likes stability. Even if she can shoot, but the probability is only 80%, she will still choose to advance and then shoot. The game ended with the red team scoring 7 points and the blue team scoring 4 points. Grandpa, I won. Gao Yu laughed. Gao Qing was surrounded by several teammates. Their eyes were a little red, and they were unwilling to accept losing the game. Gao Yu, don't be so proud. Gao Hao could also see that Gao Qing was elegant and gentle in character and appearance. Although the contract was with a saber-toothed white tiger, her personality was relatively soft, which made boys like her very much and want to protect her. Gao Yu treats boys as companions. She has a fresh and clean appearance and can get along well with boys. When playing games, she analyzes strategies very seriously. She has a strong character, is competitive, and never gives in, which is a relatively rare character among girls. Naturally, she will get a reward if she wins the game. Each member of the winning team received a candied horse. Naturally, it was the second grandfather who instigated the duel, so he also paid for the reward. The candied haws that cost 5 yuan a string are the kind with sunflower seeds. They taste crispy and make my envious friends drool. Gao Hao was also watching with great interest. Although the kids' playing style was still very childish, at least they were serious and hardworking. They were young and motivated, and their youth was full of vitality. He felt that if he could learn some body techniques, he would be able to perform the ancient martial arts in the videos of his previous life by controlling his chi, such as the Iron Mountain lean back, 8 extreme collapse, continuous legs, death shot, Wing Chun series, inch fist and steel fist, southern school boxing, sword techniques, northern school leg techniques, all kinds of which are too numerous to count. As his mind opened up, Gao Hao felt that he had countless free martial arts in his head, even the health-preserving gymnastics and the basics of military boxing that he learned in school. Everything has changed in his mind. These things left by his ancestors are very valuable for development. In the previous life, due to the dominance of hot weapons, martial arts declined. To be honest, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of guns and cannons. There is no golden bell cover that can defend against the power of guns and cannons, and there is no iron shirt that can really be as hard as steel. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you will be defeated by one shot. No matter how good your boxing skills are, you can be killed with one shot. Within 7 steps, the gun was fast and accurate. Mortal flesh is no match for guns and cannons. What I remember most is Stephen Chow's movies. The various routines used when executing several prisoners fully demonstrated the power of guns and cannons, which are unmatched. Gao Hao kept thinking as he followed his father back home, and immediately went back to his room to study. Only by reading more books can you create according to your own situation. Today, I practiced dragon technique and used the slowing effect, which was quite good. Tomorrow, I will try to speed up more accurately. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind, so Gao Hao chose a steady approach to put the thoughts in his mind aside first. Practice the dragon fist to a high level before considering other things. In the blink of an eye, it's the weekend. The college is closed for one day. Gao Hao finished his training in the training room at home. Xiong Dundun not only did not lose weight, but also gained a few pounds. He had been practicing dragon fist for a week. Things are different after using the iron bone pill. Xiong Dundun's growth progress has been obvious these days, and his body has grown a bit bigger. If this continues, he will soon be taller than Gao Hao. Just today, Gao Chongqing set out early in the morning and boarded an airship to Tianxing City in Heijin Province. The flight was about 200 meters long and used various formations as a whole. The airship has 6 floors in total and can carry about 7,000 people at a time. The cost is quite expensive, costing 40,000 yuan for a round trip, which is equivalent to an average person's annual income. But considering the distance between the two sides, it doesn't seem to be very expensive. It took several months for the panda with double pupils to cross the border, a distance of more than 10 million kilometers. If they don't take the airship, it will take until next summer to go back and forth. By the time Gao Chongqing comes back, Xiong Dundun will probably be stunted. What is more important is the safety of the airship. The route it takes has been accumulated over the years. If the bandits had taken the air route, they would probably not have encountered sea beasts. Security checks are very strict when traveling by sea, and there is the risk of encountering sea beasts when smuggling. In short, for various reasons, Gao Chongqing chose to take an airship. Although he only had 1,500 pocket money at the beginning after running around a lot, he now has more than 20 million in his pocket, and a man must stand up straight. Money is a man's courage. Stand up. Chapter 20. Newcomer Mao Rongrong and the Origin of Dragon Fist. At the Gao family training ground, about 100 young beastmasters, no older than 3 years old, were practicing the beastmaster skill, Dragon Fist, in unison in the training ground courtyard. They kept making hey-ha sounds from their mouths, and each of them looked energetic and powerful. Wu Qingyuan accompanied Gao Nyanyan. Dozens of adult beastmaster instructors walked through the team of young beastmasters with serious expressions on their faces. With a ruler in hand, if someone makes a mistake, they will be hit hard with the ruler as a warning. You have to punch fast, your lower body has to be steady, and you have to use the power from your waist to explode. Dragon Fist is not a brutal boxing style. It is not a boxing style that is meant to be more ruthless. It is a boxing style that combines defense, attack, and power accumulation. It is a very comprehensive boxing style. It requires 70% power accumulation to achieve the effect of killing with one blow. When facing the enemy, We must use thunderous means. If you practice well, you will benefit a lot. If you don't practice well, you won't even be able to pass the Xingnan Beast Control School. The Gao family doesn't have so many resources to support you all your life. If you can't become a master before the age of 10, please discuss it with your parents. Don't go to the barracks to train yourself. With a snap, the ruler hit his leg, and the instructor's voice was as cold as a knife. My legs are straightened. I sweat less in peacetime, but bleed more in war. Why cry? What is there to cry about? Crying can't solve any problems. Do you think I will be merciful if you cry? The enemy will let you live. Many children cried after being beaten. When the ruler was drawn, there was a red mark, which looked painful. Many children persisted in tears. It's terrible, it's terrible. Gao Ninian was also scared at the moment. Every time the instructor passed by her, her body would unconsciously become a little stiff, afraid of being beaten. Little ones, we are not devils. Every day during training, students who improve by 3 places will receive a reward. When the training is over, check your ranking. Anyone who improves by 3 places will receive a reward. Then the chief instructor looked at everyone, smiled sweetly and said, those who fall back 3 places will naturally receive the appropriate punishment. They will have to run around the training ground handstand. With just a few words, the students were excited. Just a little bit of reward was enough to get the whole circle excited. All the children had anticipation and seriousness on their faces. The devil, many trainers thought. As the purple air came from the east, all the children had a look of relaxation on their faces. They took deep breaths, practiced the dragon skills, and swung their dragon fists with the sound of dragon roars faintly heard around them. It looks like little dragons taking a nap. Gao Ninian felt the imperial qi boiling and guided it to flow continuously in her body. The peony imperial beast beside her smiled sweetly. The training ended after a few minutes. On the wall of the training ground, there is a red crystal panel about 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. On it are the numbers of instructors and students present, including the name of the teacher on duty and the main department he is responsible for. Wu Qingyuan took Gao Ninian to check the results. The instructors on the training ground all had scorers. Gao Ninian searched for a long time among the first 20 people and found that her name was not on the list. Then I still couldn't find it after looking at the next 20 people, but finally I found my name in the 3rd row, number 45, Gao Ninian, and my score was 6. A total of 6 instructors gave scores, and most of the children only scored 2 or 3 points. The first place score was 14 points. 14 instructors gave scores, but the child was almost 3 years old. Mom, am I regressing? What do you think, Nian? Your grades have been very stable this year. You've always got 6 points. Wu Qingyuan said unhappily. There were many unfamiliar faces on the training ground today. 3 years old is a watershed for beast tamer children. The outstanding ones at this age are about to become a master of imperial power, and some have even already reached the level of a master of imperial power. Then I fell behind by 1 place. Is it because a new genius came yesterday? What's his name? It seems to be Mao Rongrong. Gao Ninian thought and said unhappily. Wu Qingyuan listened and looked into the distance, towards the girl sitting in the last row. She looked to be just over 1 year old, a few months younger than Gao Ninian, but he was also a 7-star Earth controller. He was sent to the Gao family to practice because he awakened the Dragon Cave space. No one knew what kind of deal the 2 families had made, but the first 6 levels of the ancestral dragon skills were handed over. Wu Qingyuan thought to herself that the most likely future for this little girl was Gao Zhen's wife, and that the Gao and Mao families had probably reached some kind of cooperation. Thinking about something in his mind, Wu Qingyuan no longer felt angry. Gao Ninian was not aiming to become a combat-type beast master, and he learned Dragon Fist because it had strong compatibility. Regardless of gender, attributes, or space, people with different abilities can all learn Dragon Fist, which has the effect of activating blood circulation and strengthening qi and blood. Even for people who don't have a beast taming space, practicing the Dragon Fist can prolong their life, according to the records handed down by the Gao family. The Dragon Fist was not created by the ancestors of the Gao family, but was created by a martial arts master named Long. Later, many people from the Gao family came to learn from him. 300 years later, the sect was attacked and destroyed by fallen beasts. In order to remember the name of the founder, the Gao family renamed their boxing style as Dragon Fist. The real name of the founder of Dragon Fist is Long Xueqing. He can be said to be the leading figure in the martial arts world, with his superb boxing skills and his blood dragon sword. Today, thousands of years later, Long Min is showing signs of revival. It was also because after the sect was destroyed, the descendants of Long Xueqing passed it down, which prevented the Long Min from being cut off. Now it has developed in Jinqing, Heijin province, and has a huge influence. Every inch of land there is valuable. It is close to the Black Gold Mountains and has a population of 1 billion. It is the most populous city in the south. Other cities have only 200 to 300 million people, but because of the huge Black Gold Mountains, they support a population of over 1 billion. Every year, countless people from the 3 southern provinces go to Jinqing to pursue their dream of getting rich. As long as they can get into the Black Gold Mine, they can earn 2 to 3 million yuan a year. Generally, 5 years is the limit for working, and one needs to rest for 2 or 3 years to remove the toxins accumulated in the body, but countless people still continue to work hard. Because here, you can earn a sum of money that you would never earn in your entire life anywhere else. Return, Gao family. Wu Qingyuan held Gao Ninian's hand and left the training ground. The instructor was punishing several students who had fallen behind by 3 places. The others also had expressions of crisis on their faces. Most of the children left the training ground in a hurry, and only a few children stayed there waiting for their parents to pick them up. Most children are weaned after 5 months, and no parents come with them anymore. Only a small number of parents have time to come back to check on their children's academic progress. The same goes for Gao Hao. After he can eat next month, Wu Qingyuan will no longer send him off. Instead, she will bring him a lunchbox and a bottle with some delicious food. Chapter 21. Steady as a rock, standing firm. In the early morning, dewdrops rolled down the branches, and 2 autumn swallows were chirping on the branches. The autumn swallows are black all over except for their white bellies. Their eyes can see very far, and they mostly feed on insects. Gao Ninian looked up and saw 2 autumn swallows building their own love nest. They looked very happy. Sometimes she really wanted to become a flying bird. Wu Qingyuan took Gao Ninian's hand and went back home to prepare for dinner. This morning, they met local soldiers patrolling in the yard. They were all wearing armor and looked heroic. At this moment in the courtyard of his home, Gao Hao was practicing the basic routines of the dragon fist, left hook, and right hook. He had learned the dragon fist in a week. His father didn't let him go to the Longquan room again, but instead he practiced basic skills at home every day. When the purple air entered the nasal cavity and flowed into the body, Gao Hao felt a stream of hot air. As this air was digested by the body, the blue space in his mind seemed to have eaten something tonic and instantly grew a little bigger. The emerald green bamboos on the mountains are covered with fine purple lines. The lines are not very obvious, but they are indeed purple. Gao Hao was studying the changes in the beast taming space when his mother brought Gao Ninian into the yard. Look how hard-working your brother is. If you were half as obedient and sensible as him, I would have less worries. Wu Qingyuan watched his son practicing boxing in the yard and immediately called Gao Ninian immature and gave him a lesson. Gao Ninian listened to this and looked at Gao Hao with a complaint. The resentful look in her eyes seemed quite lethal, but she seemed to have rolled her eyes, and her expression was like a cat holding its breath. Mom, I'm working hard too. I've been reading the Beast Taming Encyclopedia carefully recently and have memorized more than 100 types of beasts. In the future, I will become the most famous medical expert in the world. Wu Qingyuan listened and smiled. Just work hard. Mom will make you some shrimp dumplings. Gao Ninian looked at her mother's mood, which had turned from gloomy to cheerful, and then she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, don't be too proud. I will work hard on my training in the future and will never let you surpass me. Gao Ninian snorted coldly and walked into the house with his school bag on his back with a proud look on his face. Gao Hao did not open his mouth to refute, still feeling the wonderful feeling that the purple energy brought him. The moment the purple energy entered his body, he felt his mind became a little clearer. In recent months, Gao Ninian's attitude towards him has changed several times, from liking him before to distancing herself from him later, and now she wants to get closer to him, but also has a somewhat competitive attitude. Gao Hao also knew that children's attitudes were always changeable, and he didn't want to think too much about it. After practicing Dragon Fist for a week, his control over qi increased from 20% to 30%. The speed of absorbing the imperial qi in the body naturally became faster. The golden imperial qi in the body slowly flowed to the left hand, and the palm of the hand was dyed golden. He threw a punch with all his might, and the wind from his fist whistled. The force of this blow from Gao Hao exceeded 500 kilograms, and it felt like one punch could break bones. Xiao Hao, stop practicing and come into the house to drink your milk. We'll be going to school soon. Wu Qingyuan shouted as he walked out of the kitchen. Yes, right away, Gao Hao said softly. Time passes and autumn wind blows down leaves. A month passed quietly, and several new students came to the primary classroom. The older ones had been weaned, while the younger ones were still crying for food. Gao Hao was finally weaned and had a row of white teeth in his mouth. He could eat some soft porridge, as well as the buns and shrimp balls that his mother brought him. In another 3 weeks, Gao Hao will be able to enter the intermediate Earth Control class. Teacher Jinwu is on the podium explaining today's Chinese character lessons, and learning is quite easy. Have you heard? Han Ping succeeded in his beast control contract. During the break, several people in the class were chatting, and Han Ping was sitting in his seat reading a book. Another person in the class successfully signed a contract with a beast. It was Han Ping, who had gotten rid of vulgar interests. Yesterday, he successfully signed a contract with the desert scorpion beast he had been with for almost 3 months. Han Ping is now 8 months old. He failed in his first attempt to tame the beast when he was a 1-star Earth tamer. Now that he has become a 2-star Earth tamer, just like Gao Hao, he has succeeded in perfectly taming the beast. It is a rock-orange scorpion, said to be a mutated descendant of the 9-eyed scorpion, the desert scorpion. It can survive in the cruel Gobi rocks and deserts. It likes to eat food such as lizards, and prefers small insects. It is orange-brown in color, has 8 legs, likes to hide in the sand to sleep, and only comes out to look for food at night. The barbs on the scorpion's tail are extremely poisonous, and if cultivated well, they can grow and evolve into a rare species. Gao Hao's schedule for the past month has been packed. Every morning he practices Dragon Fist in the yard and breathes in the first ray of purple air as the sun rises. In 1 month's time, the progress was obvious. His Dragon Fist was getting faster and faster, and his skills were becoming more and more skillful. His eyes, hands, and palms were combined into one, and it was also much easier to control his chi. There are 5 basic skills of Dragon Fist: punch, swing punch, hook, straight kick, and back kick. These 5 basic skills take into account the response to attacks from all directions. Punches and straight kicks are mostly used to maintain distance for defense. Side attacks are usually dealt with by swinging punches, using the strength of the arms and waist to drive the fist to attack. The destructive power is huge, and the damage can be disfigured at the very least, and the head may even be lost at the worst. The fist was like a hammer, with great destructive power, especially the golden energy that Gao Hao controlled. Hook punches and back kicks are mostly used in close combat. In the competition between beast masters, they try not to fight with multiple people. They will only use hook punches and back kicks to counterattack when the enemy is close to them, or they suddenly feel something strange behind them. After practicing in the morning, he would go back to his room to read, just as if to take a rest. Then his mother would call him to eat, and then he would go to Gao's academy alone to study. After classes, he would occasionally play ball with his classmates during activity time. He was very interested in Kuju, which was very popular in this world of beast taming. The Dragon Fist, straight kick, and back kick that they have learned can also be honed during play, and their strength is no weaker than that of an ordinary adult. I went home to sleep, started doing homework after waking up, practiced the basic skills of Dragon Fist for 3 hours in the afternoon, and then went into the practice room to meditate for 45 minutes. These past few days, he felt that the chi in his body had grown by more than double compared to when he just broke through. He was full of confidence and went to bed around 9:30 in the evening. His internal organs showed 5 different attribute colors. What surprised him most was that with the practice of Dragon Fist, both of his arms could be covered with a layer of golden air-protecting film. The external defensive power surges, and when the Dragon Fist is perfected, the whole body will emit golden light. And when the Dragon Fist is swung out, a dragon roar will be heard. After thousands of years, the Gao family has also undergone some major changes and reforms in the Dragon Fist. In order to prevent others from figuring out the routines of the Dragon Fist and specifically breaking its weaknesses, they have added some countermeasures each time. So far, the Dragon Fist has been expanded to include claw skills, finger skills, elbow skills, knee skills, and leg skills. These are things that students will learn in the Advanced Earth Control class. The Dragon Step evolved in this way, hoping to make up for the situation where the Dragon Fist was targeted by others. In a month, Xiong Dundun had grown taller than Gao Hao. If he stood up, his body would be over 1.2 meters tall, and he had also eaten another iron bone pill. After practicing the Dragon Fist, he could fight faster than Gao Hao. There was a faint golden glow on the claws, and with one strike, 3 half-moon scimitars were launched out, and a rockery stone in the courtyard cracked. As a result, Wu Qingyuan, who had just gone out, saw it, and he grabbed Gao Hao's ear and gave him a scolding. "Xiao Hao, if you want to train your beast, go to the training ground. Why do you want to destroy things at home? This stone is a very rare blood jade stone, worth millions." Gao Hao lowered his head in shame. He now finally understood why such a young child had to go to the training ground to practice. The fundamental reason is that the beasts have great destructive power. in order to facilitate unified management and training, and for the safety and growth of the children. The power of the beast tamers' controlling techniques is very great, and the beast tamers grow very fast, although their progress in practicing controlling techniques is very slow. But just as the saying goes, one force can break all laws, and great force can create miracles. Xiong Dundan's dragon fist has not been as proficient as Gao Hao's, but relying on his huge body, his destructive power is several times more than his. This is probably one of the reasons why Beastmasters have a higher status than warriors. Usually, Beastmasters rely on their beast control to gang up on others. Therefore, Beastmasters all hate being surrounded and beaten. Chapter 22 Summary of the 8 Levels of Beast Tamers. Okay, Mom, then I will go to the training ground to practice from now on, Gao Hao said with his head down. Xiong Dundan also realized that he was in trouble, so he immediately got down and huddled beside Gao Hao, looking at Wu Qingyuan pitifully, hoping to be forgiven. The blood jade is worth 1,000,000, and these are 100 golden bamboos. Gao Hao's heart was bleeding. There were not many golden bamboos left in his white jade bracelet. At most, he could keep Xiong Dundan eating them for half a month. Xiong Dundan's appetite is increasing every day. We really underestimated the growth rate of pandas. Now he eats a 2-meter-long golden bamboo for every meal. Wu Qingyuan touched Gao Hao's head and said, "Diligent training itself is worthy of praise. What you should do now is to let the beast master practice chi control. Xiong Dundan has very good natural abilities. Don't relax your requirements on him just because he acts like a spoiled child." Gao Hao listened and smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. Sometimes Xiong Dundan was so tired that he felt sorry for her and would relax some of her training plans. Xiong Dundan felt a little ashamed after listening to this. As the Bear King of the Yuan Mountains, he had never experienced human life. He also doesn't know how to practice, and many of his abilities are gained directly from fighting. The winner is the king, and the loser becomes food. However, humans have all kinds of rules. Xiong Dundan has been adapting for several months, but has not changed his way of thinking. He has become accustomed to a free and unrestrained life. Being suddenly forced to practice, Xiong Dundan had already suppressed his temper. But he also thought about the dangers he had experienced and how good Gao Shaotian, Miue, Gao Changxing, Gao Hao, Wu Qingyuan, Gao Nianyan, and the whole family had been to him in the past few months. Gao Nianyan often gives it snacks, especially sweet candies, which it also loves to eat. Naturally, he has no temper. In the future, he should not act like a spoiled child and be lazy with his master. If he wants to succeed and become stronger, there is no shortcut. He can only practice hard. The road to immortal beasts is a long one. 8 words popped up in Xiong Dundan's mind. He also had a strange dream. In the dream, he turned into a human being, lived an ordinary life for more than 20 years, and died before he was 30. All I can say is that he is useless and has accomplished nothing. After that, Gao Hao and Gao Nianyan went to the training ground together every morning to practice Dragon Fist. At first, Gao Nianyan was embarrassed as the elder sister. Gao Hao also learned a lot in the training ground. Wu Qingyuan practiced and cooked at home and no longer followed the two to the training ground because Xiong Dundan was now able to protect Gao Hao. At the same stage of growth, it is difficult for two people to cause fatal harm to each other. Another 2 weeks passed, and Gao Hao felt that the qi in his body had reached its limit again. It no longer flowed into the blue space in his mind, but flowed into the tiny meridians. The 7 meridians and 8 vessels expanded once again, and only 5 golden bamboos were left in the white jade bracelet, and food became scarce. Monday came again, and Wu Qingyuan completed the graduation procedures for Gao Hao. Teacher Zhenwu gave him an A grade, and he also resigned from the position of class monitor. The nearly 3 months of training and the position of squad leader have made him feel the benefits of being a leader. Many children older than him would give him snacks, but he didn't want any of them and remained neutral. The person who is closer to him is Han Ping. Although this person is small, he understands a person's thoughts and ideas very well. Especially after knowing that Gao Hao also likes Kuju, the two of them often play together. Even the talent he obtained from the Desert Scorpion was told to Gao Hao during a Kuju game, and Gao Hao chose to talk about one of his own abilities. The innate ability I obtained is the affinity with the Earth attribute, so it is very easy for me to learn Earth attribute air control techniques. Just now, when my body merged into the ground, I used the Earth escape air control technique. Han Ping felt a little embarrassed when he spoke. He actually used his chi control out of anxiety because of the loss. He was also a little drunk because Gao Hao scored 3 goals in a row. Haha, it's okay, just calm down, Gao Hao said indifferently. After all, he liked Han Ping's character, and they were both young. They lay on a lawn, looking at the blue sky. A breeze blew by, a cool autumn breeze mixed with a hint of chill. Winter is coming soon. Gao Hao said. Is your father not back yet? Han Ping asked. Gao Hao was also a little worried. After all, he had heard many adults say that the world was full of crises. He didn't know whether he was concerned about his father or about Xiong Dundan's food. I felt conflicted and guilty. Sometimes I would talk to Han Ping about my father, while Xiong Dundan and the desert scorpion were playing on the side. The desert scorpion prefers to sleep during the day, so at this moment it is like a stone, motionless. Xiong Dundan looked at the desert scorpion's tail curiously. He had seen many scorpions in the forest, but he had never seen a scorpion that looked like a rock. Gao Hao, don't worry. Your father was once the commander of a large army and a royal lord himself. Your worries are unnecessary. Han Ping then added, I will also be attending the intermediate earth control class next week. We will graduate together. At first I thought that all the children of the Gao family were very arrogant and looked down on others. Gao Hao listened and stared at the sky in a daze. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just that a powerful family will inevitably have arrogant people. Sometimes I have to sigh that reincarnation is also a technical job. The more you understand history, the more you can prove it. One's background determines his vision and height. Ordinary people have very few opportunities to change their destiny. It is even like the reward mechanism of Pink Sixie. There is always an endless next task, and then you will be deceived again and again, increasing the cost. We are always just 0.1 away from success, then 0.01, and even to the mathematical unit of pi. You have no idea how many chain tasks are waiting for you. The higher the cost up front, the greater the price you will pay after failure. Basically, the rest of your life is no longer your own choice. Han Ping looked at Gao Hao in surprise. Ever since his father died in the Death Star Valley, his mother left Han Ping and returned to her hometown less than a month after giving birth to him. To mature early, one always has to go through things that others have not experienced. He was raised by his grandparents with a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan from the Gao family. As well as the opportunity to study in the Gao family, he never expected that he actually awakened the beast taming space. Now that his mother is back, he couldn't figure it out at first. Later, I thought it through and increased the subsidy from 3,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan, and the rating was Class B. He moved to the outer courtyard of the Gao family, where he was treated to meat every meal, and from time to time military instructors came to see him, wanting to take him in as their apprentice. The highest one was a king-level beastmaster. His mother was so excited that she wanted to agree on the spot, but her grandfather stopped her and said that Han Ping could decide for himself after he turned 3. Gao Hao now has a general understanding of the levels of beastmasters. There is a huge gap between the various levels of beastmasters. Although Buddha said that all beings are equal, there are also clear class distinctions. Only the lowest level novice monks would go begging for alms and practice asceticism. The more advanced ones would perform rituals, recite some incomprehensible scriptures, and perform rituals to help the souls of the dead. There are also different treatments for Arhat, Vajra, Buddha, Golden Lotus, and Golden Body. The more golden the Buddha statue is, the more it proves his high moral character and noble status. The same goes for beastmasters. From low to high, they are divided into Earth Tamer, Master Tamer, Clan Tamer, General Tamer, King Tamer, Emperor Tamer, Monarch Tamer, and Lord Tamer. These are the 8 levels that Gao Hao has come into contact with. Each level of Beastmaster is treated differently. As for the allocation of subsidies, the recording office only has the power to allocate half of the resources at most, and the remaining half can only be obtained by passing the test of the Gao family. There are cultivation assessment requirements every year, and only if the requirements are met can you receive the remaining half of the subsidy, just as there are no free meals in the world. The Gao family is not a charity. Those who fail to meet the requirements will even have their subsidies reduced, their ratings lowered, and will gradually be eliminated from the elite training ladder. Chapter 23. Everyone is hiding. The autumn wind blows across my cheeks. Gao Hao picked up the Kuju and Han Ping defended. With a rebound kick, Gao Hao shot at the goal from 20 meters away. He saw it clearly with his own eyes. Controlling the chi and practicing it is also practicing the accuracy of his own body. The shot hit the target. Gao Hao raised his hand and laughed. Goal. Han Ping shook his body. He didn't expect that Gao Hao's strength was not worse than his. Even his Iron Mountain defense technique could not suppress Gao Hao's attack. The bell rang for class, and the sky suddenly became gloomy, with a cold wind whistling past. The children playing outside rushed into the classroom, but within a few minutes it began to rain heavily, and the students around them immediately closed the windows. The rain could be heard hitting the windows, and suddenly there was thunder and lightning in the sky. Many children were frightened and started crying. so the class could not continue. The whole classroom was filled with wailing, and everyone was competing to see who could cry the loudest. The class was helpless, and the crying children had to be dismissed early to rest in the nursing room. The mothers and nannies took off their coats and wrapped them around their children. The temperature dropped rapidly, and Gao Hao even felt goosebumps all over his body. After a period of confusion and noise, Teacher Jinwu resumed his lecture. Today he was talking about perseverance, persistence, and some tips and stories on cultivation. Students, cultivation is a boring thing, but it also requires perseverance. In the future, you will encounter various setbacks. In the face of failures in life, you must not slack off in your cultivation. Master Jinwu narrated earnestly. There have been countless young geniuses who wasted their time and slacked off in their training because of failed duels or love affairs. By the time they woke up, it was already too late. Everyone should remember that 10 tons of black gold, or can only produce less than 10 grams of black gold. The same is true for cultivation. 10 years of hard work will lead to a small success. 100 years of hard work will lead to success. Only by perseverance can one become a god. Although Teacher Jinwu said this, there was a hint of indifference on his face. After all, the story is just a story. I have told this story so many times, and even though it sounds great, I can't help but have doubts about it. In the past 100,000 years, there have been only a handful of beastmasters who have become immortals, let alone gods. That is something that was recorded in ancient mythology, and it is so long ago that many of the recorded places no longer exist, and no one can be sure whether it is true or not. It is said that a long time ago, there was a beastmaster who had practiced for 10,000 years. He led his 10 beasts in the wild land, looking for a way to become a god. After the story was told, many children listened attentively without making a sound. When Gao Hao was a child in his previous life, he also liked mythological stories, and there were countless stories that were well known to every household. That's amazing. I must work hard to practice. The motivation to practice cultivation surged in everyone's hearts, and the concept of time in the story was a little vague. Tens of thousands of years could easily pass by in a flash. Xiaomi had a look of admiration on her face. She was wearing a pleated skirt, a pair of little red shoes, and her little face was white with a rosy glow. Han Ping, Gao Hao, Gao Cheng, why haven't you three talked to me recently? And you haven't actively participated in playing games. Han Ping listened and said, No, I've been practicing recently. I'll be going to the Intermediate Earth Control Academy soon. I mainly don't want to delay your learning progress. Yes, I am the same as Han Ping. Gao Hao nodded. Me too. Gao Cheng said. This person was rumored to be the son left behind by his second grandfather, but the rumor had disappeared in the past few months. But it is really related to my second grandfather's family. He is a real grandson. Some things are really as expected. Although everyone's guess may not be correct, we are getting closer and closer to the truth. Ha ha ha, you should change your dialect. There was a burst of laughter in the classroom. Everyone thought Gao Cheng's words were interesting and had a unique sense of humor. Gao Cheng scratched his head stupidly. Gao Hao, carrying his school bag, took the opportunity to run out of the classroom and go home. Now the rain outside had stopped and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Even the young autumn swallows have learned to fly and are hiding in the nests, peeking out. The hatching speed of autumn swallows is very fast. They learn to fly within just 1 week of birth. There are 4 people who will go to the Intermediate Earth Control class next week: Gao Hao, Han Ping, Gao Cheng, and Xue Guwei. The last one, Gao Hao, is not familiar to me yet. No matter whether it was Han Ping or Xue Guwei, they both successfully signed the beast taming contract without making any noise. Only after graduation did everyone realize that they were very capable people. On the first day of Gao Hao's contract, the news spread like wildfire in the class. I was quite happy at that time, but now I think it was so childish. After Gao Hao returned home, he ate some rice and half a pound of beef by himself. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room comfortably. Xiong Dundun followed lazily. It was very easy for him to control the qi. However, after getting used to being powerful, he still felt a little uncomfortable practicing again. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Hao went out to see the sky turning from cloudy to sunny and took Xiong Dundun to the training ground. Gao Nianyan also ran out of his house, bringing the peony beast master with him. Brother, are you going to the training ground too? Gao Nianyan asked in surprise. Gao Hao spread his hands and said, Yes, I feel like I'm about to break through. Hasn't my father come back yet? I miss him a little bit. And my uncle Wu Qifeng, I haven't seen him in the past 2 months. Hee, I know where my uncle is. He has been at Zhaixing Peak for the past few months, training his beasts diligently. He doesn't have much time left, and he won't be back until next year's New Year. Next year? Why? Gao Hao asked. Gao Ninian was very proud, looking at his brother with a look of pride, which was really lethal. Then he looked at Gao Hao's inquiring eyes and said, "Don't you even know this basic common sense? If we want to cultivate to the level of a beast master, we need to choose a training environment similar to our own beast-controlling space. My uncle's beast-controlling space is an ice space, so of course we have to go to Zhixing Peak to cultivate. It is a paradise for ice-attributed beast-controlling spaces." Gao Hao listened and took note. It seemed that his beast-taming space allowed him to practice quickly anywhere. Could this be the reason why he was able to improve his chi control so quickly? Even in his own yard, Gao Hao could feel his affinity with the earth. It took him 5 months to cultivate to this level. He is about to break through. Gao Hao can feel the limit of his body. By tomorrow at the latest, he will break through to the 2-star earth control level. In total, he has been practicing for about 2 months. Compared with the 3 months estimated before, it has been shortened by a full month. According to the courses taught by teacher Jinwu, my cultivation speed will become faster and faster in the future if it is evenly distributed. There are still 7 months until he turns 1 year old, and he can increase his star by 1 star every 2 months on average, or even less. Wouldn't it be possible for me to upgrade to the 8-star level of earth control at the age of 1? My talent is even above the upper-class qualifications, and I can be called a pillar of talent. Gao Hao was in a very good mood. He was able to surpass Gao Ninian, who had been practicing for more than a year, in just half a year. After next year, his position as a brother in the family would be promoted. Chapter 24 Father Returns. Haheda. Heada. Before entering the training ground, I heard the panting of the boxers. I thought that 2 o'clock was already early. I didn't expect there was an earlier group of people. A not-so-young little girl, wearing a red martial arts uniform, with her black hair tied into a ponytail, was practicing every punch and every move very seriously. "Sister, look, there's a newcomer here. It seems her moves and proficiency are more solid than yours. In my opinion, this girl is as strong as me." Gao Hao looked at her with the eye of truth and said while analyzing. Gao Ninian was dissatisfied and snorted. "She has a powerful dragon cave space, which is very suitable for practicing Dragon Fist, and she has the qualification of middle class A." "Oh." Gao Hao nodded. Just after not coming for a few days, he suddenly had a strong competitor. He was now ranked 86th with 2 points. To move up to the top 50, everyone must be a student in the intermediate earth control class or above, and at least have 6-star earth control strength, which is extremely difficult to surpass. Gao Hao released Xiong Dundun. There were also many people in the field guiding his beast taming practice, so he also had to seize the time to train. It rained heavily in the morning. After the sky cleared up, the birds came out to look for food. Many flocks of birds were circling on the surrounding branches, chirping. The sky, which was previously covered with dark clouds, became as blue as the sea and as beautiful as a painting. There are white clouds, some of which look like cotton wool. Gao Hao and Xiong Dundun practiced for more than 10 minutes when they suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Turning around, I saw that my sister Gao Ninian had walked far away. It turned out that Gao Qing and Gao Yu had arrived. The 3 of them were chatting with the girl named Mao Rongrong. A tinkling laugh, as melodious as the sound of a lark. "Where is your hometown? I heard that you are not from Xingyue Bay." Gao Ninian asked curiously, and the 2 friends also looked curious. Mao Rongrong smiled gently and replied, "Xingminghai. I came from Xingminghai in the west. My parents told me that before I was born, my grandfather signed a marriage contract with your Gao family, asking me to choose one of your Gao family's direct descendants as my future husband. Wow, no wonder your clothes are so beautiful, with such a beautiful phoenix pattern on them. I heard that Xingming Sea can make huge airships, ships, weapons, and many, many magical toys." Gao Yu's eyes were full of stars as she spoke. Xingming Sea had countless professional beastmasters and was also the economic and creative center of Xingnan province. In the book, it was said that Xingming Sea had a magical sky garden. It is also one of the 4 major cities in Xingnan province. It is the mainstay of Xingnan province's economy, with 67% of its annual economic income coming from Xingminghai. It is geographically located close to Jincheng and Heijin province, and mainly provides mining technology, maintenance equipment, and advice. Selling various airships, weapons, clothes, and also providing private customization, such as space jade bracelets, space watches, storage bags for food, and customized weapons. From clothing design to styling and packaging, you can find it all in Xingminghai. It is a place where countless young people aspire to do business and start a business. It is run and managed by the Mao family, with investments of money and raw materials from the Gao and Qin families. In addition, Xingmenghai also provides rock-type beasts to the eastern part of Xingnan province. There are many rock-type beasts hidden under the Black Gold Mountains. Sometimes they would dig up beast nests, so the first beast that Mao Rongrong contracted was a rare centipede black gold earth dragon. Ancient books recorded that it was the offspring of a centipede and an earth dragon, and it was very rare. It likes to devour black gold ore. It has 108 legs, which are bent like sickles. It likes to cut its prey into pieces before eating. Its entire body is black gold in color, and its carapace is like a pair of smooth black sunglasses that can reflect a person's image. It is a powerful earth-type beast. He also has amazing defensive abilities and likes to drag his prey into the ground to fight. He is known as a cold-blooded killer and is currently lying at Mao Rongrong's feet. Many boys didn't dare to approach her when they saw her. They originally thought she was a pretty little girl, but the beast she revealed was really scary. Not to mention the other girls. The centipede earth dragon's head is shaped like a giant dragon's head, with a straight golden horn on its forehead. Gao Yu and Gao Qing have now obtained the information they wanted. A few boys in the distance looked at Mao Rongrong, then at the 3-meter-long centipede earth dragon at her feet. They trembled all over and chose to give up getting close. Assemble, assemble. A whistle sounded, and instructors in neat clothes walked out of the room. At this moment, all the beast masters who were learning Dragon Fist on the playground came to the training ground. All the children in the training ground immediately stopped their training and ran to the assembly point. They lined up consciously and stood at attention. The training ground is very large, with each person being 10 meters apart in front, behind, left, and right. Even if there are 100 more people, they can still have their own independent space. The tallest beast master present was the mighty King Kong Bear, who was ranked first in Dragon Fist training. He was 2 years old, 7 meters tall, and had a sturdy and strong appearance, like a gorilla. I saw that the instructors were also well-behaved and stayed obediently by their master's side. Begin. The first move of the Dragon Fist, the punch. Gao Hao was in the second to last row. When he heard the command, he immediately started to get into position, and Xiong Dundun followed suit. Practice for half an hour and rest for 2 minutes until about 6 in the afternoon, when the weather becomes a little cold. Everyone had smoke coming out of their heads and blood boiling. The chief instructor shouted, "Stop! Let's stop practicing here today. First of all, I want to praise the new student Mao Rongrong. He has improved by 60 places in the past 2 days. From now on, he will be a student in the top 4 rows. From now on, Mao Rongrong will stand in the front to practice, and the students behind her should learn from her and find ways to surpass her. Also, I want to praise Gao Hao. His Dragon Fist movements are very standard. Although the power is still small and the punching momentum is not very strong, for instructors still gave him points. His ranking has risen by 10 places." Gao Hao smiled as he listened, and responded with a smile to the boys and girls around him who were looking at him. After the instructor finished speaking, it was time to dismiss. Mao Rongrong received a notebook. Gao Hao also received a fountain pen, and many people who ranked 3 or above received lollipops. Very reasonable reward. Gao Hao took the pen home. Gao Nian's grades were as stable as ever. It seemed that she was stuck at some point, but she couldn't find the key. Gao Hao is going to take a medicinal bath tonight. "Mom, we're back?" Gao Hao and Gao Nian shouted as soon as they entered the door. As a result, Gao Hao saw his beloved father. "Dad, you're back?" Gao Hao immediately ran over excitedly without thinking. Gao Nian also had a happy look on her face, because her father was the one who spoiled her and pampered her, while her mother had always been the one who lectured her. "To be honest, I think my mother is very nagging." Gao Changsheng was also smiling happily. Gao Nian rushed up and kissed Gao Changsheng on the face. Gao Hao looked at him and hesitated for a few seconds before also kissing him. "Dad, your untidy beard is so prickly." Gao Nian pulled Gao Changsheng's beard rudely. Even a strong man at the level of Yujun was grimacing, but suddenly Gao Changsheng smiled and was about to rub Gao Nian's face with his beard. Gao Nian was so scared that she screamed, "No, Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Gao Hao couldn't help but laugh happily. He also thought Gao Nian's appearance was very interesting. He kept pushing Gao Changsheng's head with both hands to prevent him from getting closer. Gao Changsheng was holding one on each side, while Wu Qingyuan was taking out spiritual wine from the cabinet. The kitchen smelled of prawns and crabs, as well as an unfamiliar fragrance. "Dad, it smells so good. What delicious food did you bring back?" Gao Nian is also a foodie with a very sensitive nose. The specialty of the Zhu family in Tianxing City, the purple bamboo rice dumplings, use dozens of ingredients, and one costs 300 yuan. I ate one, and it tasted so delicious that I bought 20 back for you to eat. Gao Hao listened with his eyes wide open and full of anticipation, while Gao Ninian didn't think about anything else and already felt her saliva was about to flow out. The family of four sat at the dining table, and Gao Hao was finally able to taste the delicious prawns from this world. The prawns my mother bought today are even bigger, with a length of more than 1 meter and 1 meter. If the prawn shells and heads are cleaned, I feel like I can wear them on my head and play with them. Gao Hao thought for a few seconds and then gave up. The damaged rockery in the yard was moved away, leaving a small area that looked ugly. Yuan went to the shop and planted a golden jujube tree in the vacant land. Gao Ninian got a crab leg first, and then Gao Hao got one. The remaining one was divided equally between Yuan and Gao Changsheng. One crab leg was more than 1 meter long and was cut into pieces by Yuan. Gao Hao poked and sucked it with chopsticks, and a piece of soft meat ran into his mouth. Bite it, dip it in sauce, and suck it. It's delicious. Delicious. Gao Hao had a huge smile on his face, and he felt his entire mouth was filled with a smooth, happy feeling as if he was having a sweet dream. Gao Changsheng also gave a thumbs up and praised generously, "My wife's cooking skills are still good. I haven't eaten this taste for a month. I really miss it." Gao Hao ate with satisfaction. 10 minutes later, the family finished the crabs and began to share the lobsters. Gao Hao got a piece of shrimp meat from the middle part, weighing about 2 pounds. It looks like a piece of jelly, wobbly and crystal clear, like a piece of white jade. Pick up a piece with chopsticks. It is very elastic and melts instantly when you put it in your mouth and slides down your throat. After eating, Gao Hao rubbed his stomach, feeling already 60% full. At this time, Yuan brought the steamed purple bamboo rice dumplings and placed them on the table. The purple bamboo rice dumpling is a whole piece of purple bamboo barrel, which looks like a small pot for steaming rice. It is cylindrical and about 10 centimeters high. Yuan opened the lid. The purple-dyed rice inside was revealed, and the center of the rice looked colorful. In addition to the purple rice, there were red beans, mung beans, and other kinds of beans that Gao Hao could not recognize at all. Gao Hao had not expected the size of the purple bamboo. He sat there obediently waiting for his mother's distribution. Gao Hao smiled more often, and his majestic father became a little kinder. "Xiao Hao, I heard that you were praised today." Gao Hao nodded immediately after hearing this. Gao Ninian frowned, and Gao Changsheng suddenly looked at them mysteriously and said, "Dad brought gifts for you too. I'll teach you how to play later." Gao Ninian immediately smiled brightly and said, "Dad, I love you the most." "Yeah, me too." Gao Hao nodded. "Let's eat first, and then talk about other things after the meal," Yuan said as he distributed the rice dumplings to Gao Ninian. Gao Changsheng immediately stopped eating, picked up the food, and finished half of his shrimp. He leaned back and let out a long sigh. It was so delicious. Chapter 25. Absorbing Moonlight Energy, 3-Star Guardian. Gao Hao picked up the purple rice with chopsticks and took a bite. It was soft, sticky, and sweet, which suited his current taste very well. When paired with a bean, the taste changes. It feels like chewing beef, with a fresh fragrance inside the bean. I remember that I also liked sweets when I was a child in my previous life. Later, I got cavities from eating them, and I also liked to eat rice with sugar. When I grew up, I liked salty and spicy tastes. I just can't eat sweet rice anymore. I even wondered why I liked sweet food so much when I was a kid, but now that I'm older, it makes my throat sticky. Gao Hao ate voraciously. The rice was glutinous and had the natural fragrance of purple bamboo, which was very memorable. Even after swallowing it, the faint bamboo fragrance would still linger in his mouth for a long time. Every bite was a wonderful enjoyment. Gao Hao did not leave even a grain of rice. He ate everything up cleanly, and the bowl seemed as clean as if it had been washed. Gao Changsheng did not eat the purple bamboo rice, but drank crab roe soup to wash away the alcohol. The crab legs were divided among the 4 people, and the trunk was not wasted either, as Yuan used it to make soup. It was also served with sour fruits, and Gao Hao liked it very much. It tastes a bit like sour plum soup, but it is 100 times better than that. It makes your taste buds explode, and every meal is an ultimate enjoyment. After dinner, Gao Changsheng took his family out for a walk. There was a large park built in the outer courtyard of the Gao family, with many pavilions for people to enjoy and rest. There are already many people walking here at the moment. There is a huge fish pond on both sides of the park, which houses more than 50 different types of fish. There is even a precious golden fish, which is not called this name simply because its price is the same as gold, and is calculated by the gram. At the annual Family Beast Taming Conference, a golden fish will be given to the winner, which means that if there is gold in the family, there will be fish every year. Meaning of richness. In the rest pavilion at this moment, there are many old men playing chess around a stone table. It is called beast chess. The red and blue sides include generals of the human race and the beast race. On the right side of the lotus pond, there were more than a dozen children playing with stones and splashing water. Gao Ninian ran over immediately when she saw them. Wu Qingyuan pulled her and said, "Don't run too far." "I know," Gao Ninian complained. Gao Hao's eyes were bright. When he didn't see Han Ping among the group of children, he didn't go over. Gao Hao, who looked like a 2- or 3-year-old child, stayed next to his mother, sitting on her lap and looking up at the stars. Cultivation can sometimes be very boring, and you need to relax yourself in order to make better progress. Gao Hao looked up at the moon. It was so beautiful. It is dark blue and silent, like a virgin, and as quiet as a beauty. I wonder if there really is a fairy named Chang'e on the moon in this world. Wearing dark blue clothes, sitting in the moon pavilion, looking at my hometown, and sighing. His thoughts returned to the back. Gao Hao's breathing was peaceful and natural, and the moonlight shone on him. In an instant, Gao Hao's body was filled with ups and downs, and a faint blue breath entered his body. The limit of the body was broken in an instant, and the dark blue energy poured into the blue space. He was just sighing at the beauty of the moonlight, but unexpectedly, it triggered a trace of cold moonlight that poured into his body. 3 stars in earth control. I have made a breakthrough. He was overjoyed. Gao Hao naturally lay there waiting for his realm to stabilize. His body and the beast-controlling space slowly absorbed the energy of the moonlight, which accelerated his cultivation progress a little bit, and the speed of running the dragon technique also improved significantly. By the time Gao Hao regained consciousness, it was already midnight. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changxing had been with him all the time, and they never thought that their son could actually absorb the energy emitted by the moon. This is very rare. It was late at night, and the park was quiet. Gao Ninian fell asleep in Gao Changxing's arms. Now Gao Hao felt that his physical body, strength, speed, and endurance had improved by a full twice as much as before. The force burst out, weighing more than 1,000 pounds. The power of Imperial Qi increased by 2 times, and a small stream of golden blue Imperial Qi flowed through the meridians in the body. It was as if the golden Imperial Qi was infected, and it brought a biting chill. "Xiao Hao, how do you feel?" Wu Qingyuan asked with concern. Gao Hao replied, "Very comfortable. My strength, speed, and everything else have doubled. Mom and Dad, I am now a 3-star earthbender. You are worthy of being my child." Wu Qingyuan smiled and hugged Gao Hao, and the family walked home on the quiet path. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their own courtyard. The speed is extremely fast, and the teleportation technique is very useful. Gao Hao went back to the room to wash up. Gao Changsheng carried Gao Ninian back to the room, changed her into pajamas, washed her feet, covered her with a quilt, and then went back to his room. "My dear, Xiao Hao has a strong talent. Your mother said that Xiao Hao's beast control space has all attribute talents. Now his internal organs have been strengthened by the 5 elements of the beast control Qi. It would be best to help him contract beasts with 5 attributes, according to the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth." Wu Qingyuan said as she soaked her feet, and then she slapped her head and said, "You are so happy to be back today that you forgot to give Xiao Hao a medicinal bath today." Gao Changsheng listened and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You have to practice every day and take care of 2 little cubs. I'll rest longer this time. I'll wait for Xiao Hao to come back from practice tomorrow morning before taking the medicinal bath. It's also a good opportunity to check on his progress in practicing the Dragon Fist." Gao Changxing said with a wicked smile, looking at Wu Qingyuan and said, "Now it's just our world for the 2 of us. Let's think about Xiao Hao's development tomorrow." Wu Qingyuan smiled charmingly and said shyly, "Damn it, I want to see if you're fooling around. Wife, I am loyal to you and have no interest in other women." Gao Changsheng said with a smile. The night passed quietly without a word. Chapter 26: The Great Wheel of Friendship Overturns. At about 5 o'clock, the roosters crowed. Gao Hao opened his eyes, and after his body began to circulate the dragon art naturally, his breathing became much longer and his speed increased a bit. After breaking through the 3 stars earth control, he could feel the changes in his body overnight. After his body naturally circulated the dragon art, the speed at which it absorbed the earth and heaven Qi doubled. The breathing cycle becomes a little slower, and it is difficult for ordinary people to judge the strength of a person, but the strong can judge through breathing. You can judge the difference between the 2. If Gao Hao goes diving now, he can hold his breath underwater for more than 5 minutes. Some ordinary people who have received training may be able to do it, but they will definitely not be able to do it as easily as he does. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian did morning exercises as usual. When they got up in the morning, their parents were still asleep. Gao Yin walked on the cultivation path and muttered quietly, Mom is still lying in bed, and she has the nerve to say that I'm lazy. The door of her room is closed. Otherwise, I will go and scare her. Mom is also very hardworking every day, and only occasionally sleeps in. Before, Mom worked hard every day to wake you up to practice and eat, and Dad also waited for you to sleep. Why didn't you say anything? Gao Hao retorted calmly at this moment. Gao Yin turned to look at her brother and said, You are a bad boy. You have even learned to talk back to your sister. You are really naughty. Mom is not here. She won't know what I am saying to her. Gao Hao said calmly, Sister, Mom is a powerful person at the level of a royal lord. She can immediately detect the slightest disturbance. Gao Yin thought for a moment and said, Yujun level. What level is this? Why doesn't the school teach this? That's right, they are very strong. Mom has 7 contracted beasts, and you only have 1. You must know the difference. Gao Hao looked at Gao Yin with a squint. What are you looking at? You've only read a few extracurricular books. I'll read them when I get back. Gao Yin ran forward angrily, performing the dragon step. In less than 30 seconds, Gao Hao couldn't even see the tail. He arrived at the training ground breathlessly. People who have practiced imperial skills on their feet are different. He was also thinking about his next imperial skill, whether he should also learn the supporting imperial skill of the dragon step. After the practice was over, Gao Yin's anger also disappeared. Brother, go home and stop watching. Today you have only made progress, but there is no reward for you. Wait until you can stabilize the control of the 3-star Earth control, and then you will make great progress. As someone who has been through this, Gao Yin shared her experience. Gao Yin, is this your brother? Mao Rongrong approached gently and asked Gao Hao, who looked a bit bookish and indifferent. Well, my brother. Isn't he handsome? As an older sister, Gao Yin immediately put her arms around Gao Hao's neck proudly. Mao Rongrong was a little envious and said, You two siblings have such a good relationship. I'm really envious of you. Ah, so this is a good relationship? I think it's very natural. Sometimes I want to beat him up, but as a sister I endure it. Gao Yin laughed and poked Gao Hao's face proudly. Gao Hao couldn't resist at all. He asked proudly, Do you have something to do with my brother? No, I just wanted to ask. I noticed that your brother's breath was long and lingering, so he must have made a breakthrough. The power of his dragon fist has increased, but his speed and endurance are still not coordinated. So I came to ask if you want to practice together at noon. Mao Rongrong's tone was a little shy. Gao Hao looked at her calmly and said, My dad is back and will teach me how to correct my movements. Don't bother you. Gao Yin listened and nodded. You can go find Gao Yu and Gao Qing. They are both practicing well. My brother and I need to take a medicinal bath, so we don't have time to come out. Mao Rongrong was silent for a few seconds and said, Okay, you can come and play with me when you have time. I have just been in Gao's house for a few days, and I am not very familiar with it. Can you be my friend? Aren't we friends? Gao Yin asked. Gao Hao looked at Mao Rongrong. It was obvious that she was coming for him. So was there anything about him that caught the attention of this little girl? We are friends, but... Mao Rongrong glanced at Gao Hao. Gao Yin seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, You like my brother? How old is he? No, you two are not suitable. Mao Rongrong's cheeks instantly turned pink. Even her ears were pink, and her head seemed to be smoking. She immediately lowered her head to hide her panic and retorted, No, we are just friends, just making friends. Gao Hao immediately pulled Gao Yin and replied, Of course, you are my sister's friend, so you are my friend. Now we are going home. Watching Gao Hao turn and leave, Gao Yin was silent for a few minutes, then became wary of Mao Rongrong, and the first thing she said was that the ship of friendship had capsized. Bah, who are you? You want to kidnap my brother after just 2 days of getting along with him? From now on, you have to stay 10 meters away from my brother, otherwise I will be rude to you. After saying that, he immediately went after Gao Hao. Mao Rongrong stood there feeling very awkward. The development of the matter was beyond his expectations. Bah, who wants to be friends with you? I will never play with you again. Mao Rongrong's face flushed with anger, and she retorted angrily, stomping the ground with her slender feet and her legs emitting a golden color. With one kick, the ground beneath his feet sank more than 10 centimeters deep. The force of this blow exceeded several tons. The classmates around him became even more scared when they saw the angry Mao Rongrong. Oh my God, if she kicked me like that, I would have broken 3 ribs. This girl is not easy to mess with. No wonder the coach praises her and dotes on her. Himph, what are you looking at? She said, twisted her ponytail, and left the training ground, and the conversation ended unpleasantly. Gao Ninian caught up with Gao Hao, held his hand and thought for a long time, then forced out a sentence. You are shameless in flirting with little girls all day long. Gao Hao covered his forehead and said, Sister, which big housewife did you hear this from, and you even adapted it? Gao Ninian took his hand and immediately said, I don't care about that. Anyway, you can't be friends with Mao Rongrong. I don't agree. I'll tell you in secret, she has smelly feet and body odor, she hasn't taken a shower in 5 days, and she has also contracted a centipede earth dragon beast. She has a very cruel temper and eats children. Don't think she was shy just now, she is actually eyeing your kidneys. Gao Hao listened and laughed out loud, rolling back and forth with tears in his eyes. I really don't know where Gao Ninian, the sister, learned these words from. In her eyes, the little sisters will stab you in the back without mercy. One strike is enough to kill. As soon as she entered the house, Gao Ninian shook off Gao Hao's hand and immediately rushed into the house, shouting, Mom, Dad, we are back from training. We are hungry and need to eat. Yuan came out of the kitchen, looking radiant. Gao Hao felt that his mother was very different today. Her face was as beautiful as a delicate girl, her skin as white as cream, and her eyes were full of water. She had a happy smile on her face and wore an apron, making her look like a newlywed wife. Gao Hao had seen this expression at his brother's wedding banquet in his previous life. It felt annoying at the time, and the reason was found later, but unfortunately there was no chance to remedy it. Later it turned out that my brother had a very good vision. Needless to say, my own memories are filled with bitter tears. Gao Hao swore in his heart that when he grew up, he would definitely find a wife who would smile at him like this. I will never look for any crappy goddess again. After all, life and desire are different parallel lines. A goddess needs money to be worshipped every day, and you don't have to get your fingers wet. 3 sentences of conversation can kill you, which can be summed up in 12 words. You don't love me. What a waste. There's a lot of garbage. The memory of the dead suddenly attacked him, and sometimes he would suddenly think of unhappy things. Gao Hao's originally happy mood now felt very bad. Now that his memory has improved, Gao Hao feels that sometimes having a good memory is not necessarily a good thing. The phrase, being reminded of a certain scene, does not necessarily mean that one can recall a beautiful thing. On the contrary, it was full of bitter tears. Because they are secreting fluids. Eating more can relieve bad mood. Chapter 27. Evolution of the Eye of Truth, Microscopic World. The warm sunlight of noon shone into the house. Yuan and Gao Changsheng brought in 2 small round barrels, which were more than 60 centimeters high and 70 centimeters long. This is for Xiao Hao. 3 grams of 3-star earth controlling and snow frost flower are enough. Don't add more. Yuan took a small bag of medicinal herbs and took out a small bottle and carefully poured out a little. Gao Changsheng took over and started mixing the medicine. Then he threw the medicine bags into 2 wooden barrels. Gao Changsheng also helped to carefully confirm it repeatedly. After the proportions of the medicine in the house were prepared, he went out and brought in a large iron pot with one hand. It was full of hot water, at least several hundred kilograms. He poured half a bucket of water, put his hands in it to stir it evenly, and tested the effect of the medicinal bath. Only then did his face relax. The medicinal bath is just right. Xiao Hao, Gao Ninian, are you still not clean? The medicinal bath is ready. The effect of the medicine will be reduced by half in a while. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian, who were taking a bath in the bathroom, heard the sound and ran out in a hurry naked. With their hair disheveled, they looked like a pair of twin sisters. Yuan seemed to have discovered a new world. Looking at Gao Hao's hair stuck to his face, she actually felt a kind of beauty like the breeze blowing on his face and a few soft curves. Gao Hao smoothed his hair, ran to the medicinal bath in wooden shoes, measured the water temperature with his hand, shuddered, and the effect seemed to be colder than the previous times. But he took off his wooden shoes and crawled in. The moment he took a bath, Gao Hao did not feel any warmth but instead felt a chill that kept drilling into his body. On the other side, Gao Ninian had already adapted to it. This was Gao Hao's 4th medicinal bath. Every time he entered, he would feel tingling and numb, as if he was having a full body massage. Gao Ninian sat cross-legged in the tub, practicing the dragon technique rapidly. Waves of jasmine scent emanated from the medicinal bath. There are also peony, lily, chrysanthemum, multiple complex scents, a bit like perfume. But this is a pure natural medicinal bath, which is more fascinating. Gao Hao felt the cold, and soon a fiery energy came from the outside to the inside. His method of cultivation and medicinal bath was different from Gao Ninian's. You need to stay awake at all times and feel the 5 different air-controlling properties in the medicinal bath. The first one is the bone-chilling cold, the steaming hot fire, the vibrant wood, the indestructible gold, and the steady and heavy earth. The colorful medicinal bath in the wooden barrel seemed to be poisonous, and the strange fragrance was still corroding Gao Hao's spirit, but he overcame it one by one, like a sage, and remained unmoved. The medicinal effect of the medicinal bath flowed along Gao Hao's skin and into his internal organs, cleansing his bones inch by inch, making them tougher, and colorful imperial energy flowed in his meridians. 5 different attributes of imperial energy all flowed into Gao Hao's body as time passed, and the 5 colors of medicinal bath in the wooden barrel turned into clear water. This horrible potion is highly toxic to others, but it is a tonic for Gao Hao. For example, Gao Hao can use Gao Nyanyan's medicinal bath. However, Gao Nyanyan cannot use his medicinal bath. Otherwise, she would most likely get frostbite on her internal organs, burn her 6 internal organs, have tree roots grow all over her body, and her body would become stiff. What's more terrifying is that her body would be assimilated by the earth and turned into a pile of powder. Therefore, medicinal baths cannot be used indiscriminately. You need to choose the one that suits you and treat your condition accordingly. Gao Hao once again felt that there was abundant energy inside the blue space, and the environment was growing and changing instantly. Whether it is the earth, mountains, snow peaks, magma, sea, or ice peaks, they are growing taller every second. After the blue space absorbed all the medicinal bath in the rice bucket, the beast taming space was more than doubled. An hour passed, and Gao Hao had remained highly alert. The dragon art in his body was running desperately, not daring to stop for even a moment. Yes, this time he absorbed 85% of the energy from the medicinal bath. Gao Changsheng saw Gao Hao's eyebrows relax and immediately knew that Gao Hao was about to wake up. Gao Haobaran opened his eyes and emitted a ray of blue light. The world in the eyes of the Eye of Truth was completely different. He could see more clearly and could even see the color of the imperial aura floating between heaven and earth. It is chaotic, with various colors changing constantly, devouring each other, and transforming into each other. The most original color of Yuqi is colorless, which is empty gas. And because of the existence of plants, animals, and humans, there are various colors of imperial energy. The source of imperial energy in heaven and earth is also transformed from nature. At this moment, Gao Hao suddenly realized that his Eye of Truth was more powerful than he thought. It could now see through the origin of Yuqi. They existed by devouring and depending on each other. The world of beast taming is very magical, and there are still many unsolved mysteries waiting for humans to explore. At this moment, Gao Hao feels the beast taming energy between heaven and earth. She became closer to him, and her absorption of the imperial qi increased by 30% in an instant. Her body quickly adapted to the situation in just a few minutes. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changsheng were staring at their son in amazement at this moment. This brought them so many surprises that their son actually had an epiphany at this moment. Comprehension ability can judge the potential of a beast master, just like a math problem. If you can't learn it, you can't do it. No matter how many times you look at it, there will always be high walls in front of you. Most beast masters would benefit immensely if they could have a sudden enlightenment once in their lifetime. I don't know what I saw in my son's eyes, but he actually had an epiphany. Gao Hao came back to his senses and looked at his arm quietly. He could see countless cells and bacteria. His innate Eye of Truth opened up the microscopic world. His mental strength increased several times at the moment of enlightenment, and his eyes saw an even smaller world. Many ordinary beastmasters were unable to see nanoscale creatures. This was originally the ability of a healing beastmaster. After a few seconds, Gao Hao closed the Eye of Truth because the number of cells and bacteria was so too many. At a glance, it seemed like trillions of them, and he felt like his head was going to explode. People with trypophobia will get goosebumps instantly. An hour and a half had passed at this moment, and Gao Nyanyan was still practicing in the wooden barrel and had not woken up. The blue-green medicinal bath had become very light. Gao Hao jumped out of the wooden barrel lightly, immediately covered his body, and ran back to the bathroom to wash himself and remove the smell of medicine. After lunch today, Gao Hao's depressed mood has turned into joy because he is extremely lucky in this life, as if the god of luck is blessing him. Combined with today's medicinal bath, his innate Eye of Truth has evolved once, adding an additional skill. It can be said that a blessing in disguise. It was precisely because of the various experiences in his previous life that he was able to persist in taking the medicinal bath that required mental strength. Everything in his previous life had long since vanished into thin air. The wind vanished. Today Gao Hao finally let go of everything. He was born again here, and this is his new home, the home he must protect from now on. Gao Hao changed into the clothes of a young master in blue, wiped his hair with silk, and then walked out of the bathroom door. Chapter 28. Where did the fallen beasts come from? Son, come here and let me touch you. Yuan looked at him lovingly, with a smile on her face. Father Gao Changsheng opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. Although he was trying to hold back his smile, he couldn't control his joy at all. Gao Hao was a little hesitant. He couldn't resist his parents' abuse a few months ago, so he certainly couldn't resist now. With the combined caress of his parents, Gao Hao felt like he had become the delicious meat of Tang monk. When they touched his neck and diaphragm, Gao Hao couldn't help feeling itchy and giggled. I couldn't help but curl up and beg for mercy. Dad, Mom, spare me, it's so itchy. Yuan and Gao Changsheng didn't listen at all. They were stripped naked again just a few seconds after they came out of the bathroom. The inspection was over after 5 minutes. Gao Hao laughed so hard that tears came down. Sometimes his parents were really unreasonable and would force his way through without any regard for his feelings. After putting on his clothes, Gao Hao wiped away his tears, and it took him a while to calm down. He couldn't stand being itchy in his previous life, and he still couldn't stand it now. I am really a little envious of brothers with thick flesh. Not bad. His chi control has improved a lot. Based on my calculations, my son's talent may be able to rival that evil genius. Yuan was counting the days. According to the 3-star Earth control level, Gao Hao would only need to practice for more than 3 months, and he could basically upgrade 1 star every month and a half. If he doesn't delay his training in the remaining 7 months, he will be close to 8-star Earth control when he is 1 year old. However, Gao Hao's control of chi has improved a lot today, so it is basically a foregone conclusion that he will break through to 8-star Earth control when he is 1 year old. Xiao Hao, you are really my darling son. Mommy decided that our family should go out to play today, and your dad and our family of 4 are here. Yuan sucked on her son's round face, which was full of elasticity and smoothness. Children's skin is particularly smooth and delicate. Gao Changsheng smiled and said, today is a special case. It just so happens that Dad's gift hasn't been given to you yet. I will take you to the bow and arrow hunting ground to play. The black bamboo bow from Tianxing City is the best-made bamboo bow in the Zhongyuan Empire. I'll go back and change clothes. Yuan smiled and immediately threw Gao Hao on the sofa. He remembered that the last time he went out for fun was 7 months ago. He didn't expect that half a year had passed before he knew it. Xiao Hao, keep an eye on your sister. When she wakes up soon, ask her to take a bath quickly and change into a nice gift. Dad will also go back to the room and change into clothes for going out. Gao Changsheng said and left quickly. Wasn't he just celebrating his epiphany? Why did you suddenly shift to going out to play? Gao Hao's wise eyes have seen through everything. This was obviously just using him as an excuse to want to go out for fun. Yuan and Gao Changsheng each found their own formal clothes in the room. The formal and exquisite Zhongshan suit and the lace Chong Sam, embroidered with flowers, competed with each other in beauty. The two standing together looked like a newlywed couple. Who would have thought that the two had been married for several years? In the past half hour, the medicinal bath in Gao Nianyan's wooden barrel turned into colorless water. The medicinal effect is mild, easy to absorb, and has no side effects. It just takes a long time and can be completed by slowly absorbing it at a certain rhythm. There is no waste of medicinal effects in the medicinal bath, because Gao Nianyan herself is the open 100-flower space, and the development direction is medicine and plants. She has a natural adaptability to medicinal baths, and Gao Nianyan's own 100-flower space has the effect of inhibiting the loss of medicinal effects in medicinal baths, making it absolutely impossible for even a single bit of the medicinal bath's scent to leak away. Gao Nianyan opened her eyes and looked around, seeing Gao Hao, who looked soft and hopeless. He was lying on the sofa like Guyu, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? You look so much like the gatekeeper. Gao Nianyan was taller, so she walked out of the wooden barrel with her long legs, put on her slippers, and walked towards Gao Hao and asked. Gao Hao came back to his senses and looked at his sister, then looked at the roof and said, Nothing. Mom and Dad said that you should take a shower when you wake up. We don't have to go to the training ground in the afternoon. Our parents decided to take us out to play. Ah, what great thing happened? Gao Nianyan looked incredulous. Her parents had very strict management of cultivation, and if she wanted to be lazy, she would be scolded. Gao Hao sniffed his nose and said proudly, I suddenly realized it. Gao Nianyan looked at her brother in disbelief with her big round eyes. Her brother was so outstanding that it was quite stressful for her as his older sister. Impossible. There are only a few people who can achieve enlightenment. You must have lied to your mother just to go out and have fun. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Hao opened the eye of truth, looked at Gao Ninian and said calmly, "Sister, do you think I would lie? I also think I am too good. Shame on you. Didn't you hear what the teacher said, that one should be humble in life and work?" Gao Ninian said in an adult's teaching tone, and then felt a little cold. Then he trotted into the bathroom to wash up. Wu Qingyuan came out hand in hand with Gao Changsheng. They were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and the man was as handsome as a sky. At this time, Gao Hao called the two of them. The names of sister and brother were quite suitable. They both looked 10 years younger, like young boys and girls in their prime. "Xiao Hao, you should change your clothes too." Gao Hao felt that the blue clothes he was wearing were quite handsome. He was even more curious about the way his parents were dressed. Why did they look so much like the makeup magic seen on the video websites in his previous life? Wu Qingyuan explained with a smile, "Don't wear the Gao family's formal clothes, otherwise when you go out, others will give way to you, or even hide from you, and be in awe of you. They will think that what we wear is very common." Gao Hao looked at the clothing design and found it was very similar to the Zhongshan suit he wore in his previous life. It cannot be said to be exactly the same, but there is a slight difference. There is an additional Dove of Peace badge on the chest. Gao Changsheng touched the badge and said nostalgically, "The Beast Tamer Association is more civilian-friendly. When we went out to play, we joined the Beast Tamer Association, applied for adventure certificates, and completed many tasks." "Oh." Gao Hao sat up and went back to his room. Several of his clothes became too small after being worn just a few times. Finally, he found a white scholar's suit in the innermost layer. After changing into clothes and wrapping herself in a silver-patterned loincloth, she took out a pair of long shoes from the shoe cabinet, then took the hair ring and put it on her hair. There was a small mechanism in it that could tighten the restraint by constantly turning the ring. Then she looked in the mirror, a smile on her face, and walked out of the room a few minutes later. She almost immersed herself in her own beauty. Gao Ninian, like him, was wearing scholar's clothes. Scholars were quite popular in the beast taming continent, and they represented more professional scholars. Having expertise in a certain area, such as studying plant growth and grain yield, the status of scholars in the minds of many ordinary people is even higher than that of beastmasters. The first is to be a warrior, the second is to be a soldier, and the third is to be a scholar. These are the first few ways to change your destiny. However, according to cost estimation, studying is the most suitable way for ordinary people to turn their lives around. Now scholars also represent local officials. Generally, children who go to school are called school children. Later, due to regional accents, it was easier for people to understand them in a unified way. They were collectively called scholars, and later on, they were collectively called scholars. It was also a way to improve the class of oneself and one's family. Many scholars dislike the beast tamer, and one of them explained some ancient texts, saying that the equality of all living beings does not refer to one kind of creature, or only to the intelligent group of humans, but that all things are included in all living beings, including the 10 categories of heaven and earth and ancient mythology. There are 5 immortals between heaven and earth, namely heaven, earth, man, gods, and ghosts. There are 5 insects between heaven and earth, namely scales, hair, and feathers. The classes at the back are clearly defined, meaning that there are distinct differences in height, weight, and size among all living creatures, and they have been baptized by the years of old age, weakness, illness, and disability. There is also a sequence between big and small fish and shrimps, forming biological chains that firmly imprison the gap and strength between living creatures. Fight and devour each other to survive. The Beastmaster defied fate and changed destiny, destroying the chains that bound living things to each other, so the Beastmaster world gave birth to creatures that broke the rules, such as the fallen beast. Correcting the world of beast taming was a viewpoint proposed by a famous scholar, who later died a miserable death. After all, the fallen beasts were the first horrible existences to be born. The destruction swallowed up half of the continent. The original 8 wildernesses was a large supercontinent, but now it is called the wilderness by the Zhongyuan Empire. In ancient times, the comprehensive strength developed even above that of the Zhongyuan Empire. At that time, the Zhongyuan Empire had just begun to develop and was called barbaric. Now the situation is reversed. The most important thing is that the Beastmaster profession was born after the fallen beasts existed, and it was the Beastmaster who saved mankind and the world from destruction. This person was a famous professor in the academic world at the time, and his remarks caused millions of people to believe them. The funniest thing was that some people thought that Beastmasters were afraid of torches. Fear of the sun, an evil, man-eating being. Later, the Zhongyuan Empire sent out a powerful imperial warrior who personally reduced a 1,000-meter-high mountain to ashes with one strike. Only then did ordinary people realize the gap between the two. After the scholar who tampered with history was arrested, the Zhongyuan Empire learned for the first time that the existence of the fallen beasts was more terrifying than they had imagined, and that they could actually parasitize the human body. Realizing that the fallen beasts had penetrated deeply into the bones, the Zhongyuan Empire took drastic measures in just a few years, and a large-scale purge in 6 provinces resulted in the capture of hundreds of thousands of fallen beasts. Even among tens of millions of brainwashed humans, there are still people today who believe that beastmasters are evil spirits. The fallen beasts are the messengers of the world. They are active in the dark and jump out from time to time to make their presence felt. Among them, there was even a beastmaster who joined, thinking that he had abandoned darkness and turned to light. Gao Hao also read this story in a book. No specific history has been left, and we don't know how the original incident was handled. After all, the situation was too complicated at the time, and the 6 provinces had just recovered. It is totally unsuitable for fussing about something. Even if only 1% of the people supported it, there were still hundreds of thousands of people causing trouble and still supporting the scholar's statement. Only a few short lines in history describe the scholar's fate. For 1,000 days, the flesh was cut to feed the eagles, and the bones were fed to the dogs. The dignity of the ancestors of the human race must not be trampled upon or slandered. Gao Hao was thinking of a sentence in his mind at that time. You can never wake up a group of people who are pretending to be asleep. Those people know what they are doing, and they also know that the professor is talking nonsense. However, for their own interests, or other purposes, or even for survival, they have no choice but to join in. Some of them may be forced, and then find it profitable. Most people are very easy to deceive. Otherwise, they would not be able to be people for generation after generation. He was the same in his previous life. He had been deceived a lot, both big and small. Sometimes he lost hundreds or thousands, and sometimes he lost tens or 20,000. I always thought that money was unimportant, and I could earn it after I finished painting. I held the arrogant attitude that the sky is high and the birds fly freely, and I can do anything. After being severely taught a lesson for more than 10 years, I realized that I am very ordinary. As I grew older and gained more experience, I finally realized the truth, but it was too late. Chapter 29. Stick to your heart and stay away from temptation. The 2 little guys standing together are both very cute, Wu Qingyuan said as she looked at Gao Nyenyen, who was wearing a patterned orange scholar's costume. How cute. Mom, let's go quickly, it's already past 1 o'clock. Gao Nyenyen couldn't wait any longer and dragged her mother's hand to go out. After Gao Changsheng and his 3 companions went out, they locked the gate and turned over the sign hanging on the wall to the left of the gate. There were 2 words written on it, out. There was a mailbox at the right door. If the family has a task to issue, the task will be put into the box if the owner is not at home, and a recall token will be used in case of an emergency task. The 4 people walked out of the Gao family compound. Only with the Gao family token could they be stopped and allowed to pass. However, Gao Hao and Gao Nyenyen wanted to leave the Gao family but could not get out at all. In special circumstances, the token will emit red light. Gao Nyenyen walked out of the yard like a monkey, returning to the mountains. She let go of her mother and ran forward, her steps as light as a fox. Each time you take a small step, you can take a step of 2 or 3 meters, and if you are faster, you can even take a step of 5 or 6 meters. Wu Qingyuan and Gao Changsheng walked at a leisurely pace. Gao Hao also wanted to give it a try, but after walking for a few minutes he was already panting with exhaustion. Still not as good as Gao Nyenyen. There is still a distance between 3-star Earth Control and 8-star Earth Control. Finally, I got back on my father's back and walked for 20 minutes before I got out of the Gao family compound and into the area of defense by the local soldiers. A huge city wall appeared in front of the gate. The soldiers armed with silver and golden spears worked in unison and strictly checked every person who came out of the wall. Many of them were medicinal material merchants, animal trainers, and people seeking medical treatment. There are so many people today. Gao Nyenyen pouted and looked around in confusion. Wu Qingyuan smiled and said, there is a large market in Central City today. Winter is coming soon. There will be a lot of people outside. You 2 should stay with us and don't go too far. Got it. After jumping off their father's back, Gao Hao and Gao Nyenyen said in unison, looking curiously towards the front of the team, checking and questioning each one of them. Very strict. About 10 minutes later, it was Gao Changsheng's family's turn. They took out a note saying they had to be back before 9 o'clock in the evening, and below it was a small task of purchasing field work. The inspecting soldier took one more look at Gao Changsheng, then looked at the family of 4, 1 adult and 2 children, which was obviously written in the registration book. Then he stamped the exit slip and returned it to Gao Changsheng. He said, The four of you have made a note. Remember to come back before 9 o'clock in the evening. If you don't come back on time, your merit points will be deducted. Understood. Thank you. Gao Changsheng replied with a smile. Gao Nianyan couldn't wait to run out again. The city wall was so majestic that the top of the wall could not be seen at a glance. Gao Hao opened the eye of truth and could clearly see that there were countless cannon muzzles, local soldiers, and even terrifying beasts on the city wall, all of which were extremely ferocious. Xiao Hao, stop looking. Let's go. Wu Qingyuan took his hand and walked towards the huge gate. The wall was more than 200 meters high. The width of the wall is also extraordinary, with 18 super large black gold iron gates, and each gate is guarded by 2 soldiers. The wall is about 50 meters wide, as if a mountain was forcibly moved by someone and built by digging holes. The wall looks very smooth, but there were other lights flashing. Seeing Gao Hao's curiosity, Wu Qingyuan explained in a low voice, "This is a black gold mine. It has not been refined. It is tougher and more malleable than any iron. The inside and outside are arranged with the 4 symbols defense formation. If it is controlled by your father, even 10 beast masters at the level of Yujun can be instantly sealed and released by the enemy, minimizing the damage." Gao Hao nodded, and as soon as he walked out of the inner wall, he arrived at the city center of Tianxing City. There were all kinds of merchants setting up stalls on both sides of the corners, selling all kinds of small commodities and snacks. The vanishing cream is really delicious. It's really delicious. Once you eat one piece, you will want more. Come and buy it. It's $2 a piece. It's good value for money. Mom, I want to eat delicious beef patties, with fragrant beef, spicy or not, very tasty, $11 each. Delicious wife cakes. If you don't have a wife, hurry up and buy some to eat at home. If you have a wife, give them to your wife to eat. Let's live a sweet and beautiful life. 2 pieces for every piece. Gao Hao seemed to have returned to the market in his previous life. He could actually smell mutton skewers, candied haws, watermelon, cantaloupe, cotton candy, etc. There were all kinds of flavors, and beast masters riding various beasts were also walking around in front of the stalls, buying some cheaper pots and pans from time to time. Little girl, this is a delicious sweet cake. Have a piece and share it with your brother. Gao Hao turned around and saw no one. He then looked at Gao Nianyan, who was standing beside him, and said, "Sister, the boss is calling you." "Little girl, stop looking. I'm just calling you." The boss took the packaged and cut sweet cakes, sprinkled sugar on them, and said with a smile, "Very sweet." Only then did he realize that the boss was pointing at him. "Little girl, you are so beautiful. Ask your mother to buy you a piece of sweet cake." I usually say no to confident people. Gao Hao pretended to be cool and turned away. Sometimes it is difficult to distinguish the gender of a child's voice because their vocal cords are not fully grown. "How about you, handsome boy?" the boss said, and looked at Gao Nianyan again. Gao Hao was silent after hearing this. It was the first time he had seen a boss with such poor eyesight. His masculinity was written all over his face, but he was actually called little girl. You can tolerate your uncle, but you can't tolerate your aunt. I will never eat his sweet cakes. Gao Hao thought to himself, "Husband, sweet cakes. I haven't eaten them for a long time." Wu Qingyuan said to Gao Changsheng with a smile, "I'll go right away." Gao Changsheng immediately shouted, "Boss, give me 2 boxes of sweet cakes." "Okay, right away. You are so handsome, sir." The boss's hand speed was quite good. He finished the work in 2 minutes and said with a smile and a wink, "I'll give you 2 sweet dates. Girls love them." Gao Changsheng laughed and said, "Thank you, boss." "Ah!" Wu Qingyuan opened her mouth. Gao Changsheng immediately took a bamboo stick and picked up a piece of sweet cake about the size of dried tofu, which was covered with grains of sugar. Wu Qingyuan ate it in one bite. It was sweet. Then Gao Changsheng immediately asked, "How does it taste?" "It's okay. It doesn't taste as good as the first time you brought me here." Gao Nianyan immediately said, "Dad, I want to eat too, ah?" "Okay, I'll feed you right away, little princess." Gao Hao was not far away, looking at the stalls on both sides, then looked back and found that several people were actually eating sweet cakes. He immediately turned around and went back. "Little girl, don't worry about the sweet cakes I make. After you eat mine, you will definitely come back to buy them again." Gao Hao opened his mouth to correct him. "I am a man. How can you tell that I am a girl? As a boy, you will wear a hairpin, and a butterfly one at that." The boss pointed at Gao Hao's head and said. Gao Hao reached out and touched it, took it off, and saw that it was actually a pink butterfly hairpin. No wonder Gao Nianyan had been staying away from him all the way. It was obviously her doing. Then he looked at Gao Nianyan and found that she had been holding back a smile which finally burst out. Her smug smile really asked for a beating. "Ha ha ha, brother. You are so stupid. I have been wearing it on your head all the way, and you didn't even notice it. Gao Ninian was smiling. Everything just now was fake. Yuan and Gao Changsheng are still showing their affection to each other. Didn't they say that this afternoon was to celebrate his enlightenment? How come when he came out he found that everyone was happy, and he was the only one who was fooled? Boring. I won't get angry, only kids will get angry and play pranks. Gao Hao turned around and walked forward, where he saw a small game of spinning tops, where one could actually win money. There were also various other small game stalls, including ring-tossing games, target shooting, and dart throwing. I even saw a small stall selling martial arts secrets and some novels and storybooks. An old man was sitting at the stall drinking and shouting, $10 a copy, pick whatever you want. Gao Hao looked over and squatted. Many people squeezed over and took out a book and opened it. His face immediately turned red. He threw it away and immediately dodged. What the hell is this martial arts secret book? If it was in the previous life, they would have been caught long ago. They are actually selling it in broad daylight. Condemn severely. Gao Changsheng circled around the two princesses, one on the left and one on the right, feeding one after another. It was so sweet. Gao Hao didn't dare to walk too far, and then squatted in front of a young acrobat. The person he contracted was a monkey that could use a stick, gun, and sword. Take a look. Show your support. Even a penny is not too little. $1 is even better. One move, a monkey steals peaches. Another move, a monkey stick. Everyone has fun watching. Flip one. Flip another. Gao Hao watched the little monkey obey instructions. Every move was very standard, and it was obvious that the monkey had put in a lot of hard work. He did several spectacular somersaults and tumbled in a row, then made a 720-degree spin in the air before falling down. People gradually took out 50 cents or $1, and the most generous one gave $5. Thanks to the boss, wealth, luck, and fortune have come to me. After watching for a few minutes, Gao Hao turned around and saw Gao Changsheng pulling him. Are you still angry? Gao Changsheng asked. No. Gao Hao said. Eat a piece. Gao Changsheng picked up a piece of sweet cake and fed it to Gao Hao. Gao Hao obediently opened his mouth and ate it, and immediately felt that the taste was obviously wrong. It was so sweet that his entire mouth was sweet. So sweet. Gao Changsheng smiled and said, It's sweet, right? I left a sweet date for you. There are more fun things to come. Yuan came back with several skewers of meat at this moment, and Gao Hao started to salivate at the smell. Roasted lamb. Gao Hao swallowed his saliva. Yuan handed him a skewer, and he couldn't wait to bite off a piece. It was chewy, mellow, and had a faint smell of wine. Gao Changsheng said, This is made from wild antelopes from Zhishing Peak. A skewer costs 40. Ordinary mutton doesn't have this aroma. It turned out that Yuan had just gone to the kebab restaurant. It was really fast, and the round trip took less than 2 minutes. Walking along the outer wall of the city, there are all kinds of snacks on both sides of the road, as well as various martial arts secrets, which everyone knows tacitly. After all, if it's a real secret book, it wouldn't cost only $10 per copy. Those who understand will understand. The walk lasted for 2 hours. Gao Hao touched his stomach, which was a little full. He ate as he walked. Even Xiong Dundun was let out to finish the food. Stinky tofu smells bad, but tastes delicious. Now the four of them are too tired to eat, and Gao Changsheng still put a few sets of Gao Hao's clothes in his storage jade pendant, but they were all a few sizes too big. Children grow fast, so new clothes must be 2 or 3 sizes larger. Gao Ninian saw a doll assembly and transformation toy and forced Gao Changsheng to buy it, spending 60 yuan. After all, it was a luxury toy and was a little more expensive than other items. I bought it without bargaining. Xiao Hao, do you have a toy you want? Gao Changsheng asked Gao Hao after he came back. Well, I haven't thought about it for now. Gao Hao looked for a long time. He was originally very interested in martial arts secrets and even thought that he could rely on his eyes to find bargains. However, he was disappointed. Now he has no interest in those at all. I just want to keep practicing and becoming stronger. After all, this is a world full of dangers, and only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny. Chapter 30. Crisis in the Hunting Ground. Xiao Hao, Ninian, stop wandering around. It's getting late. Let's go to the hunting ground to play and let you experience new things. Gao Changsheng looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. The hunting ground was far away from the central city of Tianxing City. Ordinary people need to take a horse-drawn carriage to get there. There are more than 15 million people living in the central city of Tianxing City, and there is the largest hunting ground in the central city in the west. It covers an area of more than 3,500 acres, almost exceeding the area of 2 small villages outside, not to mention the city within Tianxing City where every inch of land is valuable. The hunting grounds are home to many unintelligent wild animals. The most common ones are the jackal, silver tiger, rabbit, red rat, wild bull, golden sheep, and wild boar. These 7 kinds of wild beasts reproduce very quickly every year and can be found inside and outside the territory of Tianxing City. It is the main meat source for 200 million people. It is inexpensive and easy to raise. Red rat meat costs 70 cents per pound, but many people cannot accept it. They mostly eat wild cattle, wild boars, and golden sheep as meat. The price is also between 6 and 15 yuan, mostly tenderloin and leg meat, which are a bit more expensive. The Zheng family archery hunting farm also contracts a large breeding base. It is large in scale, highly profitable, and has over 1 million employees. This place has the most complete shooting equipment and supporting training grounds in Tianxing City, as well as the most stringent safety measures, providing a very good hunting experience. It pays more than 100 billion in taxes every year. It was developed with the support of the Beastmaster Association. In 100 years, it has become a giant and has developed rapidly. The 4 of you, please come in. A young female waitress in her 20s, wearing a red uniform, had a very considerate attitude. Wu Qingyuan led the 4 people into the inner field and looked around. He didn't see anyone he knew coming to play, but there were quite a few people queuing up, both young and old, and even young couples. However, Gao Changsheng saw someone familiar. It was Zhang Yishan, the president of the Tianxing City branch of the Beastmaster Association. With a serious face, he led several unfamiliar people in supervisory uniforms to the room upstairs. Everyone, find out the reason for the disappearance of wild boars as soon as possible. More than 100 wild boars are lost every day in the back mountain. Is there a hole in the ground, or are there fallen beasts invading? Or maybe it was due to some other situation or your negligence in management that allowed Silver Tiger to sneak into the wild boar breeding area. You must investigate it immediately, otherwise no one present here can escape responsibility. Zhang Yishan slammed the table in his office. There were more than 200 hunting ground managers present, and all of them were multimillionaires by managing large projects. The incident happened only in the past few days, with more than 100 wild boars lost every day. For the huge Zheng family, this is just a small matter of tens of thousands of dollars. But if he doesn't find out the problem, even Zhang Yishan won't be able to sleep well at night. After all, the harm caused by the fallen beasts is too great. There is no room for any negligence. If there is a fallen beast in the inner city of Tianxing City, it means that there are at least 10 times more fallen beasts infiltrating the outer city. It is even possible that the beasts at Zhaixing Peak will revolt. The appetite of the fallen beasts will destroy the balance of survival in the forest, leading to regional disasters. It is extremely dangerous. Once a fallen beast is discovered, the entire Tianxing City will undergo a major purge. In special circumstances, even 100 people will be killed by mistake without letting a single one go. Master Gao, this is the beast you chose, a 676-kilogram bull. The total cost is 1,700 yuan, including the venue and the cost of the horse. If you are in danger, please immediately extend your left hand, and you will be teleported out of the venue. The fee for one use is 100 yuan, so please take care of your children. The waiter introduced the rules carefully. Gao Hao and Gao Ninian listened to the rules, and Gao Changsheng was also preparing on the other side. As he listened and nodded, he took out a dark purple bow and arrow from the storage jade pendant. It looked very delicate, with dragon heads carved on the upper and lower tails, and the bowstring in the middle must not be an ordinary item. Gao Changsheng said to Gao Hao, to pull this bowstring you need a strength of 4 stones, which is 480 kilograms. Your current strength is over 600 kilograms, so it's very easy for you. A family of 4 entered the hunting ground. The bull locked in the cage was sweating profusely. It didn't expect that a guest would choose it today. After several days of devouring its own kind and wild boars, it has grown from a newborn calf into the king of the entire herd of wild bulls. The weight was nearly 700 kilograms. Normally, no staff would carry tens of thousands of wild boars. And no one could have imagined for a moment that hundreds of wild boars were eaten by a bull. They entered a blind spot from the beginning. So for several days, the staff were unable to find the reason why the wild boar was missing and immediately reported the situation. After Zhang Yishan gave the order, tens of thousands of staff members from the entire Zheng family training ground entered the wild boar area for inspection. Among them were dozens of hunting dogs who were sniffing for clues. The result was fruitless, as most of the wild boars disappeared near the river, so the central line was used to search the waterway. The winding river channel gradually led to the survival area of the wild bulls. Zhang Yishan even personally took charge of the breeding area and detected any abnormalities from the sky. He glanced at the herd of millions of wild bulls and found nothing unusual, and he was suspicious. Could it be that a fallen beast has really been born? He knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately turned around and said to a messenger soldier beside him, "Notify everyone to seal off the shooting and hunting grounds, and immediately call the Gao family's imperial guards to investigate. We cannot let the fallen beast escape at any cost. There is already a 50% chance that a fallen beast was born. It didn't even leave a single hair behind and was eaten so cleanly." Zhang Yishan stated the evidence from his own investigation. "Yes, President." The messenger left immediately. On the other side, on the vast hunting grassland, many places were covered with half-foot-high yellow grass. With the arrival of autumn, many plants began to turn yellow and gradually withered. The scenery was also very nice. On the endless golden land, the iron cage holding the wild bull 100 meters away slowly opened. Gao Changxing's expression became serious, and he put a red arrow in his hand. The arrow was provided by the hunting ground. It had a pointed head with a round thorn and feathers to fix the tail. Xiao Hao, watch. Gao Changxing instantly released the arrow tail and hit the bulls, but from 100 meters away. Moo moo moo, hiss hiss. The bull immediately let out a howl and rushed out of the cage. Gao Ninian immediately shouted, "Dad, hurry up, let's catch up with him. We're having beef hot pot tonight." Wu Qingyuan grabbed Gao Ninian and carried her onto a 2-meter-long white horse. Gao Changsheng and Gao Hao rode on a black horse. The horses have been trained and are very docile. They were chosen because their feed for the day would be doubled, so they worked very hard. "Gee, gee, gee," Gao Ninian shouted. It was not the first time she rode. Wu Qingyuan squeezed the horse's body and the white horse immediately ran forward. Gao Changxing immediately said, "Bow and arrow." Then he threw the ink bamboo bow in his hand to Wu Qingyuan and took out another ink bow. "Don't be anxious, Nian. The prey can't escape," Wu Qingyuan said as she looked at her husband who was catching up with her. "Xiao Hao, pay attention. The weaknesses of wild animals are mostly hidden under their bodies or behind their backs. The head of a barbarian bull is hard, and you need an armor-piercing arrow to break its skull. Most hunters use bleeding arrows to hit the side or buttocks of the prey, and wait until the prey loses its flesh before harvesting it." "Okay, Mom," Gao Hao said as he looked at the bulls, but which was bleeding all the way, but the amount of blood dripping didn't seem to be much. "We are not using bleeding arrows. There is a hole in the center of the bleeding arrow. Once it hits the prey, it will bleed immediately and die in a few minutes." Gao Changxing explained carefully that Gao Hao had never been a hunter in his previous life, and had never even killed a chicken, so he was feeling a little excited at the moment. He handed the bow and arrow to his son and loaded the arrow. The wild boar was more than 200 meters away from them, but in Gao Hao's eyes, the wild boar seemed like a giant dragon right in front of him. When you pass through the main gate of Tianxing City, you will feel blurry and your vision will be obstructed. You will need to activate the Eye of Truth to assist you. That's because there is a 4 symbols formation on the city wall that has the ability to block and distort your line of sight. Under normal circumstances, the deployment of soldiers on the city wall cannot be seen, as these are all confidential. His Eye of Truth played a huge role in seeing through the formation. Therefore, charm is useless in front of his eyes, and there is even a risk of backlash. Gao Hao drew his bow and arrow, aimed at the bull's tail, and shot out instantly. It was very precise, even natural. It hit the bulls but accurately. Hiss hiss hiss. Moo moo. At this moment, the barbarian bull was desperately resisting the urge to fight back. As long as he could endure and not be exposed, his chances of survival were very high. The bull was charging forward when suddenly another arrow flew towards it. Gao Nian was not willing to be left behind and hit the target with one arrow. "Hey, I got it too." Mania's eyes were red. He turned his head to look and secretly swore in his heart that if he escaped this disaster, he would definitely take revenge and remember the appearance of the 2 children. Gao Hao frowned. How could he see wisdom and even thinking in the eyes of a cow? A pair of clear big eyes flashed by. The wild bull kept running for its life. Gao Hao looked at Gao Changsheng with confusion in his heart. With his level of attainment, he naturally saw it. "Xiao Hao, don't underestimate the wisdom of the beast. If your mother and I hadn't been there to support it, this bull wouldn't have run away, but would have chased you too." Animals are very sensitive to danger. Their perception of danger is even stronger than that of wolves, tigers, and leopards, so don't underestimate the wisdom of animals in escaping. Gao Changxing added, "But this barbarian bull is really a bit strange. From its eyes, it looks like a calf that is less than a month old, but its body is obviously that of an adult calf. Yuan listened and looked at Maniu, with a look of vigilance and seriousness on his face. Maniu could never have imagined that two beastmasters at the level of a beastmaster would actually come to a low-end hunting ground to play. Sometimes, if he was unlucky, even drinking cold water would get his teeth stuck. Chapter 31. Hunting the Wild Bull and the Windfall. Gao Hao, continue. Yuan observed and said, with a slightly bloodthirsty expression and the corners of his mouth turned up. He originally just came here to play with his children. Now I seem to be interested. The big knife, hiding its hunger, has not seen blood for half a year. After hearing this, Gao Hao immediately drew his bow and shot arrows, once, twice, and 3 times, and he never missed. No matter whether the bull turned or ran straight, it could not escape the fate of being shot. In Gao Hao's eyes, dodging is futile. Even though Gao Hao is only a 3-star earthbender now, ordinary barbarian bulls cannot escape his perception and prediction. Gao Ninian also hit the target every time he shot. In just half an hour, the left buttock of the Maniu was covered with sharp arrows. These were shot by Gao Hao alone, a total of 27 arrows. There were 35 arrows stuck in the other right buttock, which were shot by Gao Ninian alone. Some of the arrows shot by Gao Hao were shallower. The barbarian bull was shaken off while running. At this moment, the barbarian bull felt 2 huge mental forces locking onto him, as if he would be crushed into powder if he stopped. It's cold, too cold. Help me. Mania knew what this mental killing intent was. The 2 people behind him were at least at the level of a king of control. Just by being looked at by their eyes, he felt his whole body trembling, and his limbs shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, have we been discovered? Mania wailed, but his running speed was several times faster. Yuan and Gao Changsheng looked at each other. It's really a fallen beast that was born not long ago. I wonder if this can be considered a huge bargain. A trace of cruelty appeared on Gao Changsheng's face. If Gao Hao looked back, he would find that his father's eyes were narrowed. Gao Hao took a liking to this wild bull at first sight, as it looked a bit treacherous. In his eyes, this wild bull was very active and was surrounded by dozens of cows. I felt uncomfortable at that time and made the decision casually. It became the prey. Now I feel even more uncomfortable. Was it too cruel of me to do this? He actually shot a cow's but into a hornet's nest, and it was bleeding all the way as it ran. So he was a little hesitant in his later actions, and finally lost to Gao Ninian, who performed stably and looked at his brother with a smug look on his face. Brother, you are still far from it. This barbarian bull is already meat on the chopping block. It cannot escape the fate of being slaughtered. It is like a wolf wants to eat meat and a bull wants to eat grass. The grass does not provoke the bull, so it will be eaten too, right? Gao Ninian calmly taught him. Your kindness is hypocritical. It will cost you the blood of your loved ones. If there were no safe hunting grounds, would you still show mercy when you wanted to hunt in the wild without food? If you don't kill the beasts to eat, you will starve to death. We are training ourselves to become stronger so that we can better protect ourselves and survive. Brother, let me tell you one more thing. A wounded beast will fight desperately instead of running away. It knows it won't live long, so it will definitely turn around and kill you, tearing you into pieces. Even if it is to cover the evacuation of your own kind, don't underestimate the wisdom of wild animals, and don't overestimate your own hypocritical kindness. You must analyze the situation calmly. Gao Ninian looked like a little adult and said to Gao Hao, No, I'm just not used to it. The weather is a bit cold and my hands are shaking. Gao Hao listened and exhaled, watching the wild bull in front of him change. At this moment, in his eyes, the wild bull was no longer an animal, but food to fill his stomach. Being educated by Gao Ninian, who was only 2 years old, Gao Hao had no complaints in his heart at the moment. He was even glad that he understood it a little earlier, otherwise he would definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Whether sheep eat grass or wolves eat sheep, it is all part of a circulation system. The meat that humans eat is also hunted, or even raised by others. If the basis of survival is threatened, even the emperor will be eliminated. Therefore, only by ensuring food for the people and defending their own basic survival requirements can the city be developed and expanded stably. Tianxing City also came from this. From the Gao family's investment in building the city to attracting merchants from all ethnic groups, where there is demand, there is a supply chain, which is layered and interconnected. Suddenly, the token on Gao Changsheng's waist lit up red. Oh, is he here? Zhang Yishan acted pretty quickly. He has already notified the Imperial Guards. The people from the Supervision Brigade haven't been found yet. Haha, he's going to get rich. Gao Changsheng couldn't stop smiling. Looking at the wild bull in front of him, he seemed to see the god of wealth. When luck came, it couldn't be stopped. When Gao Ninian turned around, she saw her father smile, a smile that somewhat affected his handsomeness, as well as greed and malice that could not be concealed in his little eyes. When Gao Changsheng saw his daughter looking at him, he immediately smiled gently and said, "Daughter, continue. Today's hunt is over. Dad will buy you ice cream and give you another toy as a reward." "Wow, Dad, I love you. I love you so much." When Gao Ninian heard about the ice cream toy, she immediately forgot that she was just saying that her brother was childish. Now Gao Hao looked at her and felt that she had ruined her sister's glorious image. At this moment, Yuan could no longer restrain himself. Suddenly, a long blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. The handle was more than 2 meters long, covered in blood and filled with murderous aura. There are countless beast-controlling patterns engraved on the sword, the most eye-catching feature being the blood groove on the front of the sword. Every inch of it shows the power of this weapon with great lethality. "My sword has been thirsting for a long time." Yuan stared at the fleeing bull with red eyes, and she saw a different scenery in her eyes. "It's over, it's all over. My life is over." Manyu felt that he was in great danger of death, as if a ferocious tiger was chasing him from behind. Yuan, calm down. This is just a fallen beast that was born not long ago. There is no need for you to take action. Gao Changsheng immediately chased after him and shouted. Yuan looked back and saw the 100-beast sword in his hand and finally calmed down. He realized that he had lost his way for a moment because of the money. 500 million, 500 million. Yuan took back the 100-beast sword with a look of excitement on his face. He couldn't suppress it at all. He stretched out his fingers to gesture and kept talking. The value of this fallen beast is more valuable than the two of them working for several years. Could it be that the god of wealth led him to meet the noble bull today? Yuan really wanted to laugh out loud, but Gao Changsheng pointed at the jade pendant on his waist and said, "I have to go back to the family. Qingyun, you continue to take care of the child and keep a close eye on him. Go ahead. With this money, your son's second beast will be secured. You can't give in." Yuan urged Gao Changsheng to leave quickly. Gao Changsheng said, "Son, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand and it disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Gao Hao was the only one riding a horse. With his current strength, it was easy for him to control the horse, not to mention that it was a docile horse. He clamped the horse's back, held the ink bow, put the arrow on it, and shot it out in one go. Manyu felt the murderous intent behind him lessened, and when he saw that one of them had escaped, he immediately had hope of survival again. The next second, a sharp arrow instantly pierced one of his eyes. His whole body fell forward. Chapter 32: Profit Sharing and Mutual Cooperation. The barbarian bull fell to the ground, blood gushing out of its eyes, and let out a huge and inhumane scream. Moo, moo, moo. The wild bull let out a high-pitched roar, its limbs in pain unable to stand up, and half of the sharp arrow pierced directly into its eyeball. Archery itself requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Gao Hao looked at the struggling bull lying on the ground calmly and said, "Sister, my accurate prediction of this shot is amazing, isn't it?" "It's just as," Gao Ninian said in shock, looking at the fallen bull in disbelief. "You know, the wild bull is famous for its thick skin, strong flesh, and great endurance. Even the silver tiger cannot match the wild bull's endurance." Gao Hao rode on the horse and held the reins. He looked at the struggling bull and raised his hand to continue drawing the bow, drawing the arrow and pulling the string. Then he shot at the bull's exposed belly. When Manyu heard the vibration of the bowstring, his whole body shuddered. With a whoosh sound, the sharp arrow penetrated a distance of 300 meters and instantly hit Manyu's anus. The entire sharp arrow disappeared. Yuan and Gao Ninian were both stunned. They both felt that Gao Hao had let himself go, but this attack was too fierce and it was unbearable to watch. Gao Hao was also stunned. In his prediction, the bull would roll forward, but he didn't expect that it actually raised its butt to resist and was shot directly into the large intestine. "Brother, your arrow has defeated me." Now, the entire shooting and hunting ground was checked, and when they arrived at Gao Hao and Yuan's room, the checkers were dazed when they saw the dying bull. Several supervisors, seeing that the barbarian bull had fallen to the ground, immediately drew out the long swords from their waists with expressions of great joy on their faces. "Found it! Found it!" Someone shouted, "Go and inform President Jiang." At this moment, several men in black robes and cloaks suddenly appeared out of nowhere, walked into the room with a young man, and said to the soldiers who were searching, "Gao family guards, we have taken over this room." "Why?" the soldier immediately asked angrily. The guard said calmly, "Someone reported that a fallen beast was found and seriously injured. We are here to retrieve the fallen beast and verify its authenticity." The soldier's originally joyful face turned a little gloomy at this moment. He opened his mouth and looked at the fallen beast, which was indeed seriously injured and dying. "It seems that I am still a step too late." After a few seconds of silence, I immediately said, "I understand. We will continue to investigate. I will leave this to you. Go ahead. I will talk to your president, Zheng. You will get a lot of bonus for this operation." Gao Changsheng looked at the supervisory soldiers who were leaving and replied. The supervisory soldier's expression eased a little after hearing this. He nodded to Gao Changsheng amiably and said, "Thank you, brother." The other people were also all smiles. After all, they were doing such a dangerous job, and if they didn't get a little more, who would be willing to risk their lives to monitor? Gao Hao saw that the wild bull was motionless and did not dare to get close to it while riding on his horse. In just 2 arrows, Gao Changsheng came back with his men. Fast, too fast. 2 guards stood guard outside the door, while 3 entered and carefully approached to check. Manu said, "Indeed, you have done a great deed this time. You can't get away with 50% of the credit." Gao Changsheng laughed and said, "It's our luck. It's our duty to remove a threat to Tianxing City. Please follow me. We will take the barbarian bull away. After we negotiate the price with the Beast Tamer Association, 50% of the amount will be transferred to your account card. The contribution points will be credited to your account within 3 days." As the guards left, Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan looked at each other quietly and said, "Only 50%? No, it's 60%. I negotiated with my uncle. If it's too high, it will have a bad impact on the outside world. After all, we only give out 100 million in rewards to the outside world, and 500 million for killing fallen beasts. The family will split it 50 to 50, and I can't be an exception." Gao Changxing said. Wu Qingyuan nodded and said, "How much contribution points did you give?" "I want to exchange it for a holy pill next month, which requires more than 10,000 contribution points." "Given 70,000 contribution points," Gao Changsheng said. Wu Qingyuan was satisfied and said, "Not bad. Although we didn't reach 500 million as expected, 300 million should be enough." With the inspection of the entire archery hunting ground completed, Zhang Yishan finally put his mind at ease, knowing that he was able to find the fallen beast without causing any trouble. And it was not an invasion of fallen beasts, which proved that the outer city was still safe. However, he recently planned to conduct a large-scale search of the outer city as well. In a gorgeous and noble room, which was not big and seemed to be a private room, Gao Changxing, the head of the Gao family, and Zhang Yishan, the agent of the Zheng family, were drinking tea and chatting. "Today, we are very grateful to the Gao family. Otherwise, the hunting ground would have encountered a disaster that has not been seen in a century. I don't know how many people would have starved to death. The Zheng family is willing to pay $50 to suppress the matter." Gao Changxing listened and smiled. "You're being polite. 20 is enough. The Zheng family has been developing in Tianxing City for more than 300 years. Our 2 families have worked together, and it is inevitable that we will encounter the same things in the future." "Haha, have some tea." Zhang Yishan laughed, immediately stood up and poured tea for Gao Changxing, saying, "I understand what you mean. My daughter Zhang Yanyu is 15 years old this year, and it is time for her to enter the Magical Beast Taming Academy." Gao Changxing immediately said after hearing this, "I wonder if President Zheng has heard of Xiao Yin, the son of Xiao Yin, the head of the Xiao family. He is handsome and has great talent." President Zheng was silent for a moment as he listened. As the first aristocratic family supported by the Gao family, the Xiao family had produced several beastmasters with good qualifications in recent years. The talents of Xiao Yin, Xiao Bing, and Xiao Mi are enough to bring the Xiao family to a higher level. No wonder the head of the Gao family is now attaching great importance to investing resources. Tea. Zhang Yishan spoke, drinking as well. Thinking about the relationship between the 2 sides after becoming involved with the Xiao family, Xiao Yan's talent is not high, and at his age he is only at the royal emperor level. There is little hope of being able to break through to the level of Beastmaster. The level of Beastmaster is the watershed in the improvement of Beastmaster's strength. The latter has the strength to crush the former with a single finger. Next year's hunting in Death Star Valley, my Zhang family will cooperate with the Xiao family." Zhang Yishan said gently, but there was a hint of unhappiness on his face. Gao Changxing smiled and confessed, "President Zheng, I watched Xiao Yin grow up. His future achievements will definitely surpass ours. Whether your family can have this blessing depends on whether your daughter can seize the opportunity." Jiang Yishan was stunned for a moment, muttering in his heart, "You are talking as if Xiao Yin is your son." Although he didn't believe it, he still stretched out his hand and said, "Happy cooperation." Gao Changxing shook hands and said, "Then I'll take my leave. I'll leave the rest to you. My brother's son Gao Changxing has taken out 5 million, and I want you to distribute it to the inspecting soldiers." Jiang Yishan listened and laughed. "Haha, he has come to my place many times. He is a little impatient and a little sloppy in doing things. I will make arrangements." "Okay, goodbye," Gao Changxing said as he walked out the door. Jiang Yishan began to prepare his speech and flipped through the previous speeches of the top 100 outstanding talents in Tianxing City. I felt relieved and looked at the white jade storage bracelet on the desk. "Secretary Yang, go sort out the speech documents. Ask the captain of the monitoring soldiers, Zhao Yuan, to come and find a place that is about to close down tomorrow. Notify Jiang Qi's team to patrol there more often." Yang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately said, "President Jiang, I am also very hardworking. Can Captain Zhao Yun take me with him on the mission?" Jiang Yishan listened and asked, You? You want to die?" Yang Yu immediately shut up after hearing this. Jiang Yishan looked at him and waved his hand with a sigh. It was not good to teach his wife's sister a lesson too harshly, so he explained helplessly, "Why are you, a Yu Zong level, joining in the fun? Zhao Yun, a Yu Wang level, earns millions every year. Even if he is blind, he would not look down on you." "Me, you bastard." Yang Yu was speechless and finally went out to complete the assigned work. At work, Yang Yu was still a qualified secretary. Jiang Yishan also provided a lot of resources, but Yang Yu's talent was limited. She was already 20 years old and had not even reached the threshold of a general, which was far worse than her sister. Chapter 33: Famous People in History, Monetary Systems. Gao Hao had a lot of fun during this half-day, and even more exciting things were yet to come. A few days after returning home, Gao Hao was promoted to the intermediate Earth Control class. Time leaves no trace. A month passed quietly, and looking back it seemed like it was just yesterday. After returning from the archery hunting ground, Gao Hao began to practice hard. "I get up before 5 o'clock every day, wash up, practice absorbing purple energy in the morning, and then go to the intermediate Earth Control class. After coming back at noon and finishing my homework, I take a rest. In the afternoon, I go to the training ground to practice Dragon Fist until 6:30 in the afternoon. I go home to eat, then practice in the training room for 2 hours. At 8:30 I wash up and go to bed. This cycle repeats itself day after day." There were many things that made Gao Hao happy. The food at home suddenly became much better, and it seemed like his parents had made a fortune. Golden rice costs 50 yuan per pound, so you can buy it and take home 100 pounds at will. You can even buy a terrifying 5-meter-long emperor lobster directly. A total of 40,000 yuan was spent, which was Gao Changxing's monthly living allowance. He had never been extravagant before and spent more than 70,000 or 80,000 yuan a day. This is the happy life of children from wealthy families. The couple let themselves go and went shopping every day. Gao Ninian got a lot of new toys, and even Gao Hao got several new clothes. Although the clothes are a little big, they are actually woven with gold threads and come with underwear. How could Gao Hao be so worthy as to be able to wear clothes woven with gold, highlighting his inner wealth? When going out, he wears low-key clothes as always, and when he comes home, he focuses on having good food and a good life. The old chair in the house that has not been changed for many years has also been replaced with a golden manhwa one. Gao Ninian's daily appetite increased greatly, and her face became a little rounder after a month. The food was too nutritious, and the whole family gained 10 kilograms of weight in a month. Gao Hao also ate voraciously every day because he practiced the Dragon Fist diligently and practiced the Dragon Art every day, and even had a place in the intermediate Earth Control class. With his own title Brother Hao, even Gao Hao, the monitor of the intermediate Earth Control class, a 6-star Earth Controller, has to bow his head in front of Gao Hao. Of course, these are all small things. What makes Gao Hao happiest is that Xiong Dundun has entered the growth period and the 3rd Iron Bone Pill has been consumed. He can fight with his Dragon Fist with great power, and Gao Hao is no match for him at all. After hard work, Xiong Dundun has become a beautiful landscape in the Gao family training ground. Gao Hao and Xiong Dundun's relationship has improved, in addition to the iron bamboo, purple bamboo, and golden bamboo that Gao Changxing brought back from Zhengzhou City. Xiong Dundun even eats meat, honey, and fruit, which are his favorite foods. The body of the beast in its growth period grows very rapidly. In just about a month, his size has doubled. Every day when going to and from school, Xiong Dundun would carry Gao Hao there. Sometimes Gao Ninian also wanted to take the ride, but Xiong Dundun was not happy about it at first. As a result, for a jar of honey, He gave up his own dignity and immediately bent down to let Gao Ninian sit on it. Xiao Hao, do you have much pocket money? Gao Ninian asked while sitting on Xiong Dundan's back. Gao Hao asked cautiously, what are you doing? Lend me some money. I'll return it to you next month. No. Gao Hao refused without even thinking. Gao Ninian immediately said, please, the school is holding a monthly exam today. I am in the top 10 of the class. My parents will give me a reward, and I will pay you back immediately when the time comes. Gao Hao listened and turned around and said, no. You are so cruel. Gao Ninian snorted coldly. Gao Hao took out 50 yuan from his pocket, put it in Gao Ninian's hand and said calmly, you don't have to pay it back, but you can't borrow money from me again in the future. Gao Ninian looked at her brother, then looked at the 50 yuan and finally didn't take it. Gao Ninian jumped off Xiong Dundan and said, I'm leaving first. Gao Hao attended the intermediate Earth Control class and learned the monetary system of the Beast Control continent. The smallest currencies included 1 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan. They were all made of iron and mixed with a certain proportion of silver, similar to the Yuan Datu in his previous life. Above it is a 50 yuan note, made of a very special material, which he couldn't describe in detail, and he himself had never learned how to make it, but it was not afraid of fire and did not melt in water. The 100 yuan currency is made of brass and detailed templates of the 5 major mountain ranges in the Magic City province. The topographic map of the Magic City province is engraved on the currency. The power to issue 100 yuan currency lies with the Magic Beast Taming Academy. One of the 4 major academies of the Zhongyuan Empire, it is also the center of power, influence, money, and economic development in the 3 southern provinces and home to all the famous beastmasters. 95% graduated from the Magical Beast Taming Academy. Next is the 1,000 yuan bill. It feels like cloth when touched with silver thread, very similar to silk, but with the roughness of paper. The texture seems to be stroking black stockings, very smooth. Next came the 10,000 yuan note. The national emblem of the Zhongyuan Empire was woven on the front of the note using gold thread, chemical fiber, and fine thread. There were 7 stars on the round badge with different colors, like a rainbow. It looked colorful and like a beautiful work of art. It is issued and produced by the judicial family. The royal family only controls the production rights of 10,000 yuan currency. In addition, there are 2 higher-level currencies. There are 100,000 yuan currency and 1 million yuan currency. Only those who break through the royal lord level and become the royal emperor level have the power to make 100,000 yuan currency. When one reaches the level of an emperor, he himself becomes synonymous with power. The rules, the system, and even his every word and action is the law of the land. The emperor-level masters are so terrifying, but there are even more terrifying beings than them, and that is the immortal level masters who guard this continent. Possessing the power to produce currency worth millions, one who has reached this realm can wipe out a province with a wave of the hand. Now, there are 3 imperial immortals in the 6 provinces of the Zhongyuan Empire. The backs of 3 people are engraved on the $1 million banknote. It is made of black gold wire. Not to mention imitating it, even refining the materials would be a loss. Only a strong person at the level of a royal fairy can do it with ease. The more Gao Hao read and studied, the more he understood. The more he looked forward to the world, and the harder he worked to learn new knowledge. Today was the placement test for the intermediate level soil control class, and Gao Hao also wanted to test his own learning outcomes. With full confidence in his heart, he handed in the paper early after finishing the questions and went home. You should do what you can do. It is a waste of time to write down what you can't do. Instead of writing it down randomly, you might as well go home and look for the answer and try to do it right next time. Wu Qingyuan gave him just the right time to continue his studies. As soon as he started school, he was just in time to learn the first lesson of the intermediate Earth Control class, and even happened to learn about the levels after the Earth Control level. It explains the existence of the 2 levels of Emperor and Immortal, and how majestic and glorious they are, like the sons of the bright moon. Yi Huang, the most famous beastmaster now, is also called the son of 1,000 years and a peerless talent by the Zhongyuan Empire. He is the one who has the greatest hope of becoming the beastmaster of the emperor before the age of 60. There is even hope of exploring the realm of immortals. Those were too far away from Gao Hao, as far away as an ordinary civilian discussing whether the king of a country could also complete the task in 2 minutes and be scolded by his wife. The intermediate Earth Taming class talks more about the heroic deeds done by great beast tamers. Among them, my grandmother, Miyu, is actually one of the representative figures of modern times recorded in the book. Chapter 34. A small team of intermediate imperial guards. Annual competition. There were more and more fallen leaves on the branches, and the fierce cold wind swept the leaves on the ground. The wind was howling, and the weather was getting colder and colder. The willow tree also became bald, and all its green hair fell out. Everyone wore cotton-padded clothes. The strong winds blowing from the East China Sea brought cold air, sweeping across every village and large fields. The sky was often covered with dark clouds, and storms came one after another. Sometimes hail would fall, with the particles being several centimeters in size. Sitting in the classroom listening to the windows banging, a breath would quickly turn into mist. Rain or shine, learning never stops. In addition to the morning purple energy exercises, the afternoon dragon fist practice was moved to the practice room, and Gao Hao once again felt the physical baptism of the 3-star Earth control stage. In mid-November, he successfully broke through and became a 4-star Earth-controlling Beastmaster. His beast-controlling space more than doubled again, and he had been getting more nutrition recently. Inside Gao Hao's beast-taming space, the dark green bamboos were interspersed with deep purple, and a thin layer of purple clouds was floating in the sky over the entire vast continent, which looked very beautiful. Zhongyuan also felt the changes in himself. He grew faster in the beast-taming space, especially after he had no shortage of food and practiced for more than 10 hours a day. You won't feel tired either. Practicing in the beast-taming space will speed up the recovery of the beast tamer's physical strength. The beast-taming space has a special favor for the beast tamer. There are other magical effects, but Gao Hao's realm is too low and they cannot be brought into play yet. The monthly exam results came out, and Gao Hao ranked 7th in the class. He got such a good score for the first time. So Gao Changxing and Wu Qingyuan naturally rewarded him with a reward of 1,000 yuan, which was also his pocket money for 2 months. When he entered the intermediate Earth Control class, his mother told him about pocket money. It was 500 yuan per month, which included school bags, school supplies, stationery, and other consumables. He was asked to control it himself. If his academic performance is good, he will receive a bonus. If his academic performance is poor, his pocket money will be deducted. As long as his grades are consistently in the top 20 in the class, there will be no problem. The top 3 will receive a reward of 2,000 yuan, and the top 10 will receive 1,000 yuan. There are even year-end summaries and year-end bonuses. Gao Hao now has a strange feeling that he has to start working since he was a child. He has to produce results every month and receive performance appraisals every year. It seems as if he has returned to the days of working from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. At that time, I had to work overtime, and there was no overtime pay. Now I don't have to work overtime, and my life is very good. My boss is even like my parent, and I can act like a spoiled child occasionally. He would be able to receive some small gifts. Sometimes Gao Hao would also think about his parents in another world, wondering whether they had come over his death. Shake your head. Separation of life and death. It's natural. If you don't cherish others when they are alive, you will be hypocritical after they die. Fortunately, I tried my best. If I have any regrets, it is that I am dissatisfied with my life and left too hastily. I don't owe anyone money, I don't smoke, I drink beer sometimes, and my belly is so big, but the beer company is not responsible. On the contrary, I have been cheated many times and wasted a lot of money. I have a deposit of more than 60,000 yuan, and I don't know if what is said on the internet is true, and I can't withdraw it. His mind has been a little turbulent recently, and the memories of his past life would come back to him from time to time, which greatly affected his peaceful practice. 4-star Earth Control is a watershed. When a Beastmaster reaches this stage, his emotions will easily fall into extremes, just like he entered a rebellious period in his previous life. I am the biggest in the world, and I dominate the world created by Pango. All nations in the world submit to him. Who dares to call me brother? You should call me the king, don't be ignorant. Fights often break out in the intermediate Earth Control class, probably because of the bursting of hormones. Gao Hao is also entangled in beast control duels by several people several times. Zhongyuan wins every time. He is not the overlord of the 100,000 mountains in ancient times for nothing. Even though the white bear was twice as big, it was still pinned to the ground by Zhongyuan's dragon fist. This was the suppression of the holy beast's bloodline. The two sides were not at the same starting point. Life is always monotonous and ordinary. White snowflakes were floating in the sky. Some people in the southern part of the beast-taming continent said that the snowflakes were made of salt and were very salty and bitter. The taste of snow in the north and south is completely different. The snow in the north is cleaner and can be boiled into water for drinking. Sometimes when the well is frozen, we rely on melted snow to cook. It seems like an old spring in the mountains, especially cool and refreshing. Good spring water has no peculiar smell and is very icy and cold. The snowflakes in the north have the same smell. The south is close to the sea, so heavy snow is rare. Sometimes it doesn't snow at all, and only a little bit snows when it's cold. It will melt before the next day. Hail is brought by the cold wind from the East China Sea, and it only happens once every 3 to 5 years, so the school does not have a protective net on the glass. Moreover, the snow melts very quickly, so the plants in the south are much more lush than those in the north. The growth of the beasts is also very different, and each has its own characteristics. Exhaling a breath of white air, Zhang Hao walked into the classroom and said, "The annual assessment is about to be held. Why can't the storm come more violently?" "Don't say that. I'm the second to last in the class. I don't know how to explain it to my parents." A red-haired girl looked sad. She didn't expect her grades to be so bad. It wasn't right at all. "Isn't there still the last one?" Gao Hao said, pointing at the person who was sleeping on his stomach. Gao Cheng raised his face with an angry look on his face and hurriedly explained the reason for his poor performance. "Brother Hao, wasn't I absent from the exam at the critical moment of my breakthrough? Now I am also a 4-star earthbending master, so it's not certain who will be called brother in the future. You've also reached 4-star earth control? How did Brother Hao inspire you to work so hard?" Han Ping suddenly stood up and asked. "Yeah." Gao Cheng had a smile on his face. After being defeated by Gao Hao, he had been working hard silently, trying to impress everyone. However, he was exposed when he got excited. Zhang Xiao congratulated him and said, "Congratulations. It seems that our team already has 3 4-star Earth Masters, me, Hao Gu, Gao Cheng, and Xiao Hong and Han Ping. You two should work hard and strive to be promoted to 4-star Earth Masters before the assessment." "You don't need to say that." Guo Hong hummed, blushing as she looked at Gao Hao and called sweetly, "Brother Hao, let's go practice together this afternoon." "I don't have time. The second imperial skill I'm practicing has entered an important stage. I won't go to the Dragon Fist area. I'll try to make further progress before the assessment." Gao Hao replied calmly. Several people looked at each other, and Guo Hong asked, "Brother Hao, I haven't seen you use your second imperial skill in several duels. What did you practice for your second imperial skill? You actually practiced it secretly without us knowing." "Wanna know?" Gao Hao said, pushing Guo Hong's arm. "I do. I really want to." Guo Hong said happily. Gao Hao smiled and said, "Put your ears over here. I will only tell you. If someone targets the imperial skills I practice, it will be troublesome. You will keep it a secret, right?" "Of course, Brother Hao. I'm the tightest-lipped one," Guo Hong said excitedly. Gao Hao whispered in Guo Hong's ear, "I haven't practiced the second imperial technique yet." "Ah." Guo Hong was shocked. "What did you mean by rejecting me and practicing the second imperial skill in the afternoon?" Gao Hao picked up his school bag and left. His father came back these few days to teach him the follow-up moves of the Dragon Fist. In addition, the annual conference has begun, so learning a book of martial arts skills will not improve his combat power much. So Gao Hao put a lot of effort into Dragon Fist. From then on until the annual conference, Gao Hao would practice in the Dragon Fist room every day. "Asshole, you lied to me again. Do you really think I'm stupid?" Guo Hong watched Gao Hao leave with shame and anger on her face. "The reason why her grades have dropped recently is because she missed you." "What are you looking at?" Guo Hong put on her school bag, glared at the others, and left. Gao Hao has practiced a second imperial skill. It seems to be a secret weapon. Should we also practice it more quickly? Another team member asked. "Well, it's hard to say. Gao Hao is not easy to deal with. His panda is different from ordinary ones. The dragon fist he uses is extremely powerful. My 2-headed lion dog was almost killed by it. The problem is that Gao Cheng has also made a breakthrough. We who have been in the intermediate earth control class for half a year have been bullied by a group of newcomers. The situation of the intermediate earth control class next year is expected to change. By the way, Captain, what did you choose to practice for your second control skill?" Zhang Hao looked at the team members and asked them questions. After a long while, he finally said, "I haven't practiced. My dragon fist is still at the same level. I've even dropped 3 places recently. It's really embarrassing." The group of people were silent. "Is there no one who can cure him?" "I don't think so. If it was 2 months earlier, Sister Nian Nian would have been able to deal with him with just a few fingers." Chapter 35. Silently working hard to surprise everyone. Well, everyone should go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Zhang Hao looked dejected, packed up his school bag, and left. Most of the students in the classroom were listening to the lecture. Seeing that the class monitor had given up, they were grumbling in their hearts. Gao Hao is only a 4-star earthbending master, while Zhang Hao is a veteran 6-star earthbending master. The 2-headed lion dog was defeated. The gap between the two is probably in the level of the beast they control. The two classmates looked at each other. Both of them were among the best in the class, in the top 5 in academic performance. This was mainly due to their age. One of them said with some resentment, "If it's a competition of air control skills, squad leader Zheng Hao still has a chance to get a ranking." The two thought about Gao Hao's performance on the training ground and became hesitant again. In next year's class monitor election, which side will you stand on? The two men looked at each other and asked tentatively. A 4-year-old child took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I choose Zheng Hao. After failing in the competition last year, he must launch a counterattack this year. As an old senior, how can I let the newcomer take charge?" Haha, last year, Sister Nian competed with Vice Monitor Zheng Hao for the position of monitor, and you said the same thing. But you betrayed her without blinking an eye. Tisk, didn't I do it for the $5? And then I regretted it and quit the team. One of them had no embarrassment at all, and frankly stated the reason for his betrayal. "I'm embarrassed to rub you. You're already 4 years old, and you're only a 5-star earthbender. You were kicked out of the team. Otherwise, you should sign up to join the army. The little chicken beast you contracted can't turn into a phoenix." "Then why don't you join the army?" the boy asked. "Joining the army is very hard. I have to become a master before joining the army. I can get the treatment of a squad leader directly. Now I will be an ordinary soldier and need at least 3 or 4 years of training." "You understand this, don't you?" said the boy. "But with your aptitude for beast control, I don't think there's much hope of you breaking through to 10-star earth control before you're 10 years old." The boy listened and smiled mysteriously and said lightly, "Haha, who said I'm still a 5-star earth control? Now I'm a 6-star earth control. You're not the only one working hard. I'm also working hard to practice. I must get a top 10 ranking in this year's intermediate earth control class. I will get a medicinal bath as a reward, and my little chicken can also evolve." The boy spoke arrogantly, picked up his school bag, and left without looking back. His companions behind him heard that the boy was already a 6-star earthbending master, and they were also murmured in their hearts, "This kid has made a breakthrough with silent efforts. He is just an earth spirit chicken. Even if he took a medicinal bath, the chance of evolution is very small. He is still no match for my spirit cat. I want to be in the top 10 in this year's competition." The two boys were not young anymore. One was 4 years old, the other 3 years and 9 months old. The age gap was not too big, but they both stayed in the intermediate earth control class for 3 years at the same time. The competition for the intermediate earth control class involves not just the Gao family's earth control class, but all of the Gao family's vassal families, including some outsiders, civilians, and people with other surnames. Some people who want to join the Gao family will bring their children to participate in the annual meeting of the Gao family. It can be said that this is a competition for the Gao family to recruit people from outside. It is also a competition to hone our own children and remind them not to be proud. There are always people better than you. As long as you participate, you can get a consolation prize. Of course, the rewards and amounts for competitions among beast masters of different levels vary greatly. The highest reward for the Earth Tamer level is 500,000 Yuan. This is distributed on a monthly basis, which means 6 million in encouragement for 12 months of a year. There are countless other rewards, such as medicinal baths, elixirs, beast pills, weapons, imperial skills, and formations, all of which are distributed by the Family Executive Department. The top 10 children in the intermediate Earth Control class will receive a medicinal bath for beast control evolution that is suitable for them, and if they do not need it, they can choose a free beast control book. Most of the children would choose a medicinal bath that could help their beasts evolve. After all, a beast master still needs to focus on training his own beasts. The iron bone pill used by Gao Hao's Xiong Dundun contains ingredients that help the beast master grow. Gao Ninian's Peony Beast Master's daily ritual of bringing purple air to the east and sunshine to the sky is also meant to promote the evolution of the beast master. However, plant-type beast masters, in the words of her previous life, are more suited to basking in the sun and carrying out photosynthesis. Gao Hao's current level is only 4-star Earth control, and the probability of him winning a prize in the conference is very low, because most of the winners of the intermediate Earth control class every year are civilians. The children of aristocratic families either improve and upgrade quickly or have just joined the intermediate class. There is a big gap between them and those who have been in the intermediate Earth control class for several years. These rewards were originally prepared for these children with limited qualifications, but an accident happened this year. A talented person came to the intermediate Earth control class and did not follow the normal routine. Last year, Zheng Hao took part in the competition and squeezed into the top 10 with a slight advantage. He was originally the candidate for class monitor, but because of Gao Ninian's joining, he retreated to deputy class monitor. If he gets another potion this year, his 2-headed lion dog will have a great chance of evolving, eliminating the dog genes in its body and evolving into a two-headed lion. Even though there is only the word dog between the two, the difference between them, whether in ferocity or size, will be different in their future evolution and growth. A two-headed male lion is 5 or 6 meters in size when fully grown, while a two-headed lion dog is only 1/3 of its size. Evolution represents a creature moving towards perfection. The same is true for human beast masters. When they contract a beast to be tamed, they gain a chance to change their destiny and evolve. The magical talents they gain will also evolve along with it. Beast taming evolution can not only improve the beast taming, but also the beast tamer's talents, and the beast taming space will gain a huge improvement in the essence of life. The contract between the beast tamer and the beast tamer is definitely the most valuable investment made by mankind from ancient times to the present. It not only saved the world, but also completely changed the way mankind survives and has infinite fantastic development potential. Ice, fire, ocean, sky. These originally unattainable worldviews can all be experienced personally after becoming a beast master, instead of being forcefully instilled in you by others in books. Is the sea really that beautiful? Most ordinary people have never seen it. Does the legendary Kuan-Ping mythical beast exist in the world? Is the sea as boundless as recorded in books? The beautiful ancient tower in the north, the magical golden desert, the ancient fountain of life, the hanging continent of eternal life. There are many magical places recorded in the book. It is said that those places were once the abodes of gods. There is also the most mysterious dragon god Abyss River. Each story records the adventure story of a beast master, and every beast master who has become a beast master has his own legendary story. Good or bad, kind or evil, they are all clearly shown in the textbooks. Some evil beast masters strive to gain evolution for their own beasts. Is it right or wrong to go astray? If it was wrong, why did he keep making the same mistake again and again, and even became an emperor-level beast master? He returned home in glory and was given an official position and a higher title. The most representative character among them is the spirit fish, which originally had an advanced evolutionary path. In order to evolve his own Tianxing spirit fish into a holy beast with a stronger talent of not fearing the dual attributes of water and fire, Mo Tianfeng refined and absorbed most of the Tianyan grass in the blood lake to make a medicinal bath. This caused the sky flame grass to become rare, and its value soared to the point where ordinary beast tamers abandoned it one after another. They contracted this species of spirit fish beast tamers, and now they have become ornamental fish in the ponds of major families. Ordinary beastmasters are always the majority, and the children of big families abandoned by them look down on spirit fish. Now the ancestor of spirit fish has become the golden-eyed catfish, which is the descendant of the evolved spirit fish and a brand new kind of beastmaster. The cultivation and growth value is better, but the high-quality products were taken away by the Mahists first. Those that appeared on the market are of unknown generations, and they are the leftovers. However, he is still being snapped up by people because of his low training cost and strong growth potential. He is a beastmaster with dual attributes of water and fire, and is an absolute choice and one of the powerful beastmasters in the beastmaster space. Chapter 36. Dragon Fist progress is only for show. After lunch, Gao Changsheng and Gao Hao went to the training ground. Without taking a rest at noon, they took the key and went directly into the room for practicing Dragon Fist. Before I knew it, it had been 2.5 months since I last had my period. Xiao Hao, give it a try. With your current chi control and Dragon Fist realm, you can lift the iron bell weighing 10,000 jin. Gao Hao listened to what his father said and glanced at the huge iron bell, weighing 10,000 pounds that was 10 meters away from him. It was hanging in the air with an upward curve. The angle is very tricky and not easy to hit. Gao Hao stretched out a finger, lowered his knees, pushed the ground with his calves and toes, and jumped up, about 4 meters off the ground, at the same height as the 10,000 jin bell. With a finger, a golden aura burst out. But after flying 7 meters, it ran out of steam, and the golden energy lost its power and dissipated in the air. If Gao Hao used his finger skills on the ground, his attack range would probably be just about 5 meters, and the force would not be enough to make the Wanjin bell ring. It would be like an ant blocking a car, seeking his own death. Gao Changsheng stared at Gao Hao's movements, but Gao Hao's falling speed was not in line with common sense. In almost the blink of an eye, Gao Hao's figure in the air had fallen to the ground. He used the force to change his fingers into claws, turned around and accelerated, and 3 golden auras in his hands shot up into the sky. The explosive power was 3 times stronger than before. His steps were heavy, as if his legs were tied with steel bars and iron blocks, rooting them firmly into the ground. He quickly changed his claws into fists, and his whole body suddenly squatted down. The imperial chi burst out from the footsteps, spinning and striving upwards to reach the calves, thighs, waist, heart, and in an instant it rushed into the arms, dyeing the entire arms golden. Boom. Fast as lightning, fierce as a dragon, and kills with one strike. Lure the enemy close in the air, react quickly with your claws, block the opponent's rapid attack. Leave yourself a chance to unleash the Dragon Fist, and strike quickly. The Dragon Fist hasn't arrived yet, but the 10,000 gene bell has already sounded. The explosion of the Dragon Fist has a lasting force, and the person who is hit will feel that the Dragon Fist is getting heavier. Anyone who tries it lightly will be crushed to pieces and never be able to recover. That's right. The air is not conducive to the use of Dragon Fist. The root of Dragon Fist is in the feet. You have to do everything you can to lure the enemy deep into your territory. Gao Hao nodded slowly, looking at the shaking 10,000 gene bell. He never expected that in just 2 months, his Dragon Fist level had increased more than 10 times. Could it be that he was a genius who would definitely become a giant in the future? Thinking about things, he asked proudly, "Dad, what level is my Dragon Fist now?" Gao Changxing laughed and said calmly, "You are just a 4-star earthbender. How can you be considered good? You are just lucky. Your mother and I love you, and your family protects you and provides you with abundant resources." Gao Hao felt a little embarrassed for a moment. If he had known that his father would undermine his self-confidence as soon as he came back, he would not have asked. Now his father is really getting stricter and stricter with him. Gao Changxing looked at his son with his head down, and after a few seconds of silence, he finally gave a careful explanation. "Do you know why people who practice martial arts want to fight for the position of the best in the world? To prove how powerful he is? He is invincible in the world." Gao Hao came to the conclusion naturally. No, it's to eliminate distracting thoughts. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sometimes when there are too many distracting thoughts, they will set an unattainable goal for themselves. If a person can do one thing well in his life, he is already a rare genius. Most ordinary people spend their whole lives trapped in traps created by others. Gao Changxing laughed at himself and spoke. "Invincible in the world, haha, this is just a fantasy created by the common desires of the human race, and it is also a kind of constraint that our clan imposes on the lower classes. After all, the power of a person is limited. Don't believe too much in what is said in books, look at the world with your own eyes, and don't be blinded by the knowledge you have learned." Gao Changxing rubbed Gao Hao's head and finally recovered his emotions, speaking in a gentler voice. "You are still young, don't think about so many trivial things. You are not as good as you think, because others will not give in to you just because you are young, let alone just because you are old, they will always respect you. If you don't have the strength, you will have everything. It's all just appearances." Gao Hao listened silently and said, "I understand, father. Without strength, all respect is in vain." Gao Hao also smiled. His parents' love for it even made him forget about good and evil. He could not always be protected. Because of the small progress, he almost lost himself and was intoxicated. Gao Changxing saw Xiaohao's ability to understand his words very quickly. Unlike Gao Nianyan, he would immediately retaliate if he said something. He was spoiled by him and Wu Qingyuan when he was a child. "My father is a powerful imperial master, my grandmother is an imperial lord, and my Gao family is one of the 3 major families in Xingnan province. If anyone dares to touch a hair of mine, I will destroy the tombs of my ancestors for 18 generations." It's different with a younger brother. He has seen Gao Nianyan's recent efforts, and as an older sister, maybe he also has someone he wants to protect. After Gao Hao recovered his mentality, he continued to practice, changing what he had learned again and again. Dragon Finger, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, 3 dragon techniques. Mobilizing the meridians that the controlled energy flows into are different. The power and speed are also different. Knee skills and leg techniques. These were originally some knowledge that could only be learned in the advanced earth control class, but Gao Changxing gave him special lessons, so he was naturally able to learn it earlier. Especially the squatting and sinking move. This move is an important action to use the Dragon Fist to stabilize one's lower body. Otherwise, the explosive power of the chi contained in the Dragon Fist can push oneself flying. The action of force is mutual. If you don't use the power of the ground to resolve the reaction force, you will have to use the strength of your shoulders, waist, elbows, etc., which requires extremely high control of the body. Using the ground is the most effective way, and it also saves the most physical energy, so the 5 basic skills are the cornerstone of all imperial techniques. Boom boom. Every 3 minutes, a 10,000 gene bell would ring, and it would be a series of double rings. The sound of dragon roars, which continued endlessly, was the essence of Dragon Fist. Gao Hao has only learned the basics yet. He continued practicing until 6:30 in the afternoon. His whole body felt numb and Gao Hao's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Gao Changsheng picked up Gao Hao with one hand and hung him behind his back by his collar like a pendant. That's all for today. The annual meeting is about to begin. Go back and practice to recover yourself. You must also finish your homework and don't fall behind in your studies. Sometimes they can save your life when you encounter danger. Gao Hao was so tired that he was exhausted. The dragon art in his body was constantly absorbing the external qi. He had to climb over many mountains, one after another, which were probably more than the 100,000 mountains in his dream. Xiong Dundun is also working hard in the beast taming space. The time he spends practicing every day is no less than Gao Hao. The beast tamer and the beast tamer influence each other. Xiong Dundun secretly swore in his heart that he would never be a loser like the one in his dream, who had lived for decades and became an object of ridicule. Chapter 37 Let It Be. Who is the victim? Ha hey ha, hey ha hey. At dusk, the sunset glow in the sky and the winter wind were cool and somewhat desolate. Gao Hao shuddered as the cold wind blew into his neck. The fatigue is reduced a bit. There are still people practicing in the training room. The annual meeting is less than a week away, and everyone is working hard to improve themselves. Some look impatient, some look indifferent, and some are full of murderous intent. People who practice cultivation will always have ferocious looks on their faces when they fight, and they feel that everyone they see is an enemy. Gao Hao's mentality is relatively stable. There are also some people who simply do not participate in the competition and just lie down. Eat and drink is needed, practice is needed, and practice according to their own rhythm without being affected by the outside world. He accepted the subsidy calmly and lived from day to day. It didn't matter if he couldn't break through to the 10-star Earth control before the age of 10. At worst, he could transfer to the military camp and become a soldier. The treatment there was not as good as that in the family. But he will not have to worry about food and clothing. In 10 years, he will be able to become an officer, marry a young wife, and live a life similar to his father. For most people, their first goal when they are young is to surpass their father, but when they grow up they find that they are not as good as their father. Most of them follow the path paved by their father, just like Gao Hao now, from birth to the blessing of the holy beast, awakening the beast taming space, to controlling the qi, to practicing the dragon fist. Each small thing seemed easy to do, but he was always one step ahead of the other children. Having two good teachers since birth, and even the growth and hard work of his sister Gao Nyenyen, made Gao Hao feel the beauty of life. After returning home and entering the training room, Gao Changsheng put Gao Hao on the training bed and went out, saying something else before leaving. Don't use brute force. Practice naturally and smoothly. Deliberately increasing the speed of practice will also be a burden on your heart and 6 internal organs. Gao Hao listened and nodded, then immediately began to practice. His breathing became steady and long, and 1 minute passed when he exhaled and breathed in. The dragon art accelerated steadily. After Gao Hao felt his strength recovered, he slowed down his practice. After breaking through the 4-star Earth control, he sometimes felt impatient and angry. He has been practicing at an accelerated pace, and his mentality has become much calmer as he relaxed. The 7 emotions and 6 desires have always affected people's accurate judgment. In his previous life, Gao Hao watched several video websites. He would laugh, cry, curse, and twitch. When he was bored, he would watch for an entire afternoon, which made him a little mentally schizophrenic. If he is sent to a mental hospital, he will probably be diagnosed with a serious illness. It is also important to learn to control your emotions. Sometimes it is not that important to argue about right or wrong. The important thing is to protect yourself first and learn to take care of your body first. Trying his best to keep his mentality stable, Gao Hao now feels that with the smooth flow of the imperial qi, his impatient heart has also stabilized, and his internal organs are not so angry anymore. The blue space flickered, and at this moment it changed and grew again. It was useless to rush for success, as everyone had his own limits. Gao Hao has pushed himself too hard in the past 2 months. In fact, there is no need to compare himself with others. His talent is not bad, and a steady and cautious approach is suitable for him. 1 hour and 15 minutes later, Gao Hao opened his eyes. On the small bed on the other side, Gao Nyenyen was also practicing. At this moment, there was a handprint on her face. Her little face was a little red, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. Gao Hao's face changed color instantly. Anger filled his mind. His sister was bullied, and his calmness had long gone out of his mind. The bedboard made a cracking sound and Gao Nyenyen was awakened. She opened her eyes, looked at her brother's angry expression, touched her face and said, "It's okay, just practice normally," Gao Nyenyen said calmly. Gao Hao tried his best to suppress his anger and asked, "Who hit you?" Only then did Gao Ninian realize that the look in her brother's eyes was not like that of a child. It was exactly the same look his parents had when they saw him injured, and a bit like a dog guarding its food. "I told you it's okay. I just lost the competition for class monitor." I gave myself the slap on the face. Gao Ninian said loudly and angrily, "I will never lose again." "Ah, if you lose the game, you lose. Why do you hit yourself?" Gao Hao asked in confusion. "This is the first time in my life that I lost so badly. I was only on the field for 5 seconds. Do you know how much of a blow it was to me? The beast master who used poison was really a dirty trick. I could only slap myself to stay awake." Only after Gao Ninian explained did Gao Hao calm down. "Brother, I didn't expect you care about me so much. I'll let you play with my doll for a minute." Gao Ninian said with a smile, then felt a little reluctant, and then suddenly became angry. "I won't let you play anymore. You interrupted my practice and broke the bed. Get out of here when you're done practicing. I still have a lot to work on. If I don't avenge you, my reputation as big sister Nian Yin will be tarnished. Also, don't be nosy." Gao Ninian didn't say who she lost to, but her attitude was a little better than before. Gao Hao sighed in his heart and temporarily suppressed his anger. Thinking of Mao Rongrong, who had invited him before, the relationship between the two had deteriorated a lot in the past 2 months. It felt like Mao Rongrong was the one who did it. This was his intuition as a boy who had been cheated many times. He had been practicing on the field for the past 2 months. It can be felt that the attitude of the 3 Gao sisters towards Mao Rongrong has deteriorated, and many Gao family members around them have also become more distant from Mao Rongrong. Thinking about this, Gao Hao felt. Gao Ninian found out why she was too embarrassed to complain. She teamed up with Gao's friends to isolate others, but they ignored her. When she went to provoke them, she was beaten instead. After all this time, it turned out that Gao Ninian was one of the bullies. "Sister, please forgive others when you can. If we can't play together, then don't play. Mao Rongrong is not a bad girl." Gao Hao sighed and said tentatively. Gao Ninian's eyes widened when she heard this. She never expected that the one with the best analytical ability in the family was actually her younger brother. Get out quickly. I need to practice." Gao Ninian said impatiently, a little angry and embarrassed. Then he added, "We have reconciled. Don't tell your parents about it. My peony beast tamer can cure all kinds of poisons. If I form a team with her, our team's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. I will fight for the position of leader of the advanced Earth controlling class." Chapter 38 Contradiction. Everyone has their reasons. Is it my fault? Gao Hao looked at Gao Ninian suspiciously and said tentatively, "You are wrong in this matter. More friends mean more paths. You two don't have any big grudges. I will go to school with you tomorrow to apologize." Gao Ninian said angrily, "No. Is this what you call reconciliation?" Gao Hao asked. Gao Ninian explained impatiently, "My heart is not in agreement with her. I teamed up with her for the glory of the advanced Earth control class. We will disband after the competition. Besides, how can a child from an aristocratic family apologize? It's embarrassing." Gao Hao frowned and said, "If you don't go, I will tell my parents that you deserve to be beaten. You stinky brother, get out of here." Gao Ninian said angrily, "It's fine if you don't help me, but you're complaining. I don't have a brother as heartless and ungrateful as you." Gao Hao was silent for a second and then said, "Sister, calm down and think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow morning. Mao Ninian will also be a member of the Gao family in the future. If she keeps making trouble for you, you may not be her opponent." Gao Ninian heard the scolding and said, "Get out of here now. I'm afraid of that woman." When I walked out of the practice room, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. I entered the kitchen and saw meat buns, porridge, and a golden blue sea cucumber that was over 30 centimeters long that my mother had prepared. It is a very nutritious food and tastes sweet. No wonder some people like to eat it every day. He had never eaten it in his previous life and had no idea what it tasted like. After dinner, I washed the dishes and put them back. Now that his parents were out, Gao Hao went back to his room to do his homework and finally finished it before 9 o'clock. I ran to the bathroom to take a hot shower and then immediately went back to my room to sleep and rest. I felt very fulfilled at the end of the day. The dragon art circulated naturally throughout my body. Gao Hao fell asleep as he breathed. When he woke up again, it was already past 5 in the morning. He immediately got up, washed his face, and looked at Gao Ninian's room. She was still not awake. Gao Hao immediately knocked on the door and said, "Sister, hurry up and get up to practice." Gao Ninian opened her eyes and got up immediately, then ran to wash up, and the two went to the training ground together. There were many children on the road rushing to the training ground. The oldest was only about 3 years old. Some were also holding children who were a few months old and were visiting the training ground. Children over 3 years old can practice at home on their own. The training ground is used for more than just practice. It also records the growth stage of each child. Personality, hobbies, and one's own attitude towards cultivation are all things that the instructors in the training ground have to record. At this moment, Gao Hao is standing at the top of the 6th row, position 51st. Improved by 36 places in 2 months. Having saved the money for exercise books and pins, he now has his own small treasury with 1,300 yuan in cash. A monthly salary of 500 yuan plus a bonus of 1,000 yuan. This is Gao Hao's own idea. He feels that his hard work has paid off. I had 200 yuan on me and spent 20 yuan. I didn't usually buy snacks, but after class I would occasionally play kuju with Han Ping, Gao Cheng, and Zhang Xiao, and then go to a small shop nearby to buy a bottle of soda. There is hot soda in this world. It tastes like something hard to describe, but it is very thirst-quenching. There are many kinds of snacks, but because it is a Mitsukiya class, most of them are dairy products. Gao Ninian saw that Gao Hao was in a good mood, with a trace of bloodshot in his eyes, and cursed him in his heart. "Brother, do you also think I did something wrong?" Gao Ninian asked. Of course, small conflicts should be resolved earlier. Once a big conflict breaks out, it will be difficult to resolve it. Gao Hao said as a matter of course. Gao Qing and Gao Yu's relationship seems to have reconciled a little recently, and they are no longer as competitive as before. "Ninian, are you okay?" Gao Yu saw Gao Ninian as soon as she entered the training ground. "Sister, wait for me." Gao Qing called from behind. Gao Yu smiled and said, "Yeah." It's magical how close children are to each other. A single word like sister can ease the conflict, and now they often play together. "Brother Xiao Hao, you are here to help your sister challenge Mao Rongrong, right? Now our chances of winning are much better." Gao Yu said lightly. "Ah, challenge?" Gao Hao asked puzzledly. Gao Yu said proudly, "I have a good idea. Our classmates will fight Mao Rongrong in a round-robin battle until Mao Rongrong's physical strength and chi are exhausted. Then Yin Yin will go up and take revenge. But it costs money, $10 per person, and it's still too much for just the 4 of us." Gao Hao was shocked when he heard this. Gao Yu was actually a military strategist who gave advice and suggestions. "Sister." Gao Hao stared at Gao Ninian. His eyes seemed to say you are so bad, and his expression was a little disappointed. "I have no money, so the plan is cancelled." Gao Ninian twisted 2 fingers in shame. It felt bad to be caught by her brother. "Assemble." The instructor's voice rang out. "Let's practice first." Recently, Gao Ninian has also moved up several places, and Mao Rongrong naturally needs no mention. Everyone has changed and improved. In the eyes of the instructors, even Gao Hao was sometimes punished with a ruler when he made a mistake. After absorbing and practicing the purple energy, he finished. Gao Ninian, Gao Yu, Gao Qing, and a few other boys Gao Hao didn't know were blocking the entrance to the training ground. Mao Rongrong was not surprised at all. She found that Gao Hao had come to block her. She looked a little embarrassed, but she was not willing to be outdone. She said, "You are a bunch of rabble ants. Come if you want. I am not afraid of you. Who the hell are you calling a mob? You just use despicable means. If you have the guts, don't use your centipede earth dragon poison. My iron black bear will cripple you with 1 punch." A boy from the senior earth control class was the first to yell. Mao Rongrong laughed and said disdainfully, "I don't talk to idiots. Go away." Gao Ninian glanced at Gao Hao and finally said, "Mao Rongrong, I am not here to compete with you today, nor do I want to have a sharp argument with you. My brother said that I was wrong, so I can only apologize to you. From now on, we'll all still be good friends. How about that?" Mao Rongrong was stunned when he heard this. This is what you call an apology. What kind of attitude is this? It's like giving alms, but Gao Ninian is a person who likes to save face. In order not to lose, she slapped herself. At that time, she didn't expect that Gao Ninian had such a strong character. Continuing to pester him would be very disadvantageous to herself, and she still felt that Gao Hao was more in line with her goals. "I agree," Mao Rongrong said, and was about to leave. Gao Hao suddenly stood up and said, "Mao Rongrong, my sister is a strong-willed person. She is not a bad person by nature. She loves to cause trouble for the sake of her reputation. If she targets you in the future, tell me, and I will tell my parents to deal with her." "Brother, your elbow is bent outward." Gao Ninian stomped his feet in anger. Mao Rongrong's eyes lit up and asked, "Really? Really?" Gao Hao nodded, very sure. Mao Rongrong's expression changed instantly, and she sneered, "If apologies are useful, then what's the point of having rules?" She's a shameless woman who refuses to admit defeat and even wants to threaten me to join her team and help her win. Gao Hao listened and was silent for a while. He really shouldn't get involved in the war between two girls, otherwise it would be like now, where he would be neither a good person nor a good person, and it would all be his fault. Gao Ninian whistled and immediately added fuel to the fire by retorting. As the art of war says, deception is acceptable in war. Besides, I didn't lose. I was just careless at the time and didn't dodge. It was Sharp Teeth's turn to speak. Gao Ninian had not read in vain all these years, so she looked at Mao Rongrong and taught him. If a dog bites someone, you have to beat the dog. You have to let it know who is the master here. I don't want to play anymore. I won't participate in the team competition. Mao Rongrong snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave, glaring at Gao Hao with tears in his eyes. Gao Hao was sweating coldly. Could it be that because of his intervention, the war was about to expand? Don't go, sister. Apologize quickly. Gao Hao said anxiously. Gao Ninian said coldly, brother, do you believe her? Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance with tears in her eyes. She was just pretending. I showed mercy because she was about to cry, but I ended up getting poisoned by her. Gao Hao opened his mouth, and Mao Rongrong immediately yelled, all is fair in war. I was crying because of the wind, and you accidentally slipped and fell on the centipede earth dragon, and then you slandered me for using poison. Gao Hao was a little confused at the moment. Could so many things really happen in 5 seconds? It seemed that both sides had their reasons for the conflict. During these 2 months, the two sides have become enemies. Then why don't you use the beast control? A boy immediately yelled. The poison you used is your fault even if it caused accidental injury. You need to kneel down and kowtow, apologize and admit your mistake. Gao Hao turned his head and looked at the boy. Could he be his sister's #1 lackey? He was the one who barked the most ferociously, like a vicious dog. Shut up, Gao Hao said coldly. The boy immediately frowned and said, boy, you, a 4-star earthbender, want to join our battle? Gao Ninian listened and turned around to see the classmate who was about to argue with her brother, and immediately said, don't argue. My brother is here today to resolve the conflict. I'm not here to escalate the conflict. You guys can go back. I'll handle the rest myself. Gao Ninian said this and looked at Gao Yu. Gao Yu immediately waved her hand and said, disband. Don't underestimate brother Gao Hao. He has a contract with a cub of a sacred golden panda. Its potential and strength are much greater than yours. TSK, my iron black bear is in its mature stage, so I'll teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The boy didn't listen at all and was very unconvinced. He immediately released his own beast, a terrifying black bear that was over 10 feet long. Gao Hao frowned as he looked at them. Kids of this age were really aggressive and ruthless. They had to use beast taming to solve trivial matters. The beast taming space was opened and the beasts were released. Xiong Dundun, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, was released with a confused look on his face. Several boys immediately burst into laughter and ridicule. That's it. With this strength, why are you pretending? Do you really think you can be a hero and save the beauty? The boy said. Mao Rongrong smiled coldly and reminded him, Wang Feng, you, if you dare to touch a hair on him, your whole family will be kicked out of the Gao family. Wang Cheng was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Gao Ninian, then at Gao Qing and Gao Yu. It seemed that they were not joking from their eyes. Is he your brother? Wang Cheng asked. Gao Ninian didn't want to talk to the fool anymore. Maybe what Mao Rongrong said was right. Playing with fools would lower one's IQ a lot. Dismiss, let's go. Gao Hao glanced at Mao Rongrong and felt that he was the truly sober person in the world. Mao Rongrong, I really want you to reconcile. There's no need to ruin your friendship because of my little thing. Just let everything take its course. I just want to work hard on my training and become stronger. I have no interest in anything else. Gao Hao finally finished his words. Mao Rongrong nodded and turned to leave. The boys were silent for a few seconds and then dispersed and left. Wang Feng put away his black bear beast and left quietly and carefully. He was already 5 years old and only had a 9-star earth control, while all the direct descendants of the Gao family had A-level talents, so he could not afford to offend them. If he really hurt Gao Hao, cold sweat immediately fell from his forehead. The Wang family might be expelled because of him. Until he reached a corner, he squatted on the ground limply, and it took him a long time to recover. He stumbled back home, locked himself in the room, and trembled. Chapter 39. Unexpected situation. 9 dragons seize the pearl. Wang Feng has asked for leave these days because he has a high fever and a cold. He will not participate in this year's team competition. His participation in the annual conference individual competition will also depend on his physical recovery. There was a wailing in the advanced earth control class, and several boys aged 4 or 5 were also stunned. They had never expected such a situation to happen. Teacher Liu, 9-star earth control. Wang Feng is a 9-star earth control. How could he have a high fever and a cold? His beast, the Iron Black Bear, is the main force of our team. Gao Yu stood up and asked. Last night, he practiced hard outside the house, and all his qi was used up. As a result, he caught a cold. In the morning, he had a high fever and was sent directly to the hospital. Everyone should practice in moderation. It is not advisable to go against the current. Teacher Liu said. Everyone should also pay attention to the fact that training must be done in a suitable environment. The weather will get colder and colder, so pay attention to keeping warm and your physical condition. Teacher Liu said. The class has begun. Today we are going to talk about the beast taming competition. The annual meeting is about to begin. It is time to send out the beasts that you have trained hard to tame. You need to be careful not to fight in moderation and not to hurt anyone. You must also protect yourself and do what you can. Teacher Liu said, there are now 48 students in our class. There are 3 places, 15 people and 3 teams to participate in the annual competition. You can discuss it yourself. After class, Gao Nian and the other 2 gathered together. Nian, what should we do? Gao Yu asked. I'm so annoyed. Gao Nian was irritable. Nothing she did had gone to her satisfaction in recent times. Or we won't participate. We're just going there for fun anyway. Those rewards are dispensable to us. Gao Yu said indifferently. Gao Nian listened and shook her head. My test results this year were not ideal. If I still don't get a place in the annual competition, my mother will nag me again. Then you should find a way to solve the problem of team members. Our team was originally short of 1 person, and now we are short of another one. And Mao Rongrong's attitude is so ambiguous. Gao Yu packed her school bag as she spoke. Her father Gao Shuiming came home today, but Gao ran away without even waiting for her sister. The little girl really couldn't tell the difference between a big king and a small one if she hadn't been taught a lesson for 3 days. Gao Nian turned her head and took a quick look. Everyone in the class immediately packed up their bags and left quickly. Most of the students stayed away immediately in accordance with the principle of not causing trouble. Mao Rongrong, are you joining our team? Seeing that most people had left, Gao Nian asked Mao Rongrong, who was doing his lunch homework. No, I'm going to participate in the individual competition. The class is full of earthbending people with 80 or 90 stars, and the level difference between the 2 sides is not that big. So both teams choose to form teams with powerful individual beast bendings. Mao Rongrong was originally very popular. There was no doubt that the centipede black gold earth dragon was very powerful. He now had an 8-star earth control ability, and even the 9-star Wang Feng did not dare to challenge him in a one-on-one fight. Don't be so disrespectful. My brother Gao Hao has already reached the 4th level of earth control in the past 6 months. In another 6 months at most, he will be able to reach the 8th level. He has superb talent, handsome appearance, and excellent quality. Are you sure you want to give up such a good potential stock? Gao Nian asked seriously. Mao Rongrong stopped writing and said, what good would it be for me to help you? You always oppose me and are on high alert. It's not that exaggerated. My brother is so outstanding. You will have many competitors in the future. I can treat you all equally. Is this a benefit? Gao Nian thought about it and said something that she was very happy to do. Go play somewhere else? Do you think I'm stupid? Mao Rongrong said as she continued to do her homework with her head down. Gao Nian turned and left. She felt that she had done her best. 8-star earth control in 1 year. Beat many geniuses. After finishing her homework, Mao Rongrong packed up her textbooks, cleaned the classroom, locked the door and left, hanging the key in the guardroom at the door. His legs glowed, and he took each step for 4 or 5 feet. In just a few minutes, he reached the training ground and ordered a large bowl of noodles, 2 eggs, and 3 beef patties in the training canteen. After eating and drinking, I went to the lounge to rest, lay on the soft training mat, woke up around 1:30, and started doing stretching exercises in the classroom. He activated his own meridians, raised his leg 180 degrees, and did a roundhouse kick. It was obvious that he was not practicing Gao family's dragon fist, but a kind of defensive leg technique. He waited until the instructor called for assembly, but still did not see Gao Hao. Instead, a stranger took Gao Hao's place. It is only visible for a few minutes in the morning. At this moment, Gao Hao was practicing in the dragon fist room. The distance between the two was no more than a few hundred meters. Gao Nian was staring at Mao Rongrong in a daze and was hit with a ruler by the instructor. He immediately laughed happily. You two, stay after the training today to receive your punishment. As students who have been praised, you actually took the lead in making mistakes. Your crime is even more serious. Mao Rongrong immediately straightened his attitude and said, yes. Gao Ninian did not dare to go against the instructor and immediately replied, understood. Half a month passed quietly. There were more guest rooms and servants in the Gao family these days. The number of patrolling soldiers was 4 or 5 times that of before, and the frequency of patrols increased. Some came all the way from the village, and some came from the outer city academy. Among them, the Shao clan had 6 teams participating, 3 teams each in the intermediate earth control competition and the advanced earth control competition. There were also many people from other tribes, including civilians, hunters, and merchants, who brought their children to attend the annual meeting held by the Gao family. The inner city of Tianxing City became lively, and colorful lanterns were hung in every household. Gao Hao held a red lantern with a handle, and a red dragon was painted on it. All schools in Gaojiao were on holiday, and the park, which was usually sparsely populated, was packed with people. Gao Ninian was very happy, wearing bright clothes and a red hat, holding a red lantern with a dragon pattern painted on it. Come on, brother. Let's go over there. There's still room there. Gao Ninian pulled Gao Hao's hand and rushed forward. Xiong Dundun held Jin Zhu and looked at so many people, looking a little timid. As a reclusive panda, it has seen very few humans at any time and in any place. Now, wherever it looks, it sees dense groups of them. There are people performing on the river. Gao Hao was short and couldn't see what was being performed on the lake. Even the roof of the pavilion was filled with spectators, each showing off their own talents. After finally squeezing to the front, Gao Hao saw a performance similar to acrobatics, but everything here were real living creatures. 9 golden dragons were performing in the middle of the lake. Each 9-foot-long golden dragon was staring at a 9-inch golden bead with its head. Wow, it's the golden dragon beast. Gao Ninian shouted. There is a beast master on top of each of the 9 golden dragons. They are hostile to each other, and it is 1 against 8. I want this year's Dragon Ball. As soon as a rough voice fell, a golden dragon soared into the sky with a loud bang. The attack arrived just as the sound was heard. A column of water spurted out from the golden dragon's mouth. The cylindrical water column directly penetrated the ice surface and splashed huge water. On the other side, 8 people acted together. 8 golden dragons flew into the sky, and the 9 golden dragons entangled together in the air in an instant. Chapter 40 Mao Rongrong's leg skills and the old man. The dragon balls are flying in the sky, like shining pearls. 9 dragons are circling. Golden light illuminates the entire park, and the sparkling lake is shimmering with beautiful waves. A wave surged towards the shore, and Gao Hao quickly reached out to pull back Xiong Dundun, who was squatting on the side, and the next second he stood between him and Gao Ninian. Roar! Xiong Dundun was drenched to the bone and let out an angry roar, using his fat body to block the splashing waves. The people around were also showing off their magical powers. Some people stretched out their fingers, and a protective air shield appeared in front of their eyes. Some people wrapped the air in front of them and stretched out their palms forward, and the waves naturally returned to the lake. Among the people standing in the front row, only Xiong Dundun became the victim of Gao Hao, the host. Gao Ninian was also shocked at first. She didn't expect her brother to react so quickly. Put the beast in front as soon as possible. Xiong Dundun, it's your own fault. As an outstanding and excellent beastmaster, you should always be vigilant and protect your master's safety. Gao Hao said calmly that among all the biological species, the beastmaster is naturally the one who needs to be protected by the beastmaster. The perception of animals is 10,000 times that of humans. You noticed it just now, but you didn't remind me. You even wanted to laugh at me, right? Gao Hao looked directly at Xiong Dundun. It, which was about to roar, became quiet now and shook off the water droplets on its body. He gave Gao Hao a reproachful look. If he could speak properly, he would have scolded him. You're still feeling wronged. You're a few months older than me in terms of age. As an elder, you should be taking care of me and protecting me, not me serving you food and drink every day. Seeing that the previous brainwashing method no longer worked on Xiong Dundun, Gao Hao immediately came up with another method. Xiong Dundun seems to be a little bit grumpy lately, so I can only play an ace bomb. Brother Xiong, I apologize for what happened just now. Tonight when we go back, you can eat as much golden bamboo, purple bamboo, and iron bamboo as you want with honey. There is no limit to how much you can eat, but we have to make an agreement between us. If I encounter danger in the future, you must remind me immediately. After listening to this, Xiong Dundun opened his cute eyes wide. His 4 eyeballs sparkled, and a humane smile of reconciliation appeared on his face. He nodded quickly, indicating that the contract was established. After returning Xiong Dundun to the beast-controlling space, Gao Ninian and Gao Hao continued to watch the 9 dragons playing with the pearl. Gao Hao was dazzled and had to open the Eye of Truth to watch. He slowed down the image 10 times before he could barely see the fighting movements of the 9 dragons. Fast, too fast. Many children could only see the sky, which was filled with golden light. Gao Hao also developed some new uses for his eyes, the ability of the Eye of Truth, which was actually the decomposition of the slowness ability. Now Gao Hao can slow down other people's movements 10 times and play them quickly in his mind to analyze them in order to find flaws and weaknesses. The ability of slowing down has great potential and can be continuously developed. It has many other different uses. Now his mental power can maintain the Eye of Truth, and the slowing down effect lasts for a full 7 minutes. The 2-star Earth control can be maintained for 5 minutes. At this stage, every 1-star increase can increase the charging time by 1 minute. The power of the Eye of Truth is unquestionable. The visual range is all-round with no blind spots, but the strength it can exert is limited due to the limitation of its own realm. It cannot sense anything beyond a 5-meter range from its center. The far-sighted eyes can see clearly how many bacteria are on a person's face when observing him from hundreds of meters away because of the sudden enlightenment of the microscopic world. This ability was temporarily sealed by Gao Hao. The number of bacteria was too large at a microscopic level, and controlling it consumed too much mental energy, even exceeding the mental energy consumption of being 10 times slower. He needs to wait until his mental strength is improved and his far-sighted eye is restored to the biological level before he can use it. The nano-level microorganisms are dazzling to look at. He often uses his slowness ability now, not only in studying, but also in practice and when observing other people's practice. Now he has a 4-star Earth control, and he was able to defeat Zhang Hao, who has a 6-star Earth control, by relying on the Eye of Truth to analyze the flaws in his dragon fist. His beast, the 2-headed lion dog, has the same problem. When using the dragon fist, it likes to take a step back and accumulate power to burst out. This gave Xiong Dundun the opportunity to explode. 1 uppercut and 3 bear claws to end the fight. Retreating means dodging and defending, not a fierce attack. In a confrontation of fierce strength, taking a step back means unloading the strength of your whole body. Half of the force was removed before he could even exert it. This was also the reason why Zhang Haolong's boxing skills declined. I don't know if it was due to the defensive habits he developed from frequent fighting, or because he met a mediocre teacher. Over the past half-month, Zhang Hao has been working hard to improve himself, and even lowered his head to ask Gao Hao questions, and he did not hesitate to point out the reasons. Half a month ago, due to the rise of Gao Hao, the intermediate Earth control class, which was still divided, is now united and determined. Gao Hao also won the support of the whole class. He pointed out the mistakes in the practice of Dragon Fist to everyone, and he himself was able to gain a lot of knowledge from it. Moreover, he witnessed the effects of practicing different air control skills such as the Dragon Step, 3 Yuan Finger, Bajiquan, and Iron Mountain Backrest. Those who learned different air control skills were also in different training grounds. The Gao family pays more attention to Dragon Fist. Now he can only watch and cannot give any instructions. He himself does not know how to teach others, but this will be beneficial for his future choice of imperial skills. As Gao Hao learned more, he had a little goal in mind. The Dragon Fist is fierce and aggressive, with strong destructive power and strong defensive ability, but speed is always a big problem. The Dragon Step may seem fast, but it reduces the power of the Dragon Fist by 30%, because the Dragon Fist must be stable in order to gain the power advantage on the ground first. The increased speed of the Dragon Step obviously undermines the explosive power of the Dragon Fist, so it is not suitable for use with the Dragon Fist. Of course, if compared with other imperial skills, the Dragon Step is already the best of the best. After all, it can maintain 70% of the power of the Dragon Fist, and the speed of improvement is more than 3 times, which greatly improves the situation of the Dragon Fist being targeted. But there is always a better comparison. When Gao Hao was practicing Dragon Fist in the training ground, he saw the flawless fusion defense skills from Mao Rongrong. Mao Rongrong possesses the imperial skills that Gao Hao wanted. It was only after he had seen dozens of imperial skills that he was able to clearly notice the abnormal speed at which Mao Rongrong was improving in his Dragon Fist training. It seemed as if the Dragon Fist was tailor-made for her. It was a match made in heaven. Gao Hao could not have imagined that after choosing the imperial skills over and over again, he would now come back to Mao Rongrong. If I had not rejected Mao Rongrong at that time, would I have learned the second imperial skill by now? Seven's misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Gao Hao shook his head, thinking that it might not be as simple as he thought. Every book of imperial control skills was obtained at a huge cost by his family, so how could they be passed on to him? Continuing to watch the battle for the Dragon Balls in the sky, a Beastmaster's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled his golden dragon to retreat, thus avoiding an attack from the dragon's tail. The golden dragons in the sky kept firing water cannons at each other, and heavy rain fell in the center of the entire lake. Streams of water rushed down, as if the Milky Way in the sky was pouring down. This kind of scenery can only be found in heaven, and it is rare to see it in the world. Gao Hao looked at the scenery in the sky and talked to himself, and Gao Ninian of the group listened and laughed. Brother, you can even recite ancient poems. Gao Ninian rubbed Gao Hao's hair, then rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, Brother, look at the sky. Doesn't it look like golden fireworks blooming? It's so beautiful. I remember my mother brought me here last year, and my father was still working outside. This year, my grandfather didn't come back. I hope he can be safe. Gao Hao listened to his sister's words, looked around but didn't see his parents at all. He raised his head and found that his parents were like an ancient couple, sitting on the back of a giant eagle, leaning on each other and looking at the sky. The strong never complain about the environment. The smile on Gao Hao's face disappeared a little. His parents really brought them here to play. Then I heard the pleasant and melodious sound of a spirit bird, a very familiar sound. Brother Gao Hao, come and play too. Gao Hao turned his head to look, but because of the crowd, it took him a while to see who it was. An old man was holding Mao Rongrong's hand, with an expressionless face and cloudy and lifeless eyes. Grandpa, this is Gao Hao, a direct descendant of the Gao family. Mao Ninian turned around and introduced him to his grandfather. Miss, please don't joke around. I'm a blind old man. How can I be your grandfather? Chapter 41 The Outcome of the Dragon Fight and the Inexplicable Girl. Mao Rongrong's smiling face suddenly changed. She pointed at Gao Ninian and said, This is my classmate. He can also be considered a friend. The old man looked to be in his 60s, with gray hair and many wrinkles on his face. He had a very amiable expression, but his eyes were silvery, which looked a bit weird. Gao Ninian looked at the old man with some fear. She carefully held Gao Hao's hand and hid aside without saying a word. If it were any other time, she would have refuted him long ago. You guys play. I'll go take a look around. The old man let go of Mao Rongrong's hand, looked at Gao Hao with a smile, then turned around and disappeared without a trace. Gao Hao didn't react much. In his previous life, he had seen people who looked uglier after removing their makeup, and those who were much uglier than him all had beautiful girlfriends. So I know that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and my ability to withstand attacks has become much stronger, so I feel a lot more calm. I even nodded politely just now. I don't know if the old man is really blind, or if he just can't see. After all, this is not an ordinary world. Two-headed pythons rely on their tongues to sense thermal imaging. Even some insects and bats, there are countless creatures in nature that have not evolved eyes. However, their perception of the world is extremely powerful. They can judge the size of objects from hundreds or thousands of meters away, and can also prepare for attacks in advance. The old man is obviously much stronger than the people around him. One can tell from people's attitudes. Gao Hao can't be said to be an expert at reading people's expressions, but he is not a fearless person either. He has never done anything to go against Tiangang, unless he really goes too far. And the result is often that you suffer losses. Sometimes, some things simply cannot be explained. They can only compare who has stronger connections, bigger fists, and stronger strength. Gao Hao turned around and squeezed Gao Ninian's hand, and said softly, Sister, go play with your classmates. I'll observe the fight for a while. The fighting methods and skills of these seniors have been of great help and inspiration to me. The 9 people fighting in the air were all powerful beastmasters at the level of a master beastmaster. The beastmaster skills they used were all Dragon Fist beastmaster skills, mixed with leg techniques and footwork. The men were fast, and the fight was smooth. Every scene was a magical picture. In Gao Hao's eyes, it seemed that the men were cooperating with each other, but they were also fighting each other. No one is willing to submit to anyone else, but no one breaks the balance. Gao Hao was unable to observe 9 people at the same time. He could only concentrate his mental energy to observe the movements and strategies of one person. From his peripheral vision, he could sense that 3 of them were in a group. A formation was set up, the 3 elements formation of heaven, earth, and man. Gao Hao had seen it in the textbook selected by his father. Formations were often based on the 5 elements. Both are indispensable, so he himself possesses a very high talent for practicing formations, but practicing formations is very far away from him, and it is unlikely for him to come into contact with it before the age of 10. Gao Hao observed while turning on his toes. It seemed that there were 9 people as enemies, but in fact, each of them had a helper. It was like playing a game of Go, with dangers and ambushes on all sides. It was thrilling and exciting to watch. The 9 players were fighting hard, pulling each other's legs, and calmly performing their best performances. Each attack was just a hair's breadth away, and it would be hard to explain if you didn't say they were coordinating. But gradually, the difference in their strengths, the consumption and control of their physical strength and aura could be seen. The Dragon Ball roams in the sky and shuttles among the 9 people. Only one person can become the winner. This is the rule every year, and this year's dragon fight will be no exception. What's more, all 9 of them are heirs of the Gao family. They will control the life and death of countless people in the future. Who wouldn't want the generous rewards for the fight? Bai Long, your pace has improved again, one person said with a smile, and the golden dragon on his body changed from gold to black, emitting a deafening roar. The black dragon phosphorus armor was dark, as if it was one with the darkness, but it looked majestic and domineering. The young man held a spear in his hand and performed a set of extremely powerful spear skills. The white dragon boy was beaten back step by step. Hey Long, don't be so complacent. It's meaningless to continue fighting like this. I guess the masters and the audience watching will fall asleep. You should get out of here and finish it. Gao Bailong was a teenager. He heard the other party's words, which sounded like compliments but were actually sarcasm. The disguise of the golden dragon was instantly removed. He was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. Isn't this a disguised way of praising himself for growing faster? Does he really think that he, Gao Bailong, knows nothing? A white dragon appeared, and a giant sword about 10 meters long instantly appeared in its hand. The cold air spread from a height of 100 meters to the ground. Thick ice formed again on the surface of the lake, and tranquility returned. Gao Halong controlled the black dragon beast to retreat quickly, using his chi to shatter the ice on his arms. The look in his eyes when he looked at Gao Bailong became even colder. The fun is about to begin. The descendants of Kowloon are finally getting serious. I am really looking forward to their growth results. The man standing on the top of the pavilion drank with a serious look on his face. Only at this moment did Gao Hao discover it. His own understanding of strength has limitations, and some of what he thinks may not be correct. The power of the dragon step performed by the strong men of the Yu sect in the sky, combined with the gun skills and steps, cannot be compared with bare hands. The dragon fist and the dragon step each have their own merits, and Gao Hao cannot judge based on his own subjective ideas. He has also made a decision in his mind, that is, to learn both Mao Rongrong's leg control skills and the Gao family's matching dragon step. This will happen next year. At such a young age, Gao Hao has to bear pressure that he shouldn't have at this age, and the pride in his heart for his good talent has also been suppressed. A young lady in her 20s wearing bright red clothes came next to her. She glanced at the handsome Gao Hao. He looks so cute and cool when he is in deep thought. He gently reminded, "Little boy, go play somewhere else. It's a bit dangerous here. In the next battle, you won't be able to see them even with your pupil power." Gao Hao listened without turning his head to look. The 2 dancing lights attracted his eyes deeply, one black and one white, dancing under the bright starry sky. From time to time, a roar of anger could be heard from the sky. "Gao Honglong, don't play it too dirty. You actually launched a sneak attack." Gao Bailong's figure flew back dozens of meters in an instant. His hair was disheveled and he looked a little embarrassed, with a scratch on his face. "I've said it before, the Dragon Ball is mine." Gao Honglong slowly emerged from the air. Only at this moment did Gao Hao notice that this man could actually become invisible. Many people at the scene exclaimed in amazement, and did not even notice that the golden dragon in the sky was just an illusion. Only Gao Hao relied on his mental power to sense something was amiss and looked around, but his strength was limited, and he ultimately did not find anything. I am so envious. With Gao Hao's current level, he can't even track the tail of a person. If he encounters one, he will probably be killed in an instant. The gap in realm was like the distance between heaven and earth. Only then did Gao Hao react that the seductively dressed young ant beside him was gone. From its appearance to its disappearance, I didn't notice anything. However, with his all-round vision, he did feel that the man had come to his side. This was the difference in strength. Even if he knew it, he would not be able to react. Gao Hao was sweating profusely at this moment. Looking at his parents laughing in the sky, he felt a little more awe in his heart. Yu Zhong is so terrifying. So what kind of existence is Yu Jun? It is no exaggeration to say that he possesses the power of a god. It is unimaginable. Gao Hao broke his superficial cognition today. The battle in the sky made his eyes hurt a little. He could only close his eyes to relieve his mental fatigue. "Brother Gao Hao, are you okay?" Mao Rongrong gently pulled his arm and leaned over. What seemed like a long time was only a few dozen seconds. His mental power was actually consumed by half in just a moment. The girl who appeared in the sky took away half of his mental power with just one glance, which was extremely cruel. She looks like the young ant just now. Gao Ninian and Mao Rongrong stared at each other, with thunderous confrontation in their eyes, like two dogs fighting each other to protect their food, baring their teeth and gritting their teeth. "Stop, this is my brother," Gao Ninian shouted. Mao Rongrong also said without showing any weakness, "Gao Hao said that we are friends, very good friends." Important things should be said loudly 3 times. Yuan in the sky noticed something and looked at Gao Changsheng, who was watching the show in confusion. He asked, "Isn't this girl Mao Rongrong the daughter-in-law that your uncle is going to give to his grandson? Why is she pestering Xiao Hao?" "Ah, who is Mao Rongrong? I don't know her." Gao Changsheng turned around and looked at his wife, somewhat confused. Uncle Gao Changsheng is the head of the family. How old is Gao Zhen when he has already been arranged to have a wife? There shouldn't be such a thing. Women just love to think about all kinds of nonsense. Look for yourself. Yuan was speechless. Gao Changsheng looked down and saw that the girl looked pretty good. He looked at her for a few seconds and said, "It's normal for children to play and tug at each other. You are making a fuss. Keep watching. The 9 Dragons descendant is really good this time. I think Bailong is young and hot-tempered. He will suffer a great loss." He didn't even realize that his teammates had betrayed him a long time ago. Yuan smiled as she listened. The woman's intuition about things was quite accurate. She reminded him, "Go to your uncle and try to raise the issue. See how he reacts. Don't let anything get you into trouble." Gao Changsheng listened and nodded, and continued to watch the exciting battle of the 9 dragons seizing the pearl. He slapped Yuan on the thigh and cursed, "Stupid, too stupid. How can you use brute force? Use clever force. Dodge. It's over. Bailong, that brat. Just when I said he was good, he's already lame. This kid needs to at least practice the dragon step again. His use of brute force is so stupid. I really want to beat this kid up." Gao Changsheng cursed loudly and gritted his teeth. It took him a while to realize that he had just lost his composure. He immediately hugged Yuan gently again. Because of Bailong's performance errors, the lively atmosphere in the park was immediately extinguished by half. Since Gao Bailong himself was very strong, the loss was a bit frustrating. It's like watching TV, when you see a goal and think it's the beginning, but it turns out to be the peak. People with bad tempers just smash the TV, but there are still people maintaining order on the scene. They are the Gao family's royal guards, special beings that even Gao Changsheng has to invite personally. If that blind man dares to cause trouble, I wonder how many eyes Lord Ma has. Isn't it good to live a good life? Yuan looked at the white legs with the slap marks on her legs. She wanted to be angry, but finally, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Now she was still outside, warning herself not to get angry. Gao Changsheng still likes fighting. Even though he has his beautiful wife by his side, he is actually excited to watch a bunch of Yuzhong-level matches. Yuan, look, Bailong is about to die. He has suffered a loss because of his lack of foresight and experience. His 2 teammates are obviously not working hard, and he has to carry it all by himself. He doesn't even know how to retreat. I strongly condemn their master. How can he teach people like this? He is misleading his students. "You, despicable, red dragon." Gao Bailong screamed and fell directly from the air, then hit the ice heavily, but no one came to help him. Gao Honglong sneered, with an arrogant smile on his face. He looked like he deserved a beating and laughed, "Everyone, I won't be polite with this year's first prize. Bailong, with your weight, you are still far from it. If you practice for another 5 years, you still have a 3-point chance. Then it depends on your ability," Gao Heilung said, and was about to counterattack. He was just ambushed and injured. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and then looked at the reactions of his 2 teammates around him, and his face changed drastically. "Gao Honglong, what a trick you have. You even didn't let your own brother go." Gao Heilung took back the beast, clasped his fists, landed on the ground and left, holding his breath. The other people had strange looks on their faces, but finally chose to leave with fists clasped. Gao Honglong controlled his own red dragon beast and swallowed the dragon ball shining in the sky in one gulp. He glanced at the people below and disappeared in an instant. This girl Honglong. Gao Changxing knew very well that this girl had actually made a breakthrough, breaking through the realm of a Beastmaster and becoming a Beastmaster at the level of a Beastmaster General. "Little boy, you haven't left yet?" Gao Hao looked at the 2 people pulling him, then turned to look at the older sister who had returned. He was silent for a few seconds and said, "Sister, Are you the owner of the red dragon just now? Are you jealous? Gao Honglong stretched out his hand and started rubbing Gao Hao's face without any restraint. Hiss! Gao Hao shuddered. His hands were so cold. Gao Honglong disappeared again in an instant. Hey, little brother, you are good. But it's a pity that you were too young. What a strange woman. Gao Hao sighed and looked around to find that Gao Ninian and Mao Rongrong did not notice the coming and going of this woman. He had an answer in his mind. His eye of truth saw through Gao Honglong's invisibility. His mental power suddenly consumed rapidly. He was probably because of something that woman had done. It was too dangerous to try randomly. Gao Hao looked up and found that his mother was looking at him with a smile. Then he relaxed. He feels safe with his parents around. Chapter 42, Reconciliation and Choice. The answer is obvious. Let me go. I'm feeling better, sister. Gao Hao wanted to break free, but it was no use struggling. As a result, he was held up instead. Gao Ninian and Mao Rongrong were both much taller than him, more than 80 centimeters. He was only about 60 centimeters tall, and he used 50% of his strength to try to break free from the two girls, but he found that each girl was using more strength than the other. Both of his feet were off the ground. It was unbelievable. Gao Hao looked around at the two women, feeling ashamed of himself for not being able to control such strength. This also made him discover a difference. When his arm was grabbed by someone who was at a higher level than him, the other party used 30% of his strength and, relying on the advantage of his stronger body, he could use his own higher-level chi control to easily dissolve 50% of the low-level beast tamer's chi control. However, Gao Ninian found it difficult to use and had a vague feeling of being suppressed by Gao Hao. Gao Hao then thought of his own gold attribute chi control, trying to restrain the wood attribute chi control. Sister, it's time to let go. Gao Hao said softly. No, let her go first. Gao Ninian said stubbornly. Mao Rongrong's aura was very cold, and her hands were also cold. One would have thought that the cold would not allow her to exert much strength, but her strength was surprisingly great. Instantly, she turned gentle and coquettish, and replied in her own lark voice, Brother Gao Hao asked you to let go, so let go. Gao Hao said expressionlessly, You two, good friends should get along well with each other. Are you taking my anger out on me? Each of you is using more force than the other. Mao Rongrong then realized that Gao Hao's struggle was stronger than she thought, and she was also trying hard to hold Gao Hao. You are so strong, unlike a 4-star Earth control expert. Isn't your talent your eyes? Mao Rongrong looked at Gao Hao in surprise and asked. Gao Hao nodded and replied, It's the eyes, but don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Having just activated the double slowness technique, Mao Rongrong didn't even notice that his reaction had slowed down, thereby increasing his power output and control, which also resulted in Gao Hao being lifted up directly. He didn't dare to struggle anymore, for he was afraid that Mao Rongrong would burst out with all his strength and speed in an instant if he used the 10 times slowness. However, his arms could not withstand that much, so injury was inevitable. I originally thought that the bear hug that broke several ribs in the cartoon was a joke, but now that it happened to me, my scalp feels numb. You two stop arguing. The annual competition is coming up soon. I'm going to treat you to meatballs. 2 big meatballs per person, made with wild boar meat. Gao Hao glanced at his pocket. He didn't expect that he would have to spend money at such a young age. A meatball made of wild boar meat was not cheap. It cost 15 yuan for one, the kind skewered on a bamboo stick, and there were several flavors to choose from. Brother, you are reluctant to lend me money, but you are willing to treat this woman to delicious food. You don't love me. Gao Ninian stomped her feet in anger and pulled him hard. Mao Rongrong's tone softened a bit. The 2 moving eyebrows looked so funny that Gao Hao had to hold back his laughter. Just now when Mao Rongrong was angry, his eyebrows pointed downwards, forming an inverted 8 character. At this moment, they became flat like a crescent moon, just like the pattern in the mobile phone emoticons in his previous life. It is very easy to understand. He found it interesting just now, and now he thinks this girl is even more interesting and cute. In his previous life, he discovered that he liked some rather strange things. Sometimes I like to dig deep into things, which makes some of my friends impatient. I also like to listen to other people's gossip, and eventually I become the gossip myself. Ask this world, who can be spared by heaven? You can put me down now. Mao Rongrong let go, and Gao Hao's feet left the ground. The last time he felt this situation was in his previous life. Even in his previous life, he had never been pulled up by a girl with one hand. Brother, let's go over there and see which store has the freshest wild boar meat. As the 9 Dragons Pearl fight came to an end, the people around the pond gradually dispersed, leaving only a few young people analyzing the situation. As well as the replay of the fight, there were some young couples feeding each other, and some people lying on the roof, drinking strong liquor in the cold wind, looking extremely cool. I don't know what he is staring at in the air. Maybe he will suddenly recite a poem? Mao Rongrong also nodded in agreement. The two little girls had completely different tastes. Gao Hao chose a sweet one, but it was too greasy and not tasty. Brother, you really don't know how to eat. This wild boar is smoked with honey and soybean powder. It's sweet and tasteless. It's not fragrant. You should eat it spicy. I want to eat something sweet too. Mao Rongrong listened and said, Let's make it slightly spicy, uncle. Gao Hao said in a low voice. Okay, sir, please wait for 30 seconds. I'll change it to slightly spicy too. Mao Rongrong said, Uncle, I want one medium spicy, one spicy, and a glass of grape juice. Okay, right away. The uncle smiled and nodded. Mao Rongrong didn't say anything. Gao Hao thought for a moment and asked Mao Rongrong, What kind of juice do you like? He has sour lemon, sweet fruit, and sweet and sour citrus. What about you? Mao Rongrong asked back. Gao Hao listened and said, I want sour juice. It goes well with spicy food because it can relieve the spiciness. Sir, have you decided on juice? Your two slightly spicy meatballs are ready. The boss made them very quickly. Each meatball was the size of his little fist and had a little juice. I want lemon juice, said Mao Rongrong. 2 cups lemon. Gao Hao stretched out his hand and handed over $100 bill, only to find that the money was really not worth spending. 6 meatballs and 3 glasses of juice weren't enough. The uncle looked young, about 25 or 26 years old. He collected the 100 yuan and immediately began to allocate it. He said with a smile, You have big goals at such a young age. I'll give you a discount of 100 yuan. You will definitely have a bright future when you grow up. Gao Hao took the food from the uncle, smiled and said without explanation, Thank you, uncle. I'll come to your store next time. The meatballs had just been fished out and were still steaming. The 3 little guys held juice in one hand and meatballs in the other. Gao Hao looked at the meatballs, blew on them twice, and took a bite. It smells so good. Gao Hao bit into it with his teeth, and it actually stretched to pieces. How much meat was put in it to create this texture? The slightly spicy taste stimulated his taste buds, and he immediately started to saliva in his mouth. Gao Yin on the side had eaten it many times and had a satisfied smile on her face. Her expression also softened a little. Brother, you are still the best. Mom is a stingy person. She hasn't even taken me out to eat snacks recently. Gao Yin spoke ill of Wu Qingyuan again. No, you just said I don't love you, but you said I'm fine with 2 meatballs. You need to change your way of talking. When mother hears and deducts your pocket money, don't beg for mercy. Gao Hao found that his sister deserved a beating recently, and she would compare her to his mother from time to time. He wondered if he was like this when he was a child in his previous life. Of course, I have forgotten everything. I can't recall these things. I still remember a few times when I was naughty as a child and was beaten hard. But if I was beaten lightly, I can't remember why at all. I was playing hide and seek out of mischief and hid in a water tank. I was discovered when I was cooking at noon and was severely beaten. My butt still hurts when I think about it now, and I have a psychological trauma. Why are you being so petty? Besides, I'm your sister. Isn't it natural for me to spend your money? Gao Yin said disapprovingly. Gao Hao wanted to take action after hearing that. Eat my food and drink my food, and you still accuse me of being petty? Gao Hao was no longer interested in arguing with Gao Yin. He took a big bite of the meatball, which filled his mouth with fragrance, and then drank a sip of pure natural lemon juice. Feeling relaxed, Gao Hao ignored Gao Yin and turned to look at Mao Rongrong, smiling and saying, Sister Rongrong, you wanted to practice with me last time, but I refused because I had to practice with my father. We have to continue training after the annual competition, so we can practice together in the afternoon. Well, of course. Mao Rongrong nodded happily and agreed, whispering, I have always wanted to invite you again, but I haven't found the opportunity. I didn't expect that we would meet again. This is what the book calls fate. Ah. Gao Hao was stunned for a second. Sometimes he suspected that his brain was slow to react and found details that he had not noticed many times. In the eyes of others, this is the key reason for failure, so I read a lot of chicken soup and poems on the internet. Sister Rongrong, you are really good at talking, and your little mouth is as sweet as honey. How can I repay you? I will ask for your guidance in the future, and please don't look down on my stupidity. Gao Yin listened and hummed. Women's mouths are deceitful. Brother, you don't know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more cruel her heart is. You must not be fooled by her. Gao Hao had no way to respond. Gao Yin was straightforward, carefree, and had no ulterior motives. She looked like a normal child. Gao Yin expresses all the joy, sadness, sorrow, happiness, unhappiness, and unreasonableness vividly, and also with a sense of silliness, innocence, and innocent romance. Gao Hao reached out and touched Gao Ninian's head and asked seriously, "Sister, what is the purpose of your saying this?" "Of course I'm helping you," Gao Ninian said calmly. Gao Hao said calmly, "You said it was for my own good, but I think you just wanted me to get beaten up. Don't you see how strong Sister Ninian is? I'm afraid that the two of us combined are no match for her." Gao Ninian thought about it and realized that she really didn't understand Mao Rongrong's full strength. There were many 9-star and 10-star Earthmasters in the class. They were all somewhat afraid of Mao Rongrong, but for her, it seemed to be more because of the Gao family trio. "You must not offend him." Mao Rongrong had shown mercy in the last fight. Seeing that his sister had figured it out, Gao Hao straightened up and finished eating a meatball. He looked at the two of them seriously and said, "Sister Rongrong, you are one of my few friends, and Gao Ninian is my sister. I don't like conflicts between my friends and relatives." Gao Hao looked at Mao Rongrong, wanting to see her attitude. Sometimes speaking frankly can help solve the problem better. Since Gao Hao said it, it means he is on Gao Ninian's side. Between friends and relatives, he will lose if he considers it for even a second. He likes his current home. Even though Gao Ninian is silly every day and has done many things that make him speechless and even make him collapse, Mao Rongrong listened and nodded, looking at Gao Ninian with some envy. When she lowered her head, her eyes were filled with tears, but when she looked up again, her smile had returned to its natural and smooth form. He extended his hand openly and said, "Gao Ninian, I am willing to join your team. What happened before is in the past. I was more interested in your brother because I wanted to learn his Dragon Fist power technique. I didn't have any other intentions at the beginning. But now I realize that your brother is really outstanding, and I am really jealous of you. He is better than many people I have met who think they are geniuses. Are you willing to accept your own choice?" Gao Ninian took a deep breath after listening to this. She had tried hard for several weeks to make Mao Rongrong surrender, but she didn't expect that Mao Rongrong would actually give in today. "Ha ha ha, we should have done this a long time ago." Gao Ninian stretched out her hand and said with a smile, "Welcome to join us. Next, we're going to go check on that idiot. He caught a cold while training outside in the middle of winter." Mao Rongrong felt really stupid after hearing this. She actually took such a girl so seriously. She even doubted if this girl was really a direct descendant of the Gao family. She was so naive that she began to doubt the knowledge she had learned at Mao Family College. Don't trust anyone. This is what her father told her when she left. A girl who was just about to turn 1-year-old left her hometown and went to live thousands of miles away. It was so difficult. On the way here, she woke up crying many times, wondering if her parents would come to keep her. When the airship landed in Tianxing City, Mao Rongrong thought about how he should practice hard and make his parents regret sending him to this strange place. It's the same now. I don't know if this girl will have the same fate as me in the future. Mao Rongrong looked at the innocent Gao Ninian, feeling envy, but also an indescribable sense of relief. I was the same as her half a year ago. Be unrestrained and speak freely. Now I have learned to fake a smile, control my emotions, and even made friends with Gao's direct descendants. Hard work and opportunity sometimes really do pay off. The results of my hard work and cultivation finally got me the rewards I deserved. Of course, if I chose to refuse, all my previous efforts would be in vain." Mao Rongrong and Gao Ninian held hands and reconciled. The three of them ate as they walked, with smiles on their faces. Their cute appearance made passers-by smile. "Xiao Hao, it's time to go back." Suddenly, Gao Changxing appeared in front of him, his arm touching the flesh on his waist, with a look of pain on his face. "Yeah," Gao Hao said. "Before I knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock, and I would have fallen asleep long ago under normal circumstances.